Jazz. Chisholm went deep twice. Trent Grisham, a huge grand slam, while Max Fried dominated 7 innings of one-run ball for his 15th win.
I guess we shouldn't say amazing. It's what we see, what we've all seen and witnessed all year, just how good he is, fielding his position, controlling the running game, but just a really strong performance on, the day. I think physically he was feeling a little under the weather.
Meanwhile, for the Mets, they ripped the Tigers 12-5, pounded out 17 hits. Pete Alonso went deep twice. Juan Soto was 37th. Nolan McLean giving up a pair of runs in the first, but the rookie settled in nicely. 6 innings, 2 runs, 7 Ks.
Another impressive outing from him. We also how that first inning, especially the sweeper and the curveball. The way he's able to spin it, he didn't have command of those pitches. A couple of walks, then they got him with a couple of singles there, and then that's what you call pitching and understanding that you have to make adjustment and find a way to get through 5-6 innings, and he was able to do that.
And just days away from the Jets getting their season underway against the Steelers and the beginning of the Aaron Glenn era.
I want to be a team to where the fans will look up and say, we're proud of that team. And if they say that, I'll be happy. I'll be happy because within that, I know that wins will come.
66 degrees, clear skies, Central Park. That's what's happening. I'm Marco Belletti.
Get connected with WFAN to talk about your favorite teams. The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn apps. It's KM to AM on WFAN.
Sports Radio 101.9 FM. The Fan. WFAN.
Here was good, New York City. Good morning, good morning. Yeah. It's already after 12. Listen, I'll keep it quick. This is already less than a 2-hour show, streaming live on the YouTube, if you can see me. Obviously coming to you live on WFAN 101.9 FM, 660 AM, WFAN.com, streaming on the free Odyssey app. We feel good tonight, right? It feels good when, we're having these nights over and over again, these days over and over again where the Mets win, the Yankees win, and you just heard the whole Yankees post-game, so I won't start there. Let's start with the Make It Happen Mets. Nolan Ryan McLean. They call this guy Cowboy Ohtani. He's a pelotero. He's a pitcher for real. First Met to ever win all 4 of his first starts. I'm listening to the game tonight. I'm watching this guy tonight. And, I started off listening to the game at first, and I was wondering if tonight was the night that he was going to struggle, right? You're facing the first place Tigers, tied for the best record in the American League. The big, bad Tigers, right? All their all-stars, and maybe Nolan McLean was going to struggle tonight, and he did walk 3 out of his first 7 batters. He said he didn't have his off-speed stuff. He didn't have the sweeper, didn't have the curveball, change-up. So he went to some more high-velocity stuff. This guy's got everything. Later on, we'll play a clip from the Detroit Tigers broadcast where, the away broadcast team is fascinated by this 24-year-old pitcher who seems like he's been here. Seems like he's the best pitcher that the Mets have in the organization. Seems like he should have been up here sooner. But, hey, better late than never. Nolan Ryan McLean. I keep saying that because they keep talking about this other Mets pitcher named Nolan that was briefly here and, it didn't work out. But 888-808-1019. Let's get the Met fans in here first. I know it's been some time. That game was over quick. That game was over, I think, before the Yankees got into the 4th inning. A 6:40 start out there in Michigan versus an 8:10 start down at Daikin Park where the Yankees don't lose. But we'll get to the Yankees in a second. The Mets, earlier today, somebody sent me a screenshot from John Herman because I'm blocked on John Heyman's account. But it was talking about the prowess right, of the season that we're getting from Juan Soto. We are all witnesses. We know who Juan Soto is, right? We know Juan Soto was not this Juan Soto coming out of the gate, right? We know it's okay to admit that Juan Soto disappointed people, struck out. He killed worms. He didn't come up clutch. He wasn't hitting enough home runs. He was hitting solo shots. His numbers were down. But you know what? I like so many of you guys forget. You can't have a down year in April and May. You can have a down year once we get to October. So there's a lot of this celebrating about, oh, down year, down season. Well, you can't have that until the season ends. You still have time, tick, 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 tick. You have time to improve. And we knew Juan Soto would, right? Even like the people that were hating on Juan Soto are like, yeah, we know he's going to break out of it. But we're having our fun now. Maybe you could say the Yankee fans, right? I know I enjoyed watching Juan Soto struggle because I'm like, hey, the Mets aren't getting the version of Juan Soto that the Yankees got. But wait, they might be getting a better version, especially if he's able to turn it on in the postseason the way that he is or the way that he has. You know, and he said something today about going bananas with runners on base. And that's exactly what the Mets did tonight. But yeah, going back to that tweet as I'm trying to find it because I can't just go to a Twitter account that I'm blocked on. You know, it was talking about Juan Soto's homers, talking about Juan Soto's stolen bases, how many walks and runs he has, and how he wasn't an all-star this year. And that is how I go back to my point that, like, hey, he didn't leave any doubts. If there is a postseason all-star team going into October, yeah. If there's a full season all-star team going into the postseason, yeah, Juan Soto makes the cut. Some are putting him in MVP conversation. I don't know if I'm there yet. Let's see how the rest of this month goes for the Mets. Juan Soto is Juan Soto. Duh. You know, what I was saying last year when Juan Soto was with the Yankees, just even in spring training, my tweet was, it's Juan Soto, bro. It's Juan Soto, bro. Like, why are y'all surprised? So we don't have to put respect on his name. Nobody has to backtrack, backpedal. You can admit that the guy was not the guy in the beginning of the season. You can admit that now he's looking like we expected him to look. And that bodes well for the New York Mets. So, yeah, the tweet that was put out basically says that this is from Joshua Gingrich. If Juan Soto gets to 40 home runs, 30 stolen bases, and 100 RBI, it would be one of the most complete seasons since 2000. 40 homers, 30 stolen bases, 100 runs batted in, 100 runs, and 100 walks has not been done this century. The only time it's happened, Barry Bonds in 96, 97, Jeff Bagwell in 97, 99. Juan Soto breaks the game. You know what I mean? Like, Juan Soto does things at 26 years old in this game that break the game. They break records that, like, it makes you think about, like, wait, what is this guy able to do? And his quote was, every time we see guys in scoring position, we just go bananas. And so the game gets broken open early today by Pete Alonso, the polar bear, you know, and Pete was talking about something about, like, as soon as the Rooster Crows were on a heater. I don't know. I got to pull up that quote. But the Mets are finding their mojo. It might not be a mascot. It might not be a song. It might not be a gimmick. But they are now hitting, like I said, 22 runs in 2 games against a team that could come out of the American League and be in the World Series if the Mets are to get there. And Pete Alonso, you know, they had to throw him a strike. It was a 3-0 count, green light. He homers. So the Mets are on the board first after taking a game yesterday. And it's like, all right, bang. You feel good about your chances. You feel good about, okay, we got Nolan McLean on the mound tonight. This is our best guy going. We got Nolan McLean on the mound tonight. We got the early lead. Pete Alonso with his 32nd homer. It's definitely going to be a conversation about paid Pete tonight. I just think you got to keep him on the team. You know, he's going to opt out, but you got to pay him. But anyway, you know, the Tigers bounce back. And this is where I'm thinking, okay, is Nolan McLean going to struggle tonight? Right? Walks, single, like little things. He doesn't have his command. But, man, this guy, like when I say he's a pelotero, he's a ball player, this is a guy that thinks like a hitter because he was a hitter. Cowboy Ohtani, two-way player, Oklahoma State. And he settled in, and he had some perfect innings. 1, 2, 3 innings. I think he retired like 14 in a row. And I'm like, how is this dude so masterful at 24? How is this guy like such a veteran type of arm so early in his career? He ends up going 6 innings, only giving up 3 hits, 2 runs, 3 walks. And those 2 hits, those 2 earned runs, those 3 walks were in the first inning, second inning, and then he just mowed them down the rest of the way. And this is the Detroit Tigers, man. Like, they're good. They've gotten to a lot of good pitching and good teams this year. So, I mean, you love to see that out of this young guy. And there's conversation about, relying on him in the postseason. He's building up towards it. Who else are you going? You're going to want, by the time we get to the postseason, you're going to want him to take the ball. You're going to prefer him to take the ball over some other guys. Small sample size. Teams haven't seen him. He doesn't seem fazed at all by the moment. I saw Evan Roberts tweet out that he's in line to pitch in Citi Field next Friday, when Jacob deGrom comes back to town. So that's going to be sold out. That's going to be that's for the Met fan to see your new young ace who's giving you some deGrom vibes versus the ace that got away. Citi Field is going to be lit up. I think right now the Met fans can't be upset with the team. Let's go through some of the guys, right? Cedric Mullins. Let's start with him. I feel like he's a guy that now has to play a big role. You better call Tyrone Taylor. He's down. He's got the hammy, and he's a speed guy. So with the hammy, he's got to get that hammy right. He's on the 10-day IL, and it's retroactive from August 30th. Left hamstring strain. Said, you got to entertain. You got to be the guy. You got to get going. And you know what? He contributed tonight, obviously in the outfield, but also with his bat. When I was listening to the game and switching to turning the game on, that 4th inning, the Mets decide they're going to have a 5-run inning and blow the game open. Juan Soto walks, steals a bag. What else is new? Walk and a steal for Juan Soto. And Mark Vientos walks. Jeff McNeil, Jeff McNeil I don't think is getting enough praise either for how solid Jeff McNeil has been. So we'll do that for a second. If you go just his last 15 games, Jeff McNeil is batting .333. That's batting title Jeff McNeil. He's got 3 homers, 19 hits, 15 runs batted in, 4 walks. Jeff McNeil has been super solid as you look at this Mets lineup and the bottom of that lineup and him DHing tonight. So Jeff McNeil singles to keep the line moving and score that run to tie the game. And then Cedric Mullins comes up with that sac fly. Good. You'll take it. That takes the lead. And then Luis Torrens with the line drive homer, a 3-run homer. The great Sweeney Murdy once said that 3-run homers win ball games. Now you're all the way in the driver's seat with Nolan McLean on the mound. Now you're all the way in a position where you feel pretty good about where you're going to be. And what does this kid do? Shut down inning. That's all we ever want. All we ever want is our team to go out, score, and then the pitcher to come out there, have a shutdown inning. And after that, the Tigers would not score until the 9th. And I'm like, it wasn't, I don't know, I'm blanking. It was Kevin Herget. Kevin Herget is in the game. Whatever. He gives up 4 hits, 3 runs. And then Stanek has to come in to finish the job. But all in all, this is a night where Pete Alonso homers twice. They have a 6-run inning in the 7th, and they are just piling on. Another game where they have double digits in the run column, in the hit column. 17 hits, 12 runs. If you've been listening to me, this is what the Make It Happen Mets did last year when they imposed their will and they made it happen. Top to bottom, the lineup was relentless. They tag Chris Paddock, and the rest of the game is pretty much a wrap. I mean, they go up 12. Soto homers. Vientos doubles. He continues to hit. Who else got in on the part? Luis Torrens with a single. Brett Beatty with a single. Yeah, they just piled on tonight. I think the only guy that didn't get some really, Lindor, but so what? You know, the Mets are rolling right now. I said they play up to their competition. Forget about the Marlins series. You're facing the Detroit Tigers, a first-place team that's going to be in the postseason. How will they play on the road against those guys? They played great. They blew them out. Back-to-back night, 22 runs. So, Mets fans, call me up with your thoughts on a night where Pete Alonso homers twice, Jeff McNeil drives in 3 runs, Luis Torrens drives in 3 runs with a 3-run homer. And you're just looking now at tomorrow with Clay Holmes on the mound versus Casey Mize for a sweep. Sweep them so you know that it's real. Now, with the Yankees were not able to sweep the White Sox so that we would know it's real, but whatever. It is what it is. I still kind of feel some type of way about the bat being taken out of Belly's hand to end that game. And the umpires are terrible. This umpire tonight was terrible. It's every night. It's standard. I know. ABS, ASAP. Like, it's a part of watching baseball now. I guess it's always been, but I just think it's louder now because of the strike zone box on TV, because we can go to the app and see exactly, what pitch was thrown. Even if you're in the ballpark now, you can see, the break, the vertical break, the horizontal break, exactly what pitch was thrown. I mean, it's standard. It's not even worth complaining about because it happens both ways. And I'm telling you, mark my words, it's going to happen in the postseason, this postseason, where they're going to wish that they put the automatic balls and strike system in October. Something is going to happen where somebody gets rang up, similar to like Cody Bellinger, the game ending with Cody Bellinger taking a strike high inside that should have been called a ball. Like, a game is going to be decided to end a series in the postseason, and I don't know, they're going to file a grievance and protest about it, and there's going to be nothing that they can do. But as we get into the Yankee game tonight, a place that used to be a house of horrors, Houston, it's not anymore. I think that was the 8th win in a row for the Yankees. They play well in Daikin Park. It's not Minute Maid Park anymore. And those Astros fans are not as geeked up as they once were. And, I said something on August 10th. I said, if this is the version of Max Fried we're going to get, pack it up. If max effort, maxed out tonight, land of the freed, home of the former brave. If Max Fried is continuing to be Max Fried, that changes everything. I think I took a call. Like I said, somebody asked me what was the biggest thing that needed to happen for the Yankees. I'm like, Max Fried. If the ace of the staff is not going right, they're not going anywhere. Well, I mean, in his last 3 starts, 4 hits, no more than 4 hits. 1 earned run tonight, 1 earned run against Washington, nada against the Boston Red Sox. He's not walking more than 2 or 3 guys. Struck out 5. Before that, he struck out 6. Before that, he struck out 7. And you know what the biggest thing? I heard it was a little bit of a flu game for him. He wasn't feeling good. He was a little bit under the weather. So what? Champ it out. We need you to take the ball. You had a whole day off yesterday in Houston. We need you to lead. And the biggest thing I'm saying, like, he went out there and gutted it out, and he fields his position. Gold glove, makes plays. I will get the job done. I will make the play. Max Fried going right for the Yankees is huge. It is huge, as the Astros were only able to put up 1 run. And they made fools of themselves multiple times tonight, whether it was trying to lay down a bunt or Framber Valdez and Salazar getting crossed up. We'll get to that in a second. I'm seeing the videos and stuff about that. I didn't catch that in real time, but looking back at it, it's interesting how it went down. Another guy that's been a huge factor for the Yankees, Jazz Chisholm. In his last 7 games, he's batting .292. He's got 3 homers. If you go back to his last 15 games, he's got 7 homers. So go back to last week when Jazz learned that one of his best friends had passed. He's been on a heater ever since. He's been tweaking ever since, in a good way. He's got a guardian angel over him. I think he's dialed in. I think he's grieving and playing in a different way. Now, Jazz had said some things over the weekend and even leading into, where we are today. And it kind of made me think about last year where Jazz was talking about, we're going to win 28. We're going to the World Series. You're going to win it. And, last year I didn't like it because I was like, bro, you just got here. You're a Miami Marlin. You didn't put in the pain with us to be talking like that. Be careful with that. But, hey, he put in the pain. He was on the field for that Game 5 disaster. And I think he's super motivated now. Jazz Chisholm was quoted saying, we're going to go out there and win the division. And we're going to go and win the World Series. Well, I want the division. I got off the roller coaster, but I want the division. And I don't see any point in anything else. You were up 7.5 games. And I don't care how many months ago that was. You go and get the division. This is the New York Yankees. You're supposed to be the kings of the American League East. You were last year. You won the whole American League and went to the World Series, right? You had the best record in the American League and got to the dance, right? Go win the division, because this division is going to put Toronto into the dance. This division is going to put Boston into the dance. And if you're paying attention, Tampa Bay is 3.5 out of the last wild card spot. And they're tangoing with Seattle right now. So go take your division. Go win the division. There is no false hope in handling your business now. Better late than never. Typical Yankees, right? Cramming for the last test. That's 1 tonight out of the 8 wins that I need out of these 12. I need you to take each series. Take each series dead ass serious. If you can sweep, sweep. But I'm not being that greedy because I know these are good teams. They're going to fight back. I know there's going to be some moments. Tonight was a good night, though. It was a clean game. They hit. They pitched. And Jazz Chisholm, pimping ain't easy, but it's under control. Hitting those home runs, pimping those home runs. Do your dance, player. You got it. You got it. Jazz has given us some issues. He's had some moments getting tossed out of games. He's had some bonehead moments on the base pass, but the good outweighs the bad. Speaking of getting tossed out of games, everybody hates Cabby. And I hate to see Cabby get tossed in the 4th inning. Especially when, you swung the bat, bro. It is what it is. We've seen that 1,000 times in Major League Baseball. You got hit by the pitch, but you swung the bat. There's nothing to say to the umpire. He's even giving you the zip the lip sign. Just shut up. We have to win these games. Your ego and your attitude is nothing in the grand scheme of what is going on here in the Yankee universe. Please check it at the door. We need you in the game. You affect the game. You're starting the game because we need you in the game. Luckily, there's a Ryan McMahon to pop into the game. But anyway, I enjoyed the game tonight, but I'm not getting ahead of myself. I enjoyed the game tonight, but I still have this feeling of more. I need more. I need to see more. The White Sox, the Nationals, the Tampa Bay Rays, the Cardinals, the Twins, cool. Now you're facing the Astros, and not for nothing, we got the Astros right where we want them at a good time. The Astros, since they came here Old Timers Day weekend and beat us where they shouldn't have, we should have beat them, in my opinion, Friday night when they wanted to pitch Devin Williams. I feel like anybody would have went out there and been able to hold. And you know what? He gave up the home run, and then the Yankees did come up, in the bottom of the inning and score whatever. I felt like we should have beat the Astros then. But since then, the Astros were swept by the Orioles. Were almost swept by the Orioles. actually swept by the Tigers, and then almost split with the Orioles after seeing them again, then split with the Angels. So it's not like they're playing their best baseball right now either. Sweep them. Take the series tomorrow. Now, there's a lot of talk about this guy who's from Texas, and I think I joked and said that he might end up with the Astros, but the Astros aren't going to pay him. Maybe the Texas Rangers will. Some want to call him the Big Sleep. Nah. Somebody called him Swaggy T. Chill. Hell no. There's a Swaggy V. There's a Swaggy P. We definitely don't need to add a Swaggy T. You're a mean one, Mr. Grish. Trent Grisham, this year has been all about Trent Grisham. Trent Grisham this year, you want to talk about yesterday's price is not today's price, a prove-it year, a bet-on-yourself year, out of nowhere. Nobody had this on their bingo card. Coming into the season, this guy had a hamstring injury in spring training where I'm saying, why can't he play left field? Really, going back to last year, why couldn't he play left field over Alex Verdugo? Well, he's only a center fielder, I guess. And he talked last year about needing more at-bats, right? He barely played last year. Now he's getting consistent at-bats. He's got a career high in homers. What is he at, 27 homers? He's got the most grand slams in Major League Baseball, 3. And I know Juan Soto just hit his first grand slam. But the Yankees won that trade. You bet they won that trade because they got Juan Soto last year who helped them get to the World Series. And they still have Trent Grisham this year who could help them get to the World Series as well. 888-808-1019. Trent Grisham, clutch, quiet assassin. Real G's move in silence like Grisham. I just love his demeanor, love his at-bats. And that's the at-bat that Salazar and Framber Valdez got crossed up on, right? It looked like the catcher waved him off and didn't want him to throw the pitch. Next thing you know, he leaves that one over the middle. It's a grand slam. And you just have good vibes, good feelings about the New York Yankees. First time in Jazz's career that he's hit 2 home runs versus a lefty in a game, right? That was, I think, only the second home run that Framber Valdez had given up to a lefty. The Yankees hit home runs, they win. The Bronx Bombers. I guess it's by design. It kind of scares you because in the postseason, maybe they will, maybe they won't. Austin Wells almost has a homer. Doubles off the top of the wall. And you're looking at this team, again, evolving and rounding into form. Stanton out in left field, which I suggested last Wednesday, and I even spoke about yesterday as well, or 2 days ago now. Remember, if you listened to my show last week, we talked about the dimensions of Daikin Park. We talked about the dimensions of Fenway Park, and you can't take Stanton's bat out of the lineup against these teams that you need to beat, that have beaten you all year. Is not going to hurt. Throw him out there. And perfect timing that you get the short porch in left field in Houston and the green monster at Fenway. Throw him out there. He'll be fine. And Judge is coming along now. 2 hits tonight. Need him in the lineup. Good. Goldie with a knock. Belly with a knock. Belly with the player of the month. Yankee. Make sure he's signed. And I know somewhere somebody's going to call tonight and say Volpe went 0 for 4, but we're not going to worry too much about that. Paul Blackburn goes out there, 2 innings, strikes out almost as many guys as Max Fried. Keith McPherson on the fan. We'll start with the Mets. We'll start with the Yankee calls, and we'll just talk about where we are as both of these teams are, on their way. They're on their way to the postseason, and they're on their way to challenging for the division. It's going to come down to the wire. The division is not out. And, I think we can feel good about the work that they've put in the last couple weeks, that we know we're going to have October baseball. We just got to see how it shakes out. Call me up. This is a quick show. I got 90 minutes less. We're streaming live on YouTube if you want to join the chat. Let's take a break here, and we'll be right back.
There's a line drive right field. That ball is hammered.
The Yankees and Astros play ball. 8:10 tonight. Driven by Jeep.
That was an extraordinary play.
Susan Waldman and Dave Sims call all the play-by-play. The home of Yankees baseball is The Fan. 101.9 FM and always live on the free Odyssey app.
Town Fair Tire became New England's #1 discount tire dealer by giving you the absolute lowest prices guaranteed. And with over 100 stores from Connecticut to Maine, we'll beat anybody's price. Other dealers, we beat them. Warehouse clubs, we beat them. Online sites, we beat them all every day. So remember, for the absolute guaranteed lowest price on name brand tires, nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
This is Alex Shulman of Shulman & Hill, New York's premier injury law firm. We'll always fight for you if you're injured at a construction site. If you've ever wished you've had a lawyer in the family, now you will. At Shulman & Hill, it's never one and done. Once you're a client, you're always part of our family. New Yorkers in every borough and on every block know us by name. Shulman & Hill. Get your free consultation at hurtny.com. That's hurtny.com.
Sal Licata here, and wow, are we thrilled with the incredible job CertaPro Painters did on our house. So clean, so efficient, they actually listened to us and even satisfied my wife, which, as you know, isn't easy. If you've been putting off painting because of the economy or tariff worries, don't. Painting your house is the easiest and most efficient way to protect and raise your home's value. Do what we did. Call CertaPro Painters today.
Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-707-6152. 800-707-6152. 800-707-6152.
Injured? Don't be a whiner. Call me, Attorney Mark Miner. I'm Mark Miner, and I have over 30 years of experience handling personal injury cases. If you or a loved one has been injured in an accident, don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE. You can trust that the personal injury law firm of Zalman, Schnurman, and Miner will treat you with respect and fight for your rights. Don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE for a free consultation. Our goal is to transform your pain into payment. If there is no recovery, there is no fee. We handle all type of accident cases and value the opportunity to help you. The sooner you call, the better. If you are injured, call 1-800-LAW-LINE so we can discuss how to transform your pain into payment. Don't be a whiner. Call Zalman, Schnurman, and Miner at 1-800-LAW-LINE.
Zalman, Schnurman, and Miner, personal injury attorneys.
Don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE. That's 1-800-LAW-LINE.
Imagine a gentleman's club with over 200 gorgeous exotic dancers every week.
Hey, big boy.
From the people who make fantasies come true, Gallagher's 2000 in Long Island City is the place to be. Gallagher's 2000, a gentleman's club for today, gentlemen. Gallagher's 2000 features 2 floors, 3 stages, discounted drinks, VIP, champagne rooms, and dinner specials every night. Gallagher's 2000 offers complimentary lunch Thursdays and Fridays with any drink purchase.
Come on down, big boy.
Gallagher's 2000 is New York's largest upscale gentleman's club, and Gallagher's 2000's bachelor parties will blow you away. For their bachelor party specials, call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is located at 4319 37th Street in Long Island City, Queens, just a half a block north of Queens Boulevard. Call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is unlike any club in New York. Come tonight for the time of your life. Gallagher's 2000.
Let your imagination run wild.
Town Fair Tire, Connecticut's largest discount tire dealer. Because we give you the guaranteed lowest price and we honor every manufacturer's rebate. We even honor all our competitors' rebates. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire.
Get the scuttlebutt on your favorite team, the Fan, on the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn apps.
All right, let's get it, man. 888-808-1019. I mean, you guys know the number. We just say the number over and over. I guess, like, somebody could be listening that never heard WFAN. And they're like, hey, I want to call and talk to that guy. What's the number? 877-337-6666. Steven is in Stamford, Connecticut, first up on the Fan. Hello, Steven.
Hey, thank you very much for taking my call. I just think, first of all, it should be the Mets should give Nolan McLean the Boston-like package, because if they ever trade a great pitcher named Nolan again, they should be shot. I mean, it's just, there's no excuse. Sign him now for 10 years, and then we can discuss, when it's 2035, we can discuss how much he's worth for the next 10 years after that.
But
they cannot trade him.
I don't think they're going to trade him. I think he's under control for a while. And I think that, we're very early in it. Obviously, only 4 starts. But David Stearns, like, this guy fits the mold of what David Stearns is looking for, right? David Stearns didn't sign Kodai Senga. He's getting a feel for some of these other guys. Obviously, he signed Minaya. But, like, David Stearns wants young, controllable pitchers. And if this guy continues to look the part, I'm sure they're going to offer him something. They can offer him the world. Steve Cohen can afford it. And like you said, how Boston does it, how Atlanta has done it. You'd love to see this kid get offered a 10-year contract and lock it in.
And be a Met for life. The other thing I would say is that, considering if you had told me at the beginning of the year, hey, Alvarez is going to be on the DL and not really produce, you're going to rely on Torrens, who's going to be injured. Pete Alonso will have an okay beginning of the year, really minimal production for the first 4 months from McNeil, Lindor, Nimmo, and we would still be here without pitching. How with Senga on the shelf, Minaya also on the shelf,
Frankie
being
Montas,
shells of their former stuff.
Griffin
Montas,
Canning,
no show, Canning
Tyler
out,
McGill.
out. Right, so all these people are like, it's like Nolan McLean was pitching with his 4th and 5th, 6th best pitch. We were on starting pitcher number 5, 6, 7, 8, and beyond, and somehow we've hung in there. And again, I personally think that Soto was pacing himself. It seemed like it. Maybe he's not. Maybe he just told himself, listen, don't get injured in April and May. It's not worth it. And maybe somebody said that, and they're probably right. And now he's tearing the cover off the ball. Him and Alonso could probably play fungos off the space station. There's these guys, Alonso's tearing the cover off. He hit that moonshot.
And you got to keep them together. You absolutely got to keep them in the lineup together.
Oh, my God. They don't mess that up. I mean, these are things that you don't want. Well, it's easy for me to say. I'm not writing the check. But they have a chance to get back what they lost, just like the Yankees were 7 games up. The Mets were doing great. But if you think about the brutal losses some of the Mets have had, up by 7, lost. Up by 5, lost. Bad, brutal losses. And
terrible starts.
Get off the mat.
Starting pitchers that can't go 4 innings and give up a ton of runs. It's hard to overcome. Thanks for the call, Steven. I'll say this. Soto and Alonso back-to-back in the lineup, that was supposed to be the plan from the winter to now, right? Met fans were loud about, we want Pete back. You got to get protection for your $765 million investment. Done. And I think that continues. Now, when you talk about the pitching was ahead of the hitting. The Mets had the lowest ERA in baseball the first month, 2 months of the season. We were raving about Hefner's laboratory, how these guys go in one way, they come out another way. Griffin Canning, we laughed. I was on air when they signed Griffin Canning. I'm like, what a joke, Griffin Canning. I'm like, I remember. I'm like, oh, he did shove against the Yankees. I think he had like 10 strikeouts against the Yankees. I'm like, I don't know what they're thinking with that guy. He was great before he got hurt. And then when you don't sign the Corbin Burns types, the Max Frieds in the offseason, and then you also pass on the Charlie Mortons and I've done this same spiel over and over again. The Mike Sorokas, the Merrill Kellys. At the trade deadline, you better have a plan. And I look at David Stearns and I tip my cap. I say, I guess you knew that this kid was real like that. I guess you knew that this kid was going to come up and not miss a beat like that. I think earlier, if I go back to my notes, I always have too many screenshots and links in my notes. Speaking of Charlie Morton, I think Andy Martino put out a tweet that the Yankees were interested in Charlie Morton, but, passed on him. I was like, oh, really? I guess I missed that in the whole trade deadline conversations that were going on that the Yankees were, but like, good. Because it was earlier with the Somerset Patriots. The young guy, Elmer Rodriguez, I think he was on the trading block, and the Yankees passed, and I'm like, good, because that kid is looking like he's going to be something in a couple years. And Charlie Morton, he's going to be out of the league in a couple years. So, 10 hours ago, Andy Martino said Yankees decided not to trade this guy in talks with Baltimore for Charlie Morton, Elmer Rodriguez Cruz. And if my memory serves me correctly, I think I did see the Somerset Patriots post. ERC is elite. He balled tonight. He's the active strikeout leader in the minors. And the Yankees' number one prospect had the game-winning hit. So you got ERC and GLJ, George Lombard Jr. The future is on the way. 888-808-1019. John and Maspeth on the Fan next. What's up, John?
Hey, what's up, man?
Hanging out.
So, yeah. So, I see all these Mets fans, man. They're on Twitter or whatever, X. They're all celebrating a series win over the Tigers, talking smack, the Yankees can't beat the Tigers, but the Mets just took the first 2 games of the series.
I mean,
right?
well, let's not do that. They lost the series to the Nationals, and the Yankees swept the Nationals and beat them over the head.
They also got to understand the pitchers they faced was a 42-year-old Charlie Morton who got waived earlier this year, ERA over 5.5.
Yeah, they won't see school.
And some guy named Sawyer, who's a 27-year-old minor leaguer,
He's made like a handful of starts. Yep.
Yeah, they're facing the number of 8 and 9 starters. So it's like, come on. It's like playing the Chiefs when Patrick Mahomes isn't playing, It's not really a big thing to celebrate. But, Jazz Chisholm, man, listen, he needs one more home run in the next 10 games to be a 40-40 guy as a Yankee in 162 games.
A 30-30 guy.
He's got No, 40-40.
Oh, you're saying over the course of 162 games going back to last year.
Between when he played last year.
Yeah.
Yeah, so he's played 152 games. He's got 39 homers and 43 RBIs as a Yankee and 152. So all he needs is one more home run. They'll have that 40-40. But, hey, let me know how you feel about this. We re-signed Trent, re-signed Bellinger. And what do you think we could probably get in a trade package if we put, let's say we make a real, listen, what if we put Dominguez and Jones and one of these young starters, Warren.
For what
Gill,
position? We're going to have too many pitchers.
Schlittler. Yeah, but look, what if we take 2 of these pitchers?
Okay.
Two of the 3, Schlittler, Gill, or Warren. We take 2 of them.
And we take
Dominguez
position?
And
what do we
Jones.
need? A shortstop? Who are you trying to get?
And then we go to Pittsburgh and say, "What's up, Paul Skeens?"
Thanks for the call, John. 888-808-1019. Us Yankee fans, we're greedy. We want the world, Chico, and everything in it. We're trying to package up the Martian, Spencer Jones, Cam Schlittler to get Paul Skeens, to add Paul Skeens to Max Fried, Carlos Rodon, Will Warren, Luis Heel, Clark Schmidt. I don't know. I think we've got enough. Cam Schlittler goes nowhere. As we're talking about Nolan McLean and what we've seen out of him, what we've seen out of Cam Schlittler, I'm looking forward to him getting a start in the postseason as well. I feel confident about that young guy. Let the kids play. From the Paul Skeens to the Jacob Mizorowskis to, let him rock. Going back to the Mets and talking about McLean, and I've just been impressed with this dude. He's a dude. He's a guy. Former football player. He's rugged. He's tough. He competes. It's not too big for him. He belongs. Nolan McLean, OptaStats reports, is the second MLB pitcher to go 4-0 with a sub 1.5 ERA and 25 strikeouts over his first 4 career starts since ERA became an official stat. The other was Fernando Valenzuela in 1981. Rest in peace to him. He just passed a year ago as the World Series started. You guys remember Fernando Mania? Now you got Nolan McLeania. Doom-doom-ch. Ross is in Bergen County on the Fan next. How you feeling, Ross? You still don't believe in the Mets, do you?
No, I don't, because I don't think the Tigers are a good team. That's the thing. If anything, I'll give them credit, because I'm still not over the Miami series.
The Tigers are a good team.
You know me. I've been on their hate train since April, May?
I know you've been thinking they were frauds from last year.
Yeah, telling me Javi Baez and Gleyber Torres the best 2 lineups and the best 2 hitters in the best lineup in the AL. Get the hell out of here with that. No, I don't think they're a good team, but if anything, I guess you could segue that into a positive. It's the first bad team this Mets team's been able to beat. They can't beat the Marlins. They can't beat the Nationals. And normally they play down to these so-called bad teams, and all of a sudden they finally found a team that, Morton and Paddock, which, by the way, talk about bad trade deadlines. You would have thought we had the 2015 deadline compared to what they did over in D-Town. I mean, my God, I got Finnegan's been all right, but the other two have been a nightmare. And, you tee off on them. I couldn't believe the stat. This past August was their most productive offensive month in franchise history, and they went 11-17. I mean, you couldn't write that up if you wanted to, bro.
Ross, the bar is not that high. That's why, and also people talking about Juan Soto is going to have one of the greatest season for a Met ever. It's like,
oh yeah, well,
we know.
I saw somebody say, well, I remember if you look at the P breaking the record, there's only like 2 other teams whose highest franchise home run king had a lower total than him.
Yeah.
It was like San Diego somehow and like the Rays, somebody that was founded 20 years ago.
Right.
So I get what you're saying. And I saw somebody say, too, is Juan Soto going to be the best Met when it's all said and done? He better be. Is he going to be here for the next 15
will be.
years?
He's going to be a Hall of Famer.
I mean, what would happen that didn't happen? You know what I'm saying? But, all things considered, look, McLean, I was worried going in, because it kind of felt like all good things must come to an end at some point. I felt like he was bound to get rocked, and it looked like it was going to happen at first. He still wound up shoving, but I got to give him credit. I mean, that curveball is beyond nasty. All of a sudden, they gave you that scare towards the end where you got to bring Stanek in. You see Diaz stretching and tossing. It's typical. But, no harm, no foul. And look, at the end of the day, I'm not as high on Detroit as most. At the end of the day, they're still one of the best records in the league. You sweep them, that's pretty damn good on the stat sheet, and you're coming off sweeping Philly, albeit how that kind of all transpired too. And since he's really the one you really got to highlight, because I know they're kind of hitting the skid a little bit. I think they did lose tonight, but they kept updating. They were going back and forth with Toronto. I saw Gary and Keith were kind of keeping an eye on that game the whole night.
I think they lost 10-8. I'll go through the scores.
All of a sudden you got to watch out for San Fran now too, though. I know they're like 6 back. They won, I think,
the Mets aren't going to collapse here. I just don't see it. They're not going to. They're good.
I don't think a lot of people saw 2007 happening either.
Yeah, anything is possible. Thanks for the call, Ross. I mean, we've seen crazy runs Speaking of the Tigers, they went on a crazy run last year after they sold. It started with the Yankees, literally. It started with the Williamsport Little League Classic. They beat the Yankees in that series, and then they got super hot. But something that I'll say again that I've said to Met fans and I've said on the Fan, like playing up to your competition and down to your competition, that bodes well, especially as we're at the end of the season, because the Nationals aren't going to be in the tournament. The Marlins aren't going to be in the tournament. I already said you could, if you get to the World Series, meet the Detroit Tigers. Those caliber teams are who you're going to face. So, I don't know. I know it's hard to believe. I know you're guarding your heart right now. You're protecting your emotions right now because the team has, dropped you on your head. But it's like, what else is there to do? It's the same thing with the Yankees. Like, I told you I'm off the roller coaster, but I'll never leave the amusement park. I'm watching the ride, and I see them going up nitro right now. Tick, 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 tick. I don't know when it's going to go down, but they just keep going up. They're winning. They're hitting. They're pitching. They're contributing. A lot of guys are contributing. It's crazy. Look at this team, right? As we're talking about Juan Soto and the year he's having, great. I think both parties won. And I do think it's kind of weird that there are some Yankee fans. I've gotten calls and I've seen on Twitter, wish Juan Soto was still on his team. Why? Look at your outfield. Minus Dominguez, right? You have Trent Grisham, who's got his career high homers. Who, not for nothing, when you think about what you're paying him compared to what you'd have to pay Juan Soto, incredible return on investment. Cody Bellinger, ball-in. Cody Bellinger, player of the week. A 4.44 average. That 4.44 number, when you see it, that means something. Look it up. Angel number. 6 runs, 3 doubles, 2 homers, 8 ribbies. A 778 slug. Cody Bellinger, Yankee baby. Pops was a Yankee. Wants to stay a Yankee. Keep Scott Boras and Steve Cohen away from those negotiations. Judge. Now, I don't know when Judge is going back out to the outfield. There's still all this conversation about he's not close yet. We don't know the date yet. Whatever. If you guys are going to wait until October, so be it. We're fine. We're getting by right now with Stan. Kudos to Stan. Ton of respect for Stanton, man. Ton of respect for that guy. As much crap as he's had to take, criticism as he's had to take, he's stoic. He keeps the same focus. He hits, and he does what he's got to do for the team. If I got to go out there and field the ball, so be it. But he's also in your outfield now. You take Alex Verdugo out, and like I said, minus what Dominguez is, and I'm not even worried about Dominguez. He's a whole kid. This is his rookie year. The Yankees outfield is better this year. 888-808-1019. And the Mets are I won't say they're better, but they are more of a threat with a Juan Soto in the lineup next to a Pete Alonso. And then even, going into the postseason with those guys, they're postseason proven. Jeff McNeil playing like he's playing. Mark Vientos hitting how he's hitting. Cedric Mullins, get it going, bro. Tyrone Taylor's down. You gotta have some moments at the plate. Francisco Alvarez is going to work his way back, and Luis Torrens knows that. He's coming through. You're getting contributions. Jesse Winker is done. And you know what's weird? I remember I was on, and I read something out of RotoWire that Jesse Winker hadn't been doing baseball activities, and then another report came up that he and Jose Siri were going to do some rehab assignments, and then you get word today that he's done, and so that's it for his Mets tenure. You'll remember him slamming his helmet and breaking his helmet. You'll remember his fire, his home run celebrations, and him kind of coming back as a guy that Met fans hated and a guy that turned hero. Also, one of the only guys from the OMG Mets that they went to go bring back. They let so many of those guys go, like Candelita, like Sevy, like Bader, like Quintana. But, Jesse Winker got a second opportunity. It's time, man. They're locked in. And, with this kid on the mound, it goes back to what I'm saying about vibes and energy. The vibes are right. The vibes are back. When this kid is on the mound, they're all confident. When this kid is on the mound, they believe. When Manaea's on the mound, they believe they're going to take an L. They overcame him. When Kodai Senga's on the mound, they don't believe they have a shot. He's not going to go long. They got to go to the bullpen. I'm very interested to see Jonah Tong's next start. I'm very interested to see what they do here with Tyler McGill, with Brandon Sproat. What do you have to lose? They can't be much worse than what you've seen out of Kodai Senga and Sean Manaea. You moved on from Montas. You got to move on from those guys. There's no time left. The hitting is there. Pete Alonso said they wake up and as soon as the rooster wakes up, they're on a heater. I got to go get that quote. I'll get that and we'll cue up the Tigers broadcast looking at the stuff that Nolan McLean throws. He had some dirty-ass pitches tonight that were moving. Once he locked in, he had this one pitch that just dropped into the zone, another one that was in the zone and out of the zone. It's like he's balling right now. Keith McPherson on the Fan. Call me up, 888-808-1019. I've got 1 hour left. We'll be right back.
No matter the season, New York sports never stop. Yankees, Mets, Giants, Jets. If it's happening, we're talking about it. The Fan, 101.9 FM and always streaming on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
Health surprises can change your life in an instant. You've seen it happen to others, but it doesn't have to be your story. At Princeton Longevity Center, we customize actionable and proactive health plans to maximize your lifespan and take control of your health. Our Cancer Check program combines cutting-edge technology with top medical expertise to keep you ahead of potential risks. With advanced full-body imaging, genetic testing, and multi-cancer detection blood tests, we look for even the earliest signs of problems. Results are analyzed by expert physicians who craft a personalized plan to safeguard your future. You're not just a patient, you're a partner in your health journey, backed by a team committed to helping you live longer, healthier, and more vibrantly. Our programs have saved hundreds of lives and empowered countless others to take control of their health. Be proactive with your health for the ultimate peace of mind. Call 888-8000-PLC or visit PrincetonLongevityCenter.com.
Town Fair Tire is Connecticut's largest name brand discount tire dealer. We give you the guaranteed lowest prices on all name brand tires and honor all manufacturers' rebates. We even honor our competitors' rebates. With over 100 stores from Connecticut through New England and an inventory of over 600,000 tires, you'll always get the right tire at the guaranteed lowest price. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody!
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Do you have $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is letting everyone know about great debt relief options now available to help people with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of your credit card debt. Get a free debt relief consultation when you call 800-586-4040. 800-586-4040. 800-586-4040.
With over 90 years of combined legal experience representing the law enforcement community, Decolator Cohen & DePrisco, LLP, continues to strive to educate police officers of their civil rights to sue in line-of-duty accident cases. The 2025 Police Officers' Right to Sue newsletter can be viewed on policeofficersrighttosue.com and provides successful results in varying line-of-duty accident cases. These results include damages recovered from RMP accidents involving the City of New York and civilian motorists, station house defects, ricochet injuries from the range, private premises slip and falls, sidewalk slip and falls, construction defects, snow and ice cases, and injuries emanating from defective RMPs. In any LOD accident, it is important for the officer to take photographs of any defects, injuries, or damage. It is also essential to draft the line-of-duty report and detail the cause of the accident in the paperwork. Remember, there's a 90-day time limitation to file a claim against a municipality. If any law enforcement member has a question regarding a potential lawsuit, contact Decolator Cohen & DePrisco, LLP at policeofficersrighttosue.com or call 1-800-901-1529.
Hi, we're Wren Kitchens. In our 50-year history, we've made and installed millions of quality kitchens, and now you can find us at the Home Depot across the tri-state area. With thousands of styles and colors to choose from, we offer a free home measurement service and expert design consultation. All of our kitchens are made in the U.S. and delivered directly to you and installed by our specialist fitters. We cut out the middleman to save you money. And with our flexible financing, you can spread the cost over 7 years. Come down to Wren Kitchens at the Home Depot now. Finance subject to credit approval. Offers may change. See website for more details.
Your home equity could vanish almost overnight, stolen by scammers who forge a deed and transfer it out of your name. The FBI calls it house stealing, and the worst part is you may not know it until it's too late. Find out if you're already a victim now at HomeTitleLock.com. Use promo code RADIO for a 30-day free trial, a title scan, and access to a title specialist, a $250 value. Go to HomeTitleLock.com now. Promo code RADIO.
Millions are choosing NordVPN to stay safer online. Get NordVPN today with 77% off and up to 3 months extra. NordVPN will encrypt your online traffic and help you avoid phishing, scams, and malware. Get the special NordVPN deal today at NordVPN.com. This offer includes a 77% discount on a 2-year plan and up to 3 extra months. Savings and additional terms apply and can be found on NordVPN.com. The offer is valid until October 15th.
We're talking New York sports. WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1, New York, and Odyssey Sports Stations.
WFAN Sports Flash.
Good morning at 1 o'clock. I'm Marco Belletti. Well, Max Fried set the tone. 7 innings, a 1-run ball for his 15th win. Trent Grisham continues to come up clutch with a huge grand slam in the 5th that broke things open in the Yankees' 7-1 win over the Astros. Jazz Chisholm continues his march on a 30-30 season. 2 more homers gives him 28, along with 26 stolen bases.
For 2 of our lefties to ride him out of the ballpark, really good at bats by those guys. But Grish, it was a phenomenal AB and another good night for him.
As the Yankees remain tied with the Red Sox and 2.5 behind the Blue Jays. Mets dominate the Tigers 12-5, pounded out 17 hits. Pete Alonso homered twice. Juan Soto was 37th. Luis Torrens a big 3-run shot, while Jeff McNeil knocked in 3, all in support of Nolan McClain as the rookie shined again. 6 innings, a 2-run ball, 7 Ks, giving up 2 in the first, and delivering 5 scoreless from there.
After the first inning, I noticed I wasn't throwing many off-speed pitches for strikes, especially bigger spin like sweepers and curveballs. So we started to attack with some harder velo pitches, 4 seams, 2 seams, even the changeup started to find its place there.
And the Jets preparing for the Steelers Sunday. Each quarterback facing their former club, but Justin Fields not letting anything faze him.
Cool, calm, collected. It's another game, to be honest with you. We're out here just trying to get better each and every day and prepare for this upcoming Sunday.
64 degrees, clear skies, Central Park. That's happening. I'm Marco Belletti.
New York sports is more than a game. It's a lifestyle. WFAN is the only place where Yankees, Mets, Giants, and Jets fans come together and sound off. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
September 3rd already. Your nighttime host, Keith McPherson, on the Fan for the next 50 minutes. I love this time of the year. It's cool now. You know, I was going through my closet trying to bring the hoodies back and put some of the tanks and the swim trunks, board shorts in the back. The pool is closed or closing, and we're about to get into hoodie season. Just 2 nights ago, I did my first fantasy football draft. If you're like me, I'm already plotting. Like, here's something I do. Maybe you'll do this year, and it'll help you out. And I think this year I'm going to give you guys my anytime touchdown parlays, 3 to 4 legs, no more than that, and just who I'm thinking, and how I break down. You pick 2 running backs that are going to get in the zone, and then you pick 2 receivers that obviously get a lot of targets, whatever. But here's something I do, and I was thinking yesterday as I drafted my first team, and now I'm using Sleeper. Shout out to Angry Mike on Twitter. I think myself, him, John and Masbeth, your favorite T.O., Al Cintrone, my guy Jay from BK, a couple other people are all in a league. And, I drafted my team, and as soon as I saw the team I'm playing against, I'm like, all right, I need to put in the anytime touchdown parlay where you parlay the teams that you're playing against in fantasy. And I'm playing against, let's see, Breece Hall, CeeDee Lamb, Puka Nacua. So I would put anytime touchdown parlay with those three. In case those three all score against me in fantasy, I cash, my parlay, my bet. That's something I started doing last year. It doesn't hit all the time, but like when it does, because you do have some of those days in fantasy where you're like, well, damn, everybody on this team I'm playing against scored. You'll feel a little bit better if you kind of hedge your fantasy with a anytime touchdown parlay. I feel confident about my team. I saw Josh Hart put his team out there, and he drafted Travis Kelce as his tight end. I'm like, if you draft Travis Kelce in 2025 after he just got married to Taylor Swift, if you actually drafted Travis Kelce this year, that's another thing, too. I'll just look at some of the picks people make in the draft. Like someone drafted Brandon Aubrey, and we had 6 or 7, I think 6 picks left. I'm like, we have 6 more rounds left, and you're taking a kicker? Anyway, 888-808-1019. I was telling you before, Nolan McClain had some nasty stuff. And you know that. We all have seen it now. Like, he's got the whole kitchen sink. He's got the full repertoire. This guy struggled a little bit earlier in the game today and didn't have his off-speed stuff. And then he started going velocity, throwing it hard in the zone. And then his other stuff came back. Here is a clip from the Detroit Tigers broadcast and their announcers as he strikes out the side and goes to break. And the Tigers broadcasts are just reacting to him striking everybody out and marveling at, like, this guy's stuff. Even they did this last week with the Philly broadcast, too. Like, post-game, like, anybody that watches baseball has to give it up. It's not just New York. It's not just Mets fans. It's not just me. It's not just WFAN. Anybody that watches baseball and is seeing this kid for the first time, he's got the goods. So here's the Detroit Tigers broadcast. I don't know. They probably come up on Bally Sports Midwest or something like that. Here's what they had to say after watching Nolan Ryan McClain.
Oh, what is that? No. What was that? It's a sinker, but like it's glowing. This stuff is disgusting. Look at this.
There's nothing else to say. That's just a real reaction. If you like baseball, watch baseball, love baseball, talking about baseball, and you're watching him retire 14 straight hitters from the first place Detroit Tigers, you're like, yo, what is that? It's glowing. They can't identify the pitches. Go to Rob Friedman, Pitching Ninja, and he's got it. Like, everybody was just everybody the last 4 starts, I think, has seen Nolan McClain now. He's fun to watch pitch. The Mets fans, you got one with that guy, and I would have no fear going forward into the postseason. He's better than anybody else you got. You got to trust it. You got to trust that this was David Stern's plan. And that's something else I thought about, too, as we get back to the phones at 888-808-1019. Like, David Stern's a smart guy. And I know he had an emphasis on not bringing back guys like Severino, Jose Quintana, and even a Candelita, Jose Iglesias, because he wants to see what he's got in the organization, and he wanted to see these kids perform at the major league level to evaluate them. Look at what you've gotten out of Brett Beatty this year. You know what I'm saying? Look what you're getting out of Nolan McClain right now. That's because there aren't guys blocking the way. And I think it actually was wise to wait on Nolan McClain. Wait, break glass in case of emergency. It's emergency time, and he's ready to go. And he got plenty of seasoning in the minor leagues, and they got to watch them develop, and they got to, see them for almost a year. And now they're here. So, a guy that we've gotten to see for this whole year, Yankee fans, Trent Grisham, the big sleep. I think John Boy and Talking Yanks call him that. Swaggy T, I think the Yes Network tried to call him that. I just always remember the Sunday Night Baseball against the Dodgers where they held Juan Soto out because he had a little bit of a wrist injury. And I didn't go to Sunday Night Baseball because I had lost my voice fighting with Dodgers fans Friday and Saturday night at Yankee Stadium. I was no good by Sunday. I couldn't even do roll call. I couldn't even get a, let's go Yankees. And so I watched from home, and there were Yankee fans chanting, we want Soto, the glazing. I'm like, yo, I don't understand how you guys root against the Yankees. Like, whoever's in that batter's box, you're rooting for that guy. To be so obsessed with a player who's a rental, so obsessed with a player that's going to run to the highest bidder and leave you. I felt disrespected for Trent Grisham. And what did Trent Grisham do in that moment? He homered. Like right there, that was June of last year. Right there, I'm like, this guy's got a slow heartbeat. This guy's got the clutch gene. This is a guy that you got to want to keep around. You got to see some more out of. He should have been playing left field over Verdugo. And you can't tell me that he's only a center fielder. You can go to Baseball Reference and see that he's played for the Brewers in left field. They literally forced Alex Verdugo on us. And Trent Grisham's bat could have probably helped in the postseason. It'll help this postseason. And as John from Masbeth was talking about, I mean, they're going to give him the qualifying offer, and I'm sure they're going to talk to him. Now, does he want to go back to Texas or the Midwest or whatever? There's not too many teams out there. I like center field in Yankee Stadium. His defense plays. That left-handed bat in Yankee Stadium, obviously that plays. Like the homer he had against the Nationals that just went out. I'm like, that's the kind of guy you want in Yankee Stadium. That's the kind of guy you want on the team. He's quiet. He's unfazed. So we'll see how it goes. I'm hoping he has a big postseason, and I'm hoping that the Yankees do consider bringing him back, definitely bringing Belly back as well. Dave is in Rockland County on the Fan next. What's up, Dave?
What's up, Keith? Big win tonight.
Yeah, big win. We'll take it. I know, people might not look at it as a big game. It's a regular, but it's such a big game because it's the first one of this 12-game stretch. It's against the nemesis in their building. It's Max Fried on the mound, and they came to play. They hit home runs, and it wasn't close.
So straight to the point. First, a couple of shout-outs. Judge, Fried, great. But the main point, Trent Grisham. Wow. I wrote a book on ChatGPT called How the Grish Stole Our Hearts. Happens to be
How the Grish Stole Our Hearts.
Insane.
You're a mean one, Mr. Grish. Thanks for the call, Dave. 888-808-1019. Yeah, in that inning, as the Yankees put up a big 4 spot in that fifth inning, if my memory serves me correct, let me just go back to the box score. Jazz struck out. McMahon struck out. The umpire reviewed home run call on the field. Yeah. So I'm looking at the wrong inning. Let me go back. Because Wells, that Wells was right off the iron unkind. So it was Austin Wells called out on strikes, top of the fifth. Goldie walks. Belly singles. Judge singles. Stanton strikes out. And we're thinking that's a big moment. And, the catcher, Salazar, he's all pumped up that they got Stanton out. Well, hey, don't sleep on the big sleep. Trent Grisham hits that grand slam, and it's just like, oh. I just was in my apartment laughing. I think I tweeted out, ha, 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 Grish, grand slam. This guy's just like, no one saw it. We talked about we need a bat. The Yankees need a bat. They got to trade for a bat. Go get Nolan Arenado. How come they didn't go get a bat? There were other bats out there. They were sitting on one. Pause. They had Trent Grisham. They had him waiting in the wings. His numbers this year, 103 hits, 29 homers. He's going to hit 30 homers. 61 ribbies. This is a guy that everyone said was a 190 hitter. He's going to be a 250 hitter. You love to see it. I'll give Cashman some credit. Maybe I'll give A.J. Preller some credit because A.J. Preller just wanted to get the money off the books. He just was the throw-in in the Juan Soto deal. But we're like, we could use another outfielder. We could use another left-handed hitter. Here he is. And I think he's going to be clutch in the postseason. And I can't wait. And I remember even around the trade deadline where I was like, maybe you trade him. And I honestly thought the Yankees were going to go get another starter. But what did I know? Luis Hill coming back, Cam Schlittler, maybe they knew. I was open to potentially trading Trent Grisham. But the one thing that was stopping me from trading Trent Grisham was the fact that he's clutch. You're going to need that clutch in October, right? You had the clutch of Stanton and Juan Soto, a little bit of Gleyber Torres, a little bit of Volpe. You'll have Stanton again. You won't have Juan Soto, so you got Grish. You won't have Gleyber Torres, but you got Belly. Maybe Goldie. I look at this Yankees lineup. They're deeper than they were last year. Last year, it was Juan Soto and Judge. And then obviously in October when Judge obviously struggles, it was Stanton, Soto, and a little bit of Gleyber. They're deeper now. Don't forget Jazz. And Caballero is a pest. And Wells seems to be fired up. Well, there was a weird-ass moment in the game, early in the game, that now that I'm thinking of talking about Wells, where the count was 1-1 and he got rang up. And supposedly the scoreboard in the stadium said 1-1. He got rung up on 3 pitches. I don't know. I don't know how this happens. The first strike was a swinging strike. The second strike was a called strike. But it was low and inside. I don't know, man. I looked up and I saw him yelling, and then I think somebody clipped it too. Like, how do they make that mistake? Big Mac in here. What's up, C-Mac? How do they make that mistake? Baseball's got to clean it up. I'm telling you. Mark my words. And I don't want to be right, but like we're getting close to the most wonderful time. And I hope it's not the Mets or the Yankees that it cost a game or a series, that like these umpires being trash affects the count. I just see it coming, man. They need disaster to happen to say, okay, never again. 888-808-1019. The attendance, supposedly, 33,000 people came out there, and supposedly they were getting out of Dodge after they went down, after the Grand Slam, after it was 6-0. Those Astros fans have come to New York and have taken over our building. Those Astros fans, they haven't been able to go to Daikin Park and see an Astros victory over the Yankees in 8 tries. I am content. Now, do I want more? Yes, I am content with tonight, though. The way they played, Max Fried pitching, Max Fried gutting it out, Max Fried fielding his position, Max Fried having a little bit of a flu game. I don't know, was he sick on the off day? I guess he was sitting in a hotel. And that's another thing. You guys with the Aaron Boone stuff. And then like Clint Frazier, like I was tweeting about it, but I didn't really, go too deep. I just doubled down on everything I do, I chat GPT it. I type it in chat GPT and they get all the answers. And I'm like, I think Aaron Boone was physically in here with BT and Sal wearing a UNC Tar Heels shirt. And back then I looked it up that his son went to Chapel Hill. Because I remember being like, he went to USC. He's a USC, like, not South Carolina, Southern California guy. I'm like, why would he have a Tar Heels there? Oh, he's supporting his kid. And he's got multiple kids, and he's got I think 2 adopted sons. I think it's his biological son that goes to UNC. For the life of me, I don't understand. But it's Twitter. Twitter's a fake place. Nobody cares. But, you guys with this, like, fetish for criticizing everything Aaron Boone does. The Yankees traveled in cowboy hats. It worked for the first game, right? Remember, I was like, hey, lighten the mood. If putting on cowboy boots and cowboy hats makes these guys going to Texas and feel like they're just the villains, the evil Cowboys coming in the Western, coming in to sweep the Astros shore, whatever. The Yankees traveled on Sunday. It was a holiday on Monday. Aaron Boone, go ahead. Go ahead and take the flight from Houston or from Chicago to Chapel Hill, North Carolina. I've been out there. When I think my sophomore year at James Madison University, we played that opening game at Chapel Hill. It's nice out there. That's how, like, Whenever I see that stadium, I'm like, I've warmed up on that stadium. I've been in that stadium. Rode pine in that stadium. Send dummy signals in. I was third-string quarterback. So, like, third-string quarterback job is to send dummy signals in case, they're like Michigan trying to steal signs. They don't know who the signs are coming from. But anyway, I had no problem with Boone going to support his son and being there. Like, Lawrence Taylor was there. Michael Jordan was there. So I had no problem with that. I did have a problem with the score. Good grief. All that Bill Belichick hype, right? Bill Belichick was supposed to do the next Hard Knocks or the next, like, off-season Hard Knocks. Don't you just love football hype? I was talking about this the other day with Archie Manning, and, like, football hype, let this, be a cautionary tale to y'all going into Sunday. Football hype is like no other hype. You're going to get so excited for your fantasy team to see what your fantasy team does. They're going to be trash. You're going to put together your anytime touchdown parlays. They're going to lose. You're going to be so hyped to see Jackson Dart come out and run 5 plays. He's probably not going to get that many plays. We'll talk about that in a minute. I'm running out of time. But, yeah, them boys got smoked. Chapel Hill basketball school. Bill Belichick, the greatest coach of all time. Stop that. The greatest coach of all time. He had Tom Brady, and they had a lot of good players. And that Patriot way was all Tom Brady. They followed him. What a joke. They got smacked. And I honestly wish no success on Bill Belichick and Jordan Hudson because I think they're weird as hell. And, like, the optics that came out of his, like, little 24-year-old girlfriend with, like, a whistle around her neck being on the practice field. Like, I played college football, bro. I couldn't imagine seeing a girl that, like, is only a couple years older than us dating the head coach. Shout out to Mickey Matthews. Shout out to Kevin Callahan, my 2 college coaches. And they're old dudes. They would never. and God bless their wives. Just the optics of Bill Belichick going to college. And we wanted him here with the Jets. And Bill Belichick going back to college, having this girl, him being so whipped by this girl. They got their butts whipped last night. I loved it. TCU, the Horned Frogs. I'm happy for them. Because 2 years ago, they opened up against Shedeur Sanders, Travis Hunter, and Prime Time in Colorado, and they lost that game. And I felt like the hype got to them. The hype didn't get to them this time. And then all of the jokes. They had Bill Belichick's girl on the sideline coming up to him, and the caption was, "Hey, can I get $20 for the concession stand?" They had her in the suite with Randy Moss. She was giving Randy Moss the look like. I love that he's getting trolled. I love that UNC is probably going to be trash. Speaking of JMU smoked them last year. I remember being like, damn, I should have bet everything on JMU to go into Chapel Hill and roll them. James Madison University going to UNC and rolling them was, I remember watching that whole game being like, wow, this is no contest. But anyway, 888-808-1019, that football hype will get you, man. You seen it right away. Just even Alabama, right? Remember the kid, the quarterback Castellanos from Florida State. He got caught on a live stream saying they don't have Nick Saban anymore to save them. And then I forget the defensive tackle, the kid from Alabama that came out and said, that disrespect will be handled or something along those lines. It didn't get handled. You went into Doak Campbell Stadium and took an L. Alabama is not Alabama anymore. We gonna see. Football is upon us. Oh, and Jackson Dart, before we get to the break here, I'll talk a little bit of that too because I'm running out of time. Condensed show. I don't have a lot of calls. Jackson Dart being QB2 today is great. He's the biggest story with the Giants. Of course. I'm the quarterback. I'm popular. Remember that song? Like, he's the blonde hair, chain choker around his neck, Anakin Skywalker, eye black, wristbands, drippy, all white Jordans. Like, everybody can't wait until this Giants offense has Jackson Dart at the helm. When the unofficial depth chart came out today, and it didn't have him as QB3. It had him at QB2. Immediately, what goes off in your head? You're one play away. He's one play away. Russell Wilson was hurt for the first 4 weeks of the season last year with a calf injury. And right here, we saw Aaron Rodgers go down, and QB2 Zach Wilson was thrust in, and they thought, oh, don't worry, Zach Wilson could be the backup. He's not going to play. What did I tell y'all 2 years ago when we saw Rodgers go down, Burrow go down, Kirk Cousins go down, Dak go down? If you don't have two quarterbacks, you're probably going to be down to one. It's going to be a third string option to be somebody terrible. You need two quarterbacks in this league. So Jackson Dart being elevated to QB2 is just telling you, oh, this Jackson Dart era can start sooner rather than later. And Monday when I filled in for Evan and Tiki, I literally said, if they don't throw Jameis in front of him, like, we don't know when the Jackson Dart era can start. It could start with an injury where he's called to action, and if he comes in and he makes plays, you don't take him out. He's going to make plays. Now, I'm just interested to see him against real NFL defenses and not vanilla schemes, not simple coverages. But I feel like he's prepared, and I feel like they're rewarding the kid. I mean, Jameis is Jameis. Russ is Russ. Russ is going to get the nod because of his, seniority and his back of the baseball card. He's a Super Bowl champ, multiple-time Pro Bowler, whatever. He's going to get that opportunity. But if he goes down and Dart goes in and balls, like in the preseason, we saw them throw Dart in to throw a screen real quick just to test him. Hey, be ready. Hey, Dart, you're up. Get in there and run this play. It's intriguing. It's business. It's marketing. It's entertainment. You're like, you might make a decision. Like I heard Morash is going to get on the train and go to D.C. to watch the game. That could be good and bad. Like you might be in an environment that, like, I don't know. If they get cooking with Jaden Daniels, if they get cooking with Terry McLaurin, Debo Samuel, Austin Eckler, like, might not be that fun. But, now every Giants game you watch, you're watching with, hey, if Russ comes out for a play, and you know, like if your helmet comes off, you got to come out for a play. You're a quarterback. If you go down, like they come out for plays all the time. You've seen that a bunch. And so Dart could be thrust into action and never be taken out again. And I think it's a great way to play it. It's a great way to play it. 888-808-1019. Now, as far as the package of plays for him, I don't see that. And here's why. I think, and let me pull up Sean Morash's quote because I think WFAN put it out and I don't want to misquote it. I disagree with a package of plays for Dart. Because what package of plays for Dart would you run that Russ can't run? So I think the quote was, they're going to play Jackson Dart on Sunday. He'll run on and off the field, and you will see 5 snaps where Jackson Dart is on the field. I'm going to take the under. He's not, he can run, but he's not a running quarterback. It's not like Justin Fields coming in and having a package of plays with Russell Wilson last year with the Steelers. It's also not like Sam Darnold with the Seahawks and Jalen Milroe, the rookie quarterback, that they are going to have packages of plays for Jalen Milroe, who has a completely different skill set than Sam Darnold. Jackson Dart didn't slide once in the preseason. I'm not putting him in harm's way. Once we get into the real games, I'm not going to have a package of plays for Jackson Dart to potentially run the ball and get killed, and then any passing plays, I don't know. I just don't see that yet. I don't think that's the plan. I don't think they'll have a package of plays for Jackson Dart week 1. 888-808-1019. I'm running out of time, man. I do want to talk about the Jets a little bit, too. When we come back, we will play the Pete Alonso Roosters Heaters thing just because I need to hear it again. I don't know what Pete was talking about. Keith McPherson on the Fan. Call us up. We will be right back.
The Giants kick off the 2025 season in D.C. against the Commanders this Sunday at 1 o'clock.
He's in for the touchdown!
The road ahead is the toughest schedule in the NFL, but with a new quarterback under center and a reinforced defensive line, Big Blue is ready to show they're built for the fight.
Sack back at the 24-yard line! Kayvon Thibodeau closes it out, baby!
The home of New York Giants football is the Fan. 101.9 FM and always live on the free Odyssey app.
Town Fair Tire is Connecticut's largest name brand discount tire dealer. We give you the guaranteed lowest prices on all name brand tires and honor all manufacturers' rebates. We even honor our competitors' rebates. With over 100 stores from Connecticut through New England and an inventory of over 600,000 tires, you'll always get the right tire at the guaranteed lowest price. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody!
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Go to WFAN.com/contest to enter for a chance to win tickets to see Breaking Benjamin and 3 Days Grace at Prudential Center on September 10th from our friends at Live Nation. To purchase tickets, visit livenation.com.
Millions are choosing NordVPN to stay safer online. Get NordVPN today with 77% off and up to 3 months extra. NordVPN will encrypt your online traffic and help you avoid phishing, scams, and malware. Get the special NordVPN deal today at NordVPN.com. This offer includes a 77% discount on a 2-year plan and up to 3 extra months. Savings and additional terms apply and can be found on NordVPN.com. The offer is valid until October 15th.
Your home equity could vanish almost overnight, stolen by scammers who forge a deed and transfer it out of your name. The FBI calls it house stealing, and the worst part is you may not know it until it's too late. Find out if you're already a victim now at HomeTitleLock.com. Use promo code RADIO for a 30-day free trial, a title scan, and access to a title specialist, a $250 value. Go to HomeTitleLock.com now. Promo code RADIO.
Powerball is now $1.3 billion. On Jackpocket, America's #1 lottery app, new customers opt in and get a free lottery ticket. Download the app and start ordering lottery tickets today. Use code DISCO on Jackpocket. Gambling problem? In New Jersey, call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 1-877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. 18 or older. Jackpocket is a lottery courier and not affiliated with any state lottery. Eligibility restrictions apply. Opt in for $5 in non-withdrawable lottery credits that expire in 168 hours. Terms, jkpt.com/draw5.
Injured? Don't be a whiner. Call me, attorney Mark Miner. I'm Mark Miner, and I have over 30 years of experience handling personal injury cases. If you or a loved one has been injured in an accident, don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE. You can trust that the personal injury law firm of Zalman, Schnurman, and Miner will treat you with respect and fight for your rights. Don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE for a free consultation. Our goal is to transform your pain into payment. If there is no recovery, there is no fee. We handle all types of accident cases and value the opportunities to help you. The sooner you call, the better. If you are injured, call 1-800-LAW-LINE so we can discuss how to transform your pain into payment. Don't be a whiner. Call Zalman, Schnurman, and Miner at 1-800-LAW-LINE.
Zalman, Schnurman, and Miner, personal injury attorneys.
Don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE. That's 1-800-LAW-LINE.
Imagine a gentleman's club with over 200 gorgeous exotic dancers every week.
Hey, big boy.
From the people who make fantasies come true, Gallagher's 2000 in Long Island City is the place to be. Gallagher's 2000, a gentleman's club for today, gentlemen. Gallagher's 2000 features 2 floors, 3 stages, discounted drinks, VIP, champagne rooms, and dinner specials every night. Gallagher's 2000 offers complimentary lunch Thursdays and Fridays with any drink purchase.
Come on down, big boy.
Gallagher's 2000 is New York's largest upscale gentleman's club, and Gallagher's 2000's bachelor parties will blow you away. For their bachelor party specials, call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is located at 4319 37th Street in Long Island City, Queens, just a half a block north of Queens Boulevard. Call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is unlike any club in New York. Come tonight for the time of your life. Gallagher's 2000.
Let your imagination run wild.
Put WFAN in your contact list. 888-808-1019. Powered by Paramount Plus. Count on Sundays all season long with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus.
Getting pages out of New Jersey from Courtney B. Telling me about a party up in NYC. Can I make it damn right? I'll be on the next flight. That was such a bop when Nelly dropped this. I saw Nelly perform one time. I've told this story before. And I forgot how many hits Nelly had. He broke into the think about us, thinking about me, thinking about how it's supposed to be, something like that. It was always just a dream, like that country song he had. I'm like, oh, well, obviously he's got EI and country grammar and hey, must be the money. Where did I see him at? Seattle, All-Star, Pete Alonso's T-Mobile party, hosted by him and Julio Rodriguez. Who else was in that spot? The Kid Mero was in that spot. What's that girl that used to do NBA 2K? Rachel Dima. I was rapping with her for like a couple minutes. Her and her friend, Rachel Demita. And then she married, I think she just married Andre Robertson, who used to play for the Oklahoma City. Anyway, I was at Pete's party. Nelly just was the rejoin music. Let's listen to Pete Alonso in the post game talking to Pat Murphy on Mets radio about something with roosters and heaters. He said it so quick. I was like, what does that even mean? Let's play it.
Pete, that's 2 straight against the Detroit Tigers and a pretty impressive performance once again from this offense. I asked Brandon this question yesterday just about what this last month has been like for you guys. What can you attribute just to the success that the offense is having?
Offensively, I just think we've just been on the heater. I mean, as soon as the rooster crows in the morning, and we're ready to hit a heater. As soon as the sunrise, we're ready to hit.
As soon as the rooster crows in the morning, to make it happen, Mets are ready to make it happen. Okay. Go ahead, Mets fans. Make the T-shirts. J-Mac Customs.
That's actually when the interview ended and Pat threw it back upstairs to Keith Rad. That's exactly what Keith Rad said upstairs. He's like, what did Pete Alonso just say about the rooster? Get that on the T-shirts.
I didn't hear that part. And shout out to Pat McCarthy and Keith Rad, who has joined me a couple times. But I know, like they made the T-shirts for the microphone stuff. What is it? Athletes, logos that makes some Mets T-shirts? I forget. Print the T-shirts. As soon as the rooster crows in the morning, we're on a heater. We're ready for a heater. We're ready to hit. And they've been hitting. When I talk about teams, specifically the Mets and the Yankees, these are different teams than we saw opening day. These are different teams than we even saw in June, July. And there's an evolution that happens. This is a new team. Sometimes it takes a minute for it to take. Like, they spend every day together, traveling or playing at home. They spend every day together at the ballpark, meetings, batting practice, eating. Like, they get to know each other. Like, nobody's talking about is Juan Soto upset now or is Juan Soto unhappy now. Nobody's talking about is there any beef between these guys. No one's talking about is Pete a clubhouse cancer or Jeff McNeil and Lindor don't get along or whatever. They're balling now. They're hitting now. They're playing up to their competition now. Nolan McLean is doing what he's got to do. And now you wait to see if Clay Holmes has a good start, ready to go tomorrow. At least, your bullpen's ready to go. If he doesn't, and you got to go up against Casey Mize. Was Casey Mize an all-star this year? Yeah, Casey Mize was selected as an American League All-Star for the 2025 MLB season. So there's a challenge. See if you can get, you miss Skubal. You dodge Skubal. See if you can get to Casey Mize for the sweep. And with the Yankees, the Yankees look to take the series tomorrow. And you've got young Will Warren on the mound versus Jason Alexander. You owe him one. You owe him one because he came to Yankee Stadium and dominated you. Let's see if TW, the will to Warren, can continue. 888-808-1019. Max Fried, huge. Eric Bolin wrote, Fried, who lowered his season ERA from 62.98 tonight seems to have put behind him the lousy 8-game stretch from July 1st to August 16th when he went 3-3 with a 6.80 ERA in 3 starts since. Fried has allowed a combined 2 runs, 12 hits, while striking out 18 in 20 innings. So what I said about Fried on August 10th, that, hey, if this is the Fried we're getting the rest of the way, pack it up. Hopefully you didn't pack. I didn't pack. My suitcase isn't together. We're not going anywhere. Win the division. I will echo that again. Go after the division. Obviously, handle business with the Astros, and we know what's coming this weekend. There is no, I think Morash was saying there's false hope. There is no false hope. You play to win the game. Hello? You play to win a division, right? Like, I know we're Yankee fans, so it's all about winning the World Series. Win the division. There was that stretch between 2012 and 17, was it? No, it was a stretch between 2012 and 19 that the Yankees didn't win the division. And it made you think, right? Like, well, damn. That's a long time. Like, for the Yankees to not win the American League East, that's a long time. They're supposed to rule the East. They have too many good players. Like Jazz was saying the other day. Let me find that Jazz quote. Jazz said, "We all know that this is a super team. We've got 4 MVPs on this team. We've got a bunch of other superstars on this team too." Jazz is talking that talk, but he's walking the walk, so I'll allow it. I'll allow it. Judge says it's coming down to the wire. We want to play the best teams, especially getting down the stretch here into the postseason. That's what it's all about. They seem up for the challenge. They seem like, getting fat on the lesser opponents has helped. And, of course, it does. You got to go through the motions of executing, hitting, pitching, getting outs, fielding, throwing the ball, fighting, extra innings, scrapping, clawing, finding a way to win. And now, like I said before, they had a 7.5 game lead in the American League and blew that. Go get the division, and we forget all about it. Go win the division, and we forget all about the lead that you had that you lost. Go win the AL East so that we don't have to say, okay, the Blue Jays are legit. The Blue Jays are for real. Speaking of the Blue Jays, they were in a battle tonight. The Yankees are chasing the Blue Jays. The Mets are, looking at the Reds chasing them. So the Blue Jays were out at Great American Ballpark, and 18 runs were scored. Let me go back to that. I don't know if that was the score that was stuck in my head from when I was watching big inning. No, 12-9 was the final score. Blue Jays beat the Reds 12-9. Looking at the out-of-town scoreboard, the Red Sox keep winning. Red Sox beat the Guardians 11-7. And, yeah, I told you that the Mariners had to tango with the Rays right now. And if you're looking at the standings, the Rays are 3.5 back. So that's another reason why. Go win the division. Your division is about to... What if your division is putting all the wild card teams in? The Mariners, Cal Raleigh did homer. I think he's at 51 right now. But, the Mariners, they're fraudulente. The Mariners just lost the series to Tampa. They're on sweep alert. They lost the series to the Guardians before that. They lost the series to the Mets not long ago. Not to throw the Mets into the category of the Guardians and you know what I'm saying? But they got swept by the Phillies. The Seattle Mariners may fall out of it. And so all that talk, let's see what happens. All that talk about, well, if Kyle Raleigh leads the Mariners to winning the division and getting to the postseason, he's the MVP. Pump your brakes with that. That's another reason why I need Judge to come back. Not that defensive metrics or anything that he does in the outfield is going to, swing the vote or whatever, but it's tough to make the case right now for Judge. And I mean, I know he's hitting home runs and now he's past Yogi Berra and all that stuff. That's whatever. If you care about that, good for you. I don't care about that. I just think, Judge has so many categories that he's ahead of Cal Raleigh. He's the reigning MVP. He's doing it for the Yankees. But when people try to throw the argument out there about Cal Raleigh is a switch hitter. Cal Raleigh, who's also chasing Mickey Mantle's record as a switch hitter. He's 3 away from that. Cal Raleigh is a catcher. He's got to squat the whole game. And when you talk about most valuable, look, the Yankees were able to survive without Judge for a little while and without, Judge being full strength. Judge, look at the Yankees. If you take Cal Raleigh off that team, whatever. I don't want to see them get like voters fatigue and give Cal Raleigh the MVP over Judge when he's got like 2 categories. Homers and runs batted in. You know what would be sick? If he can continue to slump and not hit maybe more than like 1 home run the rest of the way, and if Judge can get hot and catch him. Just catch up to him. It doesn't have to be the same amount of home runs, but if there's a disparity of like 3 home runs, it's like, bro, that's not a big gap between Judge. And same thing with the Ribbies. I don't know, I'm biased. I just don't want to see Cal Raleigh win over Judge. Anyway, Dave is down in Virginia on the Fan in New York. Go for it, Dave.
Hey, Keith. Thank you for having me on. Really quick question for you. I'm wondering if you heard from Boone and I didn't. Why, when Cabby got tossed tonight, he went to McMahon over Rosario? Is Rosario a little bit dinged up? Obviously, they had a lefty on the mound. They wanted Cabby's right-handed bat at third base tonight. Why did they go to McMahon over Ahmed Rosario? Do you think Boone was looking at a pinch-hitting situation with potentially Hader or their other reliever coming in late? I wasn't sure. I'm not saying it didn't work out. I wasn't sure of that move by Boone, though. I was wondering if you knew.
Yeah, I didn't listen to the postgame. Thanks for the call, Dave. And I don't really listen to the full postgame when Boone talks, win or lose, because there's just nothing there for me. I don't know why he went to McMahon, besides the fact that, like, they did trade for McMahon to be the starting third baseman. Maybe it was a pitching matchup. I did have the thought that later in the game, you might see Ahmed Rosario. But then later in the game, you saw Dominguez go to left field for Stanton. I thought there might be a chance that they try to get Stanton off his feet. They've clearly got the lead. Whatever, throw Dominguez, throw the Martian, throw the young guy out there in front of the Crawford boxes. And you know what the main thing is? Ahmed Rosario's main thing is he's the fun unk. He's the vibes guy. You know what I'm saying? Like, he's outside the dugout whooping it up all the time. That's Unk over there. That's Unk. Unk had a little bit to drink. He's having a little bit too much fun. He don't sit down. That's Unk Ahmed. I don't know why. But Caballero needs to chill. I said that in my open. Like, your ego and your attitude is not bigger than what is going on right now. You're in the game because you affect the game in a positive way. You affect winning. And, like, you swung. And it hit you, and there's nothing to say to the umpire. And the umpire literally gave you, I thought he gave him a, like, zip your lip, like a sign language, zip your lip, and he kept going, and he tossed him. In the 4th inning, that's another thing too, bro. I was seeing the Marlins manager was tweaking because they threw out Xavier Edwards in the 1st inning, I believe, and he was like, "You throw out a guy in the 1st inning? Like, these umpires are trash. Like not only can they not call balls and strikes, they have such a god complex, messing up the game, throwing out guys so early in the game over words." Have a thicker skin. Like, I don't know. I'm starting to hate umpires, man. Wait till the postseason. And when it happens, I'm going to get on the fan. I'm going to be like, see, I was telling y'all that all year. There it is. Met fans, Yankee fans. When it really comes back to bite us and there's nothing we could do about it, either an ejection or an egregious call, some type of nonsensical thing with these umpires, and you can't reverse it or review it, it's heading towards us. Better hope that it happens to the Astros or the Phillies or somebody. But with our luck, it's definitely happening to us. 888-808-1019. Phil is in Sheepshead Bay on the Fan.
Hey, Keith.
Hey.
Keith, I wanted to speak about the Yankees' rotation for the rest of September as well. I know they'll make the playoffs. Other than Fried and Rodon, who, in your opinion, do you think is the third, or if they need a fourth pitcher in that situation?
Killer Cam Schlittler. Cam Schlittler is going to get an opportunity, I think, just with that stuff. Maybe they lean on Luis Heel because he had postseason experience last year. Also, Ryan Yarbrough is coming back. I don't expect that. I'm just going down the list of names. I don't expect Will Warren to get a start. It's Max Fried. It's Carlos Rodon. It's Luis Heel. It's Cam Schlittler, I think.
And how are they set up in the bullpen for that? Are they still going to depend on
Devin Williams? Yeah, of course.
Yeah. Okay, all right. Okay, I just made those 2 points with you. You have a good evening now. Bye.
Appreciate the call, Phil. Always good to talk to you. I think I spoke with you yesterday, Doran, Evan, and Tiki, and good to hear you on tonight. Aaron Boone was on Talking Yanks doing his Tuesday spot. And let's see, I could probably read what was said, and we don't have to play the audio, and this will probably take me to the end of the show here as Big Mac is getting ready to do his full 3 hours and talk Mets with you, talk Yanks with you. But Aaron Boone was asked about Devin Williams earlier today, and John Boy said to him, Devin Williams had 8 outings in a row where he was quality, and then he finds himself in some high leverage mixed in there, a one-run game, so the least amount of a leash isn't, whatever. Like, where do we stand with him? And Boone says, I think he's in a good spot. It was just one of those outings, talking about the White Sox outing where, reliever's going to get had. At the end of the day, he got ambushed. They dump a ball down the right field line, and then somebody hit an 80 hopper up the middle. He thought he threw the ball well and throwing the ball really well, whatever. I just think that, we are, as the same way we are destined to get hosed by the umpire at some point in the postseason, we are destined to watch Devin Williams blow it whenever they go to him. It might not be the first time, but it's coming. There's going to be a Devin Williams moment, a high leverage moment, or whatever in the postseason where we're like, and that goes back to what I was saying, I don't know, in May, that he'll never overcome this. And that it's not worth it to keep trying. I don't know. It is what it is. He's part of the bullpen. He's part of their plans. Even though you got Fernando Cruz back, you got Tim Hill, you got Luke Weaver, you got David Bednar, Camilo Duvall is coming around. They are going to have a spot, a lane, some matchups for Devin Williams in the postseason, and he's not going to have the guts for it, bro. He's just not going to have the look about him to go out there and get it done. He couldn't get it done against the White Sox. Come on. I just don't trust him. I don't trust him. Even though he's been good, he went from low-lev dev to shaking that to actually being solid. He can't be trusted. But the Yankees are going to trust him. They're going to use him. All right, I'm out of here. That was quick. That was easy. That was nothing. So, I guess tomorrow's show will be like that too, because these 8-10 starts and then 3-hour game. Literally, I think the game was over by 11:10. And then my show starts 12. It is what it is. At least you got a full 3 hours of not the midnight ride. Mac is back. Yeah, Chris McMonagle coming up, taking your calls. Shout out to the YouTube chat. They were trying to come up with a name in the YouTube chat. I call the YouTube chat The Night Watch. That's all I've got. Your nighttime host, Keith McPherson on the Fan. I'll see you tomorrow. Good night.
Sports Radio 101.9 FM. WFAN, New York.
There's a line drive right field. That ball is hammered.
The Yankees and Astros play ball. 8:10 tonight. Driven by Jeep.
That was an extraordinary play.
Susan Waldman and Dave Sims call all the play-by-play. The home of Yankees baseball is The Fan. 101.9 FM and always live on the free Odyssey app.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Okay, girls, ready to go?
Yeah! Mom, I'm hungry. Can I have a snack? Me too, Mommy.
You want a snack?
Yeah!
Got it?
Children learn from our behaviors.
Mommy, can you open this,
All right, hold on 1 second. Okay. Okay, here.
Thank you.
They learn what is okay from the adults they see.
Mommy, are you on your phone?
If you're a distracted driver, chances are they will be too. What kind of driver are you raising? Funded by the Governor's Traffic Safety Committee.
With over 90 years of combined legal experience representing the law enforcement community, Decolator Cohen & DePrisco, LLP, continues to strive to educate police officers of their civil rights to sue in line-of-duty accident cases. The 2025 Police Officers' Right to Sue newsletter can be viewed on policeofficersrighttosue.com and provides successful results in varying line-of-duty accident cases. These results include damages recovered from RMP accidents involving the City of New York and civilian motorists, station house defects, ricochet injuries from the range, private premises slip and falls, sidewalk slip and falls, construction defects, snow and ice cases, and injuries emanating from defective RMPs. In any LOD accident, it is important for the officer to take photographs of any defects, injuries, or damage. It is also essential to draft the line-of-duty report and detail the cause of the accident in the paperwork. Remember, there's a 90-day time limitation to file a claim against a municipality. If any law enforcement member has a question regarding a potential lawsuit, contact Decolator Cohen & DePrisco, LLP at policeofficersrighttosue.com or call 1-800-901-1529.
Connecticut's best values at Town Fair Tire. They honor all manufacturer and valid competitor rebates, offer the most free services for life, plus give you the guaranteed lowest price. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody!
Town Fair Tire.
At Hanover Bank, we're more than just your bank. We're your neighbor. Our decisions are made locally by people who live and work right here in your community and who understand what matters most to you. And your deposits? They stay local, benefiting the businesses, homes, families, and futures that make our towns thrive. We believe in true relationship banking, individual service, and commitment to community. Visit HanoverBank.com to learn more today. That's HanoverBank.com. Hanover Bank. Forward together.
Your home equity could vanish almost overnight, stolen by scammers who forge a deed and transfer it out of your name. The FBI calls it house stealing, and the worst part is you may not know it until it's too late. Find out if you're already a victim now at HomeTitleLock.com. Use promo code RADIO for a 30-day free trial, a title scan, and access to a title specialist, a $250 value. Go to HomeTitleLock.com now. Promo code RADIO.
Millions are choosing NordVPN to stay safer online. Get NordVPN today with 77% off and up to 3 months extra. NordVPN will encrypt your online traffic and help you avoid phishing, scams, and malware. Get the special NordVPN deal today at NordVPN.com. This offer includes a 77% discount on a 2-year plan and up to 3 extra months. Savings and additional terms apply and can be found on NordVPN.com. The offer is valid until October 15th.
Get the latest on the Giants and Jets on WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1, New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
WFAN Sports Flash.
Good morning at 2 o'clock. I'm Marco Belletti, and this report is brought to you by PoliceOfficersRightToSue.com. Trent Grisham broke open a 2-run game with his 3rd grand slam of the season as the Yankees erased the Astros 7-1, setting the tone in this crucial 12-game stretch against playoff teams.
A tough series is starting here, and you're going up against a tough pitcher in Valdez, and I thought the guys just went out and played a really, really strong game, obviously, and Max, doing his thing on the mound, too.
Jazz Chisholm a pair of homers, while Max Fried notched his 15th win, 7 innings, a 1-run baseball. Mets had their way with the Tigers 12-5 as they put up 17 hits, including 4 home runs, 2 for Pete Alonso. Juan Soto connected for his 37th, along with a 3-run blast from Luis Torrens.
Torrens getting the huge 3-run homer there with 2 outs. Beatty having a really good night again. Guys getting on base. Jeff another good night. So I think it's just 1 through 9. It's a pretty good offense. Guys controlling the strike zone and then, doing damage when we have to.
Meanwhile, rookie Nolan McLean passing another key test. He allowed 2 runs in the first, but settled down for 6 innings, a 2-run ball, 7 Ks, his 4th straight win. And Justin Fields fully leaning into the battle of the quarterbacks with Aaron Rodgers and the Steelers to kick off the season.
Yeah, the storyline's crazy. I mean, that's why the NFL set us up for week 1, just for that. But, it's cool. Cool to, kind of see that, and, it's going to be fun, going against these guys on Sunday.
64 degrees, clear skies, Central Park. That's what's happening. I'm Marco Belletti.
Talk New York sports here. The Fan.
Yeah. Where is he? Where is he? Oh, look out!
Chris McMichael. Sports Radio 101.9 FM. The Fan. WFAN.
Yes, sir! Yes, sir! 202 on the Fan. McMonagle here with you, back home. Back where I belong in the middle of the morning. How we doing overnight, family? 202. I got you for another 3 hours until 5 a.m. in the warm-up show. We got Fleegs here, too. We got Marco on the updates. It's a reunion. 888-808-1019. That's the number to call. We'll get to the Mets and McLean and how seasoned he looked and how you could argue this was the best start of his young career and the Mets offense. But we got to start with the gauntlet. The gauntlet. Since I've been doing this, I love how we just clutch onto words. And right now, there is a gauntlet of 12 games for the New York Yankees. A 12-game gauntlet that will prove who they are and everything about them and whether or not we should cheer for them come postseason time and all the other nonsense that goes with it. But there is no doubt. You can sense it if you're a Yankee fan. You can feel it. The start of this game out in Houston. A place where, as of late, they've won a lot of games. This was their 8th in a row last night. But a place that reminds us of a team that owns them in the postseason for the last decade. At the beginning of this gauntlet of 12 games against playoff teams that the Yankees haven't played well against, and they come out, and immediately you are terrified for your life. Immediately, Max Fried has a 4-pitch walk, and then there is a ground ball to shortstop, and Anthony Volpe bobbles a ball and ruins an opportunity to get a double play, and you felt it, and I felt it, and I was concerned the Yankees would have felt it, that here we go. Walk, double play blown. Here comes Altuve, who owns the New York Yankees, and this is going to be the beginning of a miserable start to this gauntlet. And instead, from that moment on, the next pitch to Altuve is a curveball that he gets underneath. And from that moment on, the Yankees were the better team. The Yankees were the team that didn't do the stupid things. The Yankees had the ace on the mound in Max Fried. The Yankees hit their home runs from Jazz Chisholm. Hit their home runs from Trent Grisham. The offense came to life. They battled. They made great defensive plays. Whether it's even, you got to give him credit, Anthony Volpe, not saying any of them were spectacular, but he made every single play. We saw plays made at first base. We saw Ryan McMahon, who has to come into this game after Caballero's thrown out for no freaking reason. We'll get into that as well at 888-808-1019. He makes a diving stop. And more than that, the Astros, who are now a full game and a half behind, who the Yankees have now stepped into this building and won 8 consecutive games over the last 2 years, made some of the dumbest decisions I've ever seen. As Max Fried was in trouble in the 3rd inning. Max Fried's in trouble in the 3rd inning. You get the 2-run home run from Jazz to give you the lead, And you got to give it to Jazz, too. Before we even get into the Max Fried, Jazz has been out there publicly. Last year, when he was just a bright-eyed, bushy-tailed, brand-new New York Yankee, talking about World Series, talking about everything else, now he's leading into this stretch, the gauntlet that everybody's putting so much pressure on and putting so much weight on these games, not only to win these games and help you in the standings and win the division, but to tell you who you really are and whether or not they deserve our respect. And whether or not as a fan base we should care about them come postseason time is all hung up in whether or not they play well in these 12 games. And he leads into it talking about we're a super team. He leads into it talking about how they're winning the division and they're going back to the World Series. And Jazz, after being that kind of cocky, steps up and hits a big 2-run bomb off of Valdez on a sinker that he was looking for that entire at-bat. He just missed it the pitch before. Then he hits a bomb to give them a 2-0 lead. And Jazz has been incredible. We'll get into the Jazz season. We'll get into the Trent Grisham season. But that home run, off of all the talk that came out of Jazz's mouth after the last couple of days as they were beating up on the White Sox and they were beating up on the Nationals and no one gave a damn other than the New York Yankees, apparently. For him to run his mouth and then have that game, that's what you're looking for. You want to look for things that mean something for postseason. You want to look for things that have significant meaning. How about guys who back up their talk with big-time games? And then you get to Max Fried, who clearly has been much better over his last 3 games, who has returned back to the ace of this staff, which is, I mean, forget everything else, right? We know the offense is, I don't know, boom or bust is probably too much, but we know how dynamic they can be. We've seen how many times they've scored big runs. They lead the American League in runs scored. They lead the American League in run differential. They're a bully offense. We know they hit home runs. You got Stanton in the lineup. You got Judge in the lineup. You got Jazz, Grisham. You got Bellinger. All these guys have been producing over the last 2 weeks. You know what the offense is. There are still nights where they're capable of being shut down, and I fully expect that to happen somewhere along these 12 games. The gauntlet. But we know what the offense is, and we expect the offense to be pretty damn good. But this pitching staff has really started to turn it on over the last 2 weeks, and that starts with the ace, Max Fried, returning back to form. And over his last 3 starts, including now the Astros, the first start of this, the 3-game stretch started with the Boston Red Sox, where he didn't give up a run in that game and went 7. He's getting deeper into games. He plays his position defensively excellent like he did in this game. And he goes through this lineup for 7 innings, and every time he got into a big jam, and we're going to talk about the gauntlet and how important it is to play well. The Astros did some of the dumbest things I've ever seen in this game. In the 3rd inning, he's in trouble, Max Fried. He loses it. He's got no grip. He's throwing balls to the backstop. He walks the 8-hitter. Then on the first pitch, he hits the 9-hitter in the back in Salazar. And they're set up with 2 on, nobody out to the top of the order. And Pena, who's arguably one of their better hitters, who's got a 300 batting average, who's got a 900 OPS, and he decides to lay down a bunt in the 3rd inning. If the Yankees did that, I'd be apoplectic. That's what's good about this game. You get the bunt there. He makes the out at 3rd. They play it perfectly. They get out of that inning. No harm, no foul. You get the same thing later in the game in the 6th. In the 7th, rather, where he's on the ropes again with Smith and Dubon getting on base, and then they lay down another bunt with Salazar. Like, the Astros did 2 of the dumbest small ball things I've ever seen. We'll get more into each one and how crazy they are on their own. But to start this gauntlet, it was nice to see the Yankees go into this building, which, again, they have had some wins here. They've won 8 in a row here over the last 2 years. And it's really more about the division. Let's be honest. I heard Evan talking about this. It's totally true. The broadcast was talking about it. They played 1 series against the Astros. They lost 2 out of 3. They've played 1 series against Detroit 1,000,000 years ago. They lost 2 out of 3. The reason the record against these teams they're about to go through this gauntlet is so awful is because they have been dominated by the Boston Red Sox and the Toronto Blue Jays. That's really where the terrible record comes from. They lost 8 in a row against the Red Sox. But to go into this building, which I don't know about you, despite the 8 wins, The minute I see the lighting, the different kind of camera angle where you're over the left side of the pitcher instead of the right side of the pitcher, the stupid Crawford boxes, that stupid uniform, everything about this building reminds me of how the Houston Astros own the New York Yankees. I don't care what the last 8 games of the regular season says. We know when Astros play Yankees in big games, there is foot to ass. And to have the first 2 things we see in the game for the New York Yankees to be a 4-pitch walk and a bobble double play from Anthony Volpe. And from that moment on, to be the better team, to be the sounder team, to be the team that made the plays, to be the team that didn't do the stupid thing and ruin rallies, to be the team that comes through with the bases loaded and Trent Grisham in the Grand Slam, to be the team who started this 12-game gauntlet playing good, clean, crisp baseball where their ace went 7 innings. They hit the home runs that they need to hit. They're able to go to Blackburn for the last 2 innings of this game, and the New York Yankees have a clean, crisp start to what is going to be a huge 12 games. And we went into this yesterday. I don't have to go over it. I don't care about proving anything to the Astros. I don't think there's anything to prove. The Yankees have now won 8 straight games in this building. Does that mean they're going to walk into a postseason series and win here? It doesn't mean that at all. Beating the Toronto Blue Jays, beating the Boston Red Sox in these series, that doesn't make me overly confident about how this team will perform in the postseason. It just doesn't. But these games are important because they're playing good quality teams that are tough to beat. And they are literally chasing down now a division that they are 3 games behind when you include the tiebreaker that the Toronto Blue Jays hold over the New York Yankees. They are virtually tied with the Boston Red Sox. And now, thank you to the New York Mets, and we'll get to them in a second, as they're beating the Tigers, they are literally 1 game in the loss column out from being the number 1 seed in the American League. The number 1 seed. Having as productive a regular season as you can have. They are 1 game out in the loss column of having as good a regular season in the American League as they could have possibly had. Sure, you could have more wins, but ultimately, all you can do is be the 1 seed. They're 1 game back of that. And with all the Aaron Boone in North Carolina watching the Tar Heels and whether or not this team is going to show up for one night, and it's 1 of 12, not only did the New York Yankees play their game, but they were the team who didn't make the mistakes. They were the team that didn't do the stupid thing. They were the team that made all the plays. You saw big-time plays in this game. Big-time plays from Max Fried, who fields his position brilliantly. That bunt in the 7th inning, I still don't understand what they're thinking. They've got first and second, nobody out. In the 7th, they're down 5 runs. And I know Salazar's a lefty. And, you're trying to do something productive, but to bunt it up in the air and then have the double play, thank you. The Astros were giving the Yankees this game, and the Yankees took it. And that's what feels good about it. It wasn't just that they won. It was that this is the kind of game that the Yankees need to play to win. You got to have your ace on the mound, go 7 one-run baseball. When you have runners on and you have the big moment, you have to come through with the big hit. We all know, I think it's overblown how much they are dependent on the home run, but they need to hit home runs. That's the kind of offense they are. That's the team they are. The idea that postseason home runs disappear is the biggest myth perpetrated by Yankee fans in the history of baseball. The home runs need to be there. They were. They played solid defense. They made every single play outside of the first play to Anthony Volpe. And they were the team who played the smart, clean, crisp baseball. That was as good a start to this 12-game run as you could possibly have for the New York Yankees. It's as good as you can possibly have. Now, tomorrow, Will Warren on the mound has not pitched well on the road. It could be a different story real quick. By no means are we saying that this is just an excellent start to a time period and a 12-game set that there's no way around it, whether what I think about it or what anybody else thinks about it. There is immense pressure on these next 12 games against good quality teams because whatever you think, you don't want to fall behind. You're chasing the Astros for possibly a division record and a possible bye. You're chasing the Boston Red Sox, who won against Cleveland last night. You're chasing the Toronto Blue Jays, who won against the Cincinnati Reds last night. You need these games right now. Not to prove anything, but to win the damn division. And that is right there for the Yankees, despite the ups and downs of this roller coaster of a season. And last night, we'll get into all the different elements. Caballero getting thrown out. The bunts, the ridiculous bunts from the Houston Astros. Valdez and whether or not he intentionally threw a fastball right at his pitcher's gut, right at his catcher's gut. I don't know how terrible the umpire was. There's a lot to this game, but the bottom line is this is an important 12-game stretch for the New York Yankees. They know it. We know it. It got off to a dubious start with the first two plays, and then from that moment on, they played Yankee baseball. They didn't kick it around. They didn't make any mistakes. Even Stanton plays the ball off the wall fairly good and holds Correa to a single instead of a double. They get the home runs. They put good at bats. They score, 6 runs off of one of the better left-handed pitchers in baseball. They get hits from left-handed on left-handed. The Grisham home run off Valdez. The Jazz home run off Valdez. Jazz's second home run is lefty on lefty. A lot of good things about this game. And hopefully it can spurn the Yankees onto a stretch where they play well over these 12 games because they need to. Because right now, the fraud Blue Jays are there for the taking. And we're seeing how the Detroit Tigers, who were far and away the best team in the American League, are falling back to the pack. This is the time to go grab a spot that would put the Yankees in the prime position to be, yet again, the team to beat in the American League. That is on the table. Despite everything we say about them, despite how frustrating they may be, how much we hate the manager, the forever, nonsense and soap opera that is Anthony Volpe, everything else. They're another 11 games playing like this away from being the team to beat in the American League. It started last night. It's got to continue for another 2 weeks. 888-808-1019. So we'll get to the ins and outs of that game because there's a lot of different things to talk about. But it starts with Max Fried. It starts with this offense. We'll get into Jazz Chisholm, who's missed a month and is on pace to have a 30-30 season. Trent Grisham with another grand slam, his third of the season. He is having an unbelievable year. He is carrying this team. He's as clutch as anyone. Judge has 2 hits in this game after following up with a couple of home runs at the end of the Chicago series. Hopefully he's getting hot. And right now, a lot of things are lining up for this Yankee team. The bullpen was able to be off a day off, another day without having to be used. They should be locked and loaded for down the stretch of this 12-game gauntlet. Everything seems to be trending Yankees. And the scary thing is, whenever that happens, it tends to blow up in their face. Tonight was night 1. They're going to have to continue this for the next 2 weeks. 888-808-1019. We'll get to the Mets and their 12-5 win over the Detroit Tigers. The offense that just never stops. Juan Soto again. Pete Alonso with 2 home runs. And Nolan McLean, who in this game had nothing in the first 2 innings. Was all over the place, was wild, gave up a couple of home runs, got a bad call against them, and then settled down against one of the better teams in the American League. Now, he's gotten a lot of run support, that's true, but still, his poise and his ability to start that game in the manner he did and then settle in, find the stuff he didn't have, work on his fastball. He didn't have his secondary stuff. He went with his fastball, found it, and then eventually became the dominant pitcher that he's been since he's put on a Met uniform. It was a really impressive start from a young kid that now the Mets feel like are completely relying on heading down the stretch of a season where they're looking to do the same thing the Yankees are. 888-808-1019. We got a conversation around who the second-string quarterback is for the New York Giants. We got our 2 baseball teams. We got the gauntlet. Plenty more to come. McMonagle here with you for another 2 hours and 40 minutes or so. Back in the overnight, and it feels so good. And, of course, we're on the live YouTube channel. If you want to go to the WFAN YouTube channel, you can catch me out live or watching there on the video. I don't have all the I forgot my laptop, so you're going to have to hang with me and watch me during the break. I know you voyeurs are going to love that. Maybe I'll scratch my nose or something. You can make fun of me for a half hour online. It'll be fun. 888-808-1019. McMonagle here with you on The Fan. Your calls next as we take you through this Wednesday morning right here on The Fan.
Throws for the end zone.
The home of the NFL on Westwood One is WFAN.
Touchdown!
The Cowboys take on the Super Bowl champion Eagles to kick off the 2025 season. 8:20 tomorrow night. Thursday Night Football. The Fan, 101.9 FM and always live on the free Odyssey app.
Town Fair Tire became New England's #1 discount tire dealer by giving you the absolute lowest prices guaranteed. And with over 100 stores from Connecticut to Maine, we'll beat anybody's price. Other dealers, we beat them. Warehouse clubs, we beat them. Online sites, we beat them all every day. So remember, for the absolute guaranteed lowest price on name brand tires, nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
This is JJ Hill of Shulman & Hill, New York's premier injury law firm. We'll always stand up for you if you're injured in a slip and fall. If you've ever wished you had a lawyer in the family, now you will. At Shulman & Hill, it's never one and done. Once you're a client, you're always part of our family. Shulman & Hill, we're not just New York's law firm, we're your law firm. Get your free consultation at hurtny.com. That's hurtny.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6812. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6812. That's 800-575-6812.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Imagine a gentleman's club with over 200 gorgeous exotic dancers every week.
Hey, big boy.
From the people who make fantasies come true, Gallagher's 2000 in Long Island City is the place to be. Gallagher's 2000, a gentleman's club for today, gentlemen. Gallagher's 2000 features 2 floors, 3 stages, discounted drinks, VIP, champagne rooms, and dinner specials every night. Gallagher's 2000 offers complimentary lunch Thursdays and Fridays with any drink purchase.
Come on down, big boy.
Gallagher's 2000 is New York's largest upscale gentleman's club, and Gallagher's 2000's bachelor parties will blow you away. For their bachelor party specials, call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is located at 4319 37th Street in Long Island City, Queens, just a half a block north of Queens Boulevard. Call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is unlike any club in New York. Come tonight for the time of your life. Gallagher's 2000.
Let your imagination run wild.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the relief hotline at 800-390-1164. 800-390-1164. 800-390-1164.
Hey, Connecticut, if you want name brand tires at the guaranteed lowest price and the most free services, then get to Town Fair Tire. Because nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire.
Real Real sports talk for real fans with real opinions. The Fan, 101.9 FM and always streaming on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
All right, 225. Back with you. Back from Italy. I didn't really talk much about it the other night when I filled in for Keith on Monday. We did some stuff on Saturday about it, but I'm back from vacation. Raring to go. We got football coming up. We'll have football picks, obviously, on Fridays again as we start our third football season together. But, yeah, I had a great time in Italy for all of those. I get a bunch of questions online. It was great. Had a lot of fun. Missed you guys for 2 weeks. Glad to be back. And everyone wants to ask about the food. I don't know if it's because they're just assuming I ate a ton of it or, Italy. The thing with the food is, here's what I'll say, just real quick, on the Italian food. The pasta and the pizza are obviously very good. They're not mind-blowingly good. They're just good. Like, I feel like you could walk anywhere, just pick a restaurant and have, like, unbelievable food, where in New York City or wherever, you know you're going to go somewhere that has unbelievable food, you're going to get the same quality food. But you're just not going to get it as down every alley in every corner where you could find just a mom and pop place making excellent pasta. But the real, like, the thing that shined most food-wise were the pastries. Now, I'm a big American breakfast guy. I love the bacon and eggs, and, that's my thing. And for years, that was my birthday dinner for years. My mother would always make me breakfast for dinner. It was my birthday dinner. I love breakfast. You don't really get that there in Sicily. Breakfast is pretty much just like pastries and, cream-filled croissants with a lot of pistachio stuff. Everything's pistachio cream and Nutella, and they are spectacular. I view them as more of a dessert than a breakfast, but that's typically when I had them. But that really wasn't, the food isn't what is spectacular about Sicily. If you're ever lucky enough to go, it's just the weather and the scenery. It is just crazy beautiful. Crazy beautiful. You'll be driving through, as we drove through. I drove to Mount Etna, which I think they just had another eruption not too long ago. It's a very active volcano. It's had a bunch over the last couple of months. But we drove through it, and it's like you're driving through the plains of Iowa, then you're suddenly at the Grand Canyon, then you're in the desert, then it's crazy. And the beaches are all, tropical beaches. It felt like you're in Hawaii with these big cliffs and mountains, and crystal clear blue water, and it was crazy. It was just very beautiful. But I'm glad to be back. And glad to watch the New York Yankees, the New York Mets, as we, talked about there, McClain and this offense. And look, Juan Soto, I know Juan Soto is going to be a talking point here. He's having an incredible stretch, and he's going to end up having a typical, very, great Juan Soto season. This is who Juan Soto is. Like, this is who Juan Soto is. And what he's doing right now is what we kind of expected. Now, you can't do it all year long. But the fact of the matter is, Juan Soto had not been this impactful for most of the year, while still putting up good numbers, while still having a fairly, typical, maybe slightly down for a lot of the beginning part of the year type of season for Juan Soto. He was deserving of being an all-star. There was no reason why he shouldn't have been. He's a great player worth every penny, if you can be worth $765 million. If anyone is, it's him. And he's finally starting to carry the team, and this team has been on fire. And offensively, it's just everybody. It's just everybody. And you know what? I mean, me and Fleegs are probably going to both have to do. I mean, McNeil is having a great year. I mean, I've been critical of Jeff McNeil. He is having a tremendous year. And this offense right now is on fire. And they're hoping to carry this team. We talked about it yesterday. To me, obviously, right now you feel good about the offense. Yeah, Winker, I guess, is down for the year. Who cares? I feel bad for him, but I don't think it's anything that's going to impact this team. You've got Taylor, who's on the IL right now, so you're playing Mullins every day. That's fine, too, if everybody's going to hit the way they're hitting. But you expect this offense to be close to what it is right now. It's the rotation. And to watch McClain come up yesterday and do what he did in this game where early on he is all over the place. He doesn't have his control. He's walking guys. He gets one bad call against him that should have been strike 3 that leads to a base hit and a run, and you're thinking, okay, this is going to be the one where he gets it. He's going to have to struggle here. He's going to have to find himself, and I mean, immediately he's able to find himself, settle in. Now the runs help, no doubt. And they've been able to really jump on these teams early and often and get out to these leads, especially with the young kids on the mound. McLean and Tong in his one start got an enormous amount of run, and they scored a ton of runs for him. But to have him settle in the way he did, I mean, he's just an impressive young man. He's just for that to be your 4th start going up against the best team in the American League, at least record-wise, coming off a win yesterday, the team looking, to get back into it. You don't have anything. You're walking people. You fall behind in the game. And then to suddenly flip the switch and find something, relying on your fastball until you find your secondary stuff, that is veteran-type pitching. That is the kind of pitching that you can point to and look to. And as yesterday, I was clamoring. They put out videos of me. I think they harped on one line about me talking about the payroll. My point yesterday was I'm nervous going into a postseason series with all these young kids that I'm relying on in the rotation. That was my point yesterday. And I still think, I don't know what, I'm still looking to find Senga or Minaya. To me, that's what I'm trying to do. I don't want to give up on them because I feel like I need one of them to find their kind of season that they had last year. Or at least Senga missed all of last year, but Senga beginning part of this year before the injury when he had an under 2 ERA. I'm looking to find one of those two guys to help bolster a playoff roster, to help bolster a playoff rotation. Because I kind of trust Peterson, although he's pitching to damn near a 7 ERA in the month of August over his last 6 starts. I still feel somewhat confident in him. I feel like Clay Holmes is another guy that, has not been great, has not been terrible, reaching innings limits and all that, but it just feels like you're relying so much on McLean. Right now, you can envision Tong pitching into a postseason series if he pitches well. And it's just a scary notion for me to head into a postseason series right now with a talented left-handed pitcher who's been good for the last 2 years, but is on a 6-game stretch where he's not pitching well. A former reliever who you've done an incredible job with transitioning to a starter, but is going to be at innings limits he hasn't seen in his career already, let alone in a month from now. And then a couple of young kids. It just makes me nervous. But that's the kind of start from McLean where that starts to ease the nerves. That's a kind of start where I feel much like, again, we're learning about this young kid. We know he can be, we know he's got good stuff. He can step onto a mound and a roster, a team that hasn't seen him yet. He's got good enough stuff to fool some people, but word's going to get around. There's going to be a ton of film on him between now and the end of the season. There's already talks, which I think is 100% right, to take him off this 6-man rotation and just pitch him every 5th day. That's how good he is. That's what he's comfortable with. That's what he's been doing at the minor league level. Pitch him every 5th day. But that's the kind of start where I'll start to feel better about a young kid. Because this wasn't just, I have my good stuff, you haven't seen me, I'm going to throw it past you. I'm going to fool you, I'm going to give you something you haven't seen. This was a kid who's struggling. This was a guy who started the game without his best stuff and found it, settled in, and became the dominant pitcher he's been. That's the kind of outing that you can start to bank on. And that's the one I put in the memory bank of if I need him in a tough spot in a postseason game, I know he can find himself. I know he can find himself. And if you're going to rely on him and maybe Tong, or, we'll see what happens with Sproat, or what they're going to do with Senga and Minaya, it's not easy. But those are the kind of starts from a young kid that make me feel a hell of a lot better about going into a postseason series, relying on young starters who, let's be honest, it's not even like they're rookies. They've hardly pitched. They've hardly pitched. They got called up in August. Tong's going to make his 2nd start. It's not even like they've had the full rookie season like a Will Warren. And I'm not saying they're Will Warren. McLean has proven to be better than Will Warren over these 4 starts. But I'm just saying at least Will Warren had the full season. There's a handful of starts from a young kid, but that's the kind of start yesterday. And again, the run support definitely helps. But to not have it and find it, that's what you're looking for. Anyone can go out there with their best stuff. Most pitchers can. Even young kids without a lot of experience. They go out there with their best stuff and location. Clearly, he's got good enough stuff to dominate. That's not easy, but that's something where, okay, he's got good stuff. He's a good young pitcher. They haven't seen him. It makes sense. But to go out there and not have his good stuff, be all over the place a little bit, and then zone in, figure out, hey, I'll just put aside my secondary stuff, see if I can get through, especially with the lead, get through the next inning or so, find it, and then go back to it, try and work it in slowly. That's veteran type command. That's veteran type, know-how, and that's what you're looking for if you're going to throw them in a big postseason series where you got to win 2 out of 3 in a wild card series because it feels unlikely you're going to win this division. So the offense is answering every question it could possibly answer. There's almost that you know how good it can be. You've got obviously Alonso hitting 2 home runs in this game, Soto becoming Soto, McNeil having a great stretch, Vientos turning hopefully back into the player he was at the end of last season. You feel good about the offense. It's just a matter of them doing it in the big spot, which right now you feel good about. It's the rotation. It's the bullpen. And McLean went a long way into making me feel a hell of a lot better about going into this series with young kids. So 2 good wins for the Yankees and Mets. The Yankees, obviously, and again, I know it's one game of the gauntlet. People are just, man, we cannot stand this Yankee team. I don't know what Met fans can't stand it. The Yankee fans themselves can't stand it. You say, they had a good game. It's okay to say. And please, I got immediately, this offense, please, they don't hit good pitching. Framber Valdez is not a good pitcher? He's got like a top 5 ERA over the last 4 years. Like the dude's an ace. He's been a great regular season pitcher. He's been a great pitcher for the Astros. Championship pitcher. You're not going to give the Yankees offense credit for this? It's a good game. It's a good game from the Yankees. It's a good game from Max Fried. They're going to, throw Will Warren later today. He has not been great on the road. It's going to be a test. Every game is now a test for who the Yankees are, the soul of the New York Yankees. It just makes no sense to me. I just want to win the division. I said it yesterday. I heard Evan talking about it yesterday too. I don't care. I don't care if they win this game, they don't win this game. I want them to win the game because it's the easiest way to win the division. I just need them to finish with a better record by 1 game over Toronto or over Boston. That's it. That's all I want. I don't need to see them beat these teams to feel good in the postseason. It's not like, if they lose this series and then win the division beating bad teams at the end of the year, I won't trust them and I won't root for them and I won't put my heart out there to be hurt. I won't let them hurt me again. Such crap. What are we talking about? You're going to get hurt if they lose. That's it. That's how it works. And if they win the division, I don't care how they do it. They play the same 162-game schedule the Toronto Blue Jays do. I do not care how it gets done. Win 1 more game than Toronto. Win 1 more game than Boston. That's all I care about. I don't care how it gets done. It's just unlikely to do it with losing these 12 games. So got to play well now. And game 1 of this gauntlet, not only did they play their game, they played much better than the Houston Astros. The Astros were the team that made stupid decisions. The Astros were the team that just, made scared decisions, bunting down 5 runs in the 7th inning, having him on the ropes. You've got, think about it as a Yankee fan. It's the 7th inning. Max Fried has 96 pitches. He's got the first 2 guys on. Boone goes out there to talk to him. He leaves him in there. And you've got Devin Williams warming up in the bullpen. Devin Williams is warming up in the bullpen to come into that game. And you want to give him outs with a bunt? Down 5? Down 5 runs. He just gave up a walk and a single. And you want to give him an out? That was the dumbest thing I've ever seen. Of course, he pops it up. Max Fried makes an incredible play, turns the double play, changed the feeling of that game. Because I'm telling you right now, if he finds his way on base, and you've got bases loaded, nobody out, and in comes Devin Williams with a 5-run lead, I am terrified. Terrified. And instead, they decided to give him an out. I mean, I don't know what the Astros were thinking last night. Same thing in the third inning with Pena. Pena's having the best season of his career. Guy's got a 900 OPS. He's hitting 300. He's their leadoff hitter, and he's bunting guys over. And it didn't even work. Fried fielded his position, threw it out there. Like, it's just crazy. That was a good feeling win. It was a comfortable win, and they were the ones making the stupid plays. 888-808-1019. Let's get to the calls. Tony in Montreal. What's up, Tony?
Hey, man. C-Mac, nice to hear your voice again. And
thank you.
You had some great guys filling in for you, Gallo and Citron. You guys,
Al Citron,
Al Citron. And, it's like I'm listening to a bunch of fraternity brothers. You guys all respect each other, and you're all a great bunch of guys, and that's why I'm listening. I'm just finishing work, so I'm going to call up to see if C-Mac's on. And I heard
I'm back on.
And I just caught you when you said you were coming back from Italy, and you were seeing the different parts of Italy. You got my heart when I hear that because, I'm from southern Italy. Still have my Italian passport, but beautiful part of the world, and you're absolutely right. The water is crystal blue. It's unbelievable. It's just amazing. The food, obviously, C-Mac, you didn't lose any weight, I'm sure, if you were in, like me, whenever I go to
walked
Italy.
a lot, but I probably didn't know. It's a lot of pastries, a lot of bread, a lot of pastas, a lot of carbs. No
hey,
doubt.
Listen, you deserve it, man. You deserve it. It's your vacation. You got to indulge.
That's it.
Listen, just one thing. You know what? I like your take on both teams. Like they're doing well. Alonso's my favorite, even though I'm not a Mets fan. I love Alonso. And, he had 2 home runs tonight.
Yes.
And, your brother Soso is doing a lot better than Soso. He's doing pretty good. So, you're
Soto's
right.
killing it.
So, the average is always going to be coming up. He might have a bad June, but he's making up for it in the dog.
Well, the thing with Soto is he just wasn't impacting them that much. That's just fair. It's okay to say it. That's all I ever said. All I ever said was it's unfortunate because Soto let's just be honest, he's not hitting the runners in scoring position. He hasn't come through with the big hits. He has that grand slam the other day was the first one with multiple guys on base all year long. Right? That's just the fact. It's not that he stinks. It's not that he doesn't want to be a Met or all the stupid stuff that came up early on in the year. But there are just facts about Juan Soto. At the beginning of the year, he didn't look like himself for whatever reason. And I know there was some who came out and talked about how he wanted to be a Yankee or this or that. He's not happy with the Mets. I don't know what it was. I never speculated those things. But it was clear as day he didn't look like the same player. That's it. His body language was not the same. That's just a fair assessment of the situation. To say that it's because he missed the Yankees is unfair. And I never said it. Some did. Most didn't. But there was something wrong with him. Then he had the amazing June, and yet they still didn't win games in June. And then they just went through that losing streak last month, and he wasn't coming through in multiple opportunities to break the game open. That's just a fact. Now he's killing it, and his numbers overall are excellent. He's a great player who I desperately wanted to be a Yankee, and still, if I could have a time machine, I'd go back and make him a Yankee. So, and right now he's having one of the great, he's having a great season. His numbers are great. And all that matters is he does it from this point on and then performs in the postseason, and everybody expects him to. And that's why it was so stunning, because he wasn't doing it. Despite having good overall numbers, and now obviously he's added the base stealing to his game, he is more aggressive on the base paths by a mile than he was last year. And he's having a great year. He's having an all-time Met year. And as long as he carries it into the postseason, no one will care about April and the melancholy Soto. No one will care, nor should they. He looks happy now. He's going to be a Met for the next 15 years. There's a good chance he goes into the Hall of Fame in a Met uniform, and he might end up being the greatest player to ever wear the uniform. And all of that was still on the table while he was having one quote-unquote unproductive season, which he was for a while. And now it seems like he's awoken and the entire offense is awoken with runners in scoring position. Hector in the Bronx. What's up, Hector?
Hey, how you doing, man? Good. Welcome back to the States, man.
Thank you, buddy. I appreciate it.
Hey, I was out there before my Yankee play. I was out there in Italy with my wife back in May, and the spicy salami pizza was delicious. And if I could live anywhere outside the U.S.,
that is
Italy.
I'm with you. My favorite pizza was spicy salami and red onion. Was my favorite. My favorite pizza that I had there.
Oh man, amazing!
Yep.
Now my Yankee point. I just wanted to say, man, like you said earlier, and I mentioned this to I think it was to Al Centron the other day, that I feel like that this narrative about us not being able to beat good teams, I just think it was blown up because of just two teams that we lost to, which was the Jays and the Sox.
100%. The idea that they keep giving the record against these four teams. They played one series against the other two teams. This record is completely built up on being bad. And look, I'm not saying that is a positive. It's not a positive. It's a negative that they've been. It's been that bad against the two best teams in their division. It's been that bad that you can turn this whole thing into against good teams. It's not. The record is so bad against just the Blue Jays and the Red Sox that you can paint the picture that the Yankees are awful against all good teams. That's not a good thing. By no means am I trying to defend the Yankees. That's brutal that the two best teams in their division, the other two best teams in their division, own them to that extent. But that's where this record is built up on. It's not about the Tigers and it's not about the Astros, because now they've played the Astros 4 times. They won half the games.
Right. But minus the last 3 games out of 4 that we lost to the Red Sox, although the losses came at a time when we were slumping, I don't think this is going to happen again. I have a good feeling about this 12-game stretch that we started on, and I feel like I don't know. I just think we're going to do good, man. And go Yankees, and I think we're going to be all right.
Listen, Hector, I know they're going to be all right. Like, what's all right? Winning a championship? That I don't know. But they're going to the postseason. I'm very they're up 6 games now on a postseason spot. 6 games. With 24, 23 to play. I mean, anything could happen. They're going to the postseason. Now, we'll see how they play in these 12 games. This does not, and this was my whole point. My whole point about how important these 12 games are, like, it's, all right, so they won this game last night. It feels good. But do you suddenly feel like much better about the Yankees in a postseason series because they won this game? Will you feel that much better about them if they win tomorrow? Like, I'm going to turn on a postseason game in October. The New York Yankees are going to start to play. A ground ball is going to be hit to shortstop, and I'm going to be terrified he kicks it around. There's nothing that can happen in these 12 games that's going to change that. They're going to get bases loaded in the 2nd inning with 1 run, and I'm going to be terrified they're going to hit into a double play or hit a pop-up or strike out and not get that runner in from third. That's going to happen no matter what they do over these 12 games. The idea that these 12 games and how they play it and whether or not they beat these teams somehow indicate the level of play that will be followed in the postseason, there is no correlation for me. We have seen teams go in hot and play terrible in the postseason. We have seen teams go ice cold and get hot and win a championship. We have seen the Yankees go in hot as a firecracker and still lose in the postseason. I don't put a lot of weight on how they play, who they beat, what they did the month heading in. I don't. It's a brand new season. It starts in October, and they're going to have to play well when those games start. All I care about is putting themselves in the best possible situation leading into the postseason. And for me, that means home field advantage, and that means avoiding the wild card round. That's what I'm looking for. I'm not looking for some vindication against the Boston Red Sox or against the Toronto Blue Jays. That's the best way for me to get there, so I want it. I want them to beat the Blue Jays and the Red Sox because that's the best way to get the home field advantage and the bye in the postseason and not have to worry about the wild card game. That's the best, most direct way to go get it. That's why I want it. But if they sweep the Red Sox and then the Red Sox show up into the Bronx for a playoff series, I'm going to be like, no big deal. They beat the Red Sox the last time. I feel so much better about it. I'm going to be terrified. So are you. That's what it feels like. There is no overconfidence. Not for a team that you all despise, not for a manager you don't believe in, a general manager and an organization who's too much into the analytics and every other crap that we have forever that hasn't won a championship since 2009. There's nothing they can do in these 12 games to make us feel really confident heading into the postseason. It's crazy. It's crazy. And then the reverse is the same thing. Like, if they lose these games, like, and then you're not going to care? Oh, I'm not going to believe. You're not going to believe. Like, there is no believe. You're not going to believe they win the first game of a wild card series. That's it? You're not going to believe? You're so full of crap. It's such nonsense. It really is. It makes me laugh how we treat these 12 games and the gauntlet. It's nonsense. They're important because they're the games they're playing today. Because there's only 20 games left and they're 3 games out of first place. That's why these games are important. That's why I want to go win them. That's it. That's why. And it's always nice to beat the Astros and always nice to beat your enemy. But I don't need to beat them on any given day. I need to beat them in the standings. Then I'll go beat them in the postseason, or at least try to. That's the name of the game. We are overblowing what these 12 games mean. Completely overblowing it. And it's proof. I'm listening to Sean Marash, who right now is the, big time, I need to see this, I need to see that. I need 8 wins, I need 9 wins. No, who cares how many wins? I care about how many they finish with. I don't care how many wins they win over these next 12 games, other than the more they win, the better chance they have to win the division. But, I need 9. Well, 6 would do it. I need 8. I don't need anything. I need them to win the division. And even Sean, they're talking about it, and it's like, well, what if they've played really well against Seattle? What if Seattle gets in, wins the series, and then you're playing the Yankees, and then they're playing Seattle? Do you feel confident? No, with that pitching, I'd still be terrified. Well, then what are we talking about? They've owned Seattle. He even said the same thing about the Royals. With the Royals, if they get in, I'd be scared too. Then you're just going to be scared of everybody. They beat the Royals, and last year, you don't even get credit for beating the Royals. No one cares. Right? It was just a fait accompli. You don't even get credit for winning those playoff games. But, if you think you'd still be nervous about Seattle and you'd still be nervous about Kansas City, 1, I agree with you, and 2, that's proof that beating the teams in the regular season don't mean jack. Because if they played Seattle, we'd all be like, man, that's Seattle starting pitching. I know it's not been great down the stretch here, but, they got young, big-time starters. Obviously, the big dumpers although he's cooled off here, the big dumpers having an MVP-type season. He can wreck games. Man, that Seattle team is dangerous. That's what we'd be saying no matter what. And they've owned Seattle in the regular season. So who cares? The owning of teams in the regular season means nothing. Nothing. Go win a division. And last night was a good first step. Stuart in Brooklyn. What's up, Stu?
Oh, Mac is back.
I'm back.
So how was your trip?
It was great. It was unbelievable. It was 10 days. I was ready to come home at the end of the 10 days, but I saw damn near all of that island.
You want to go back?
Eventually, hopefully we will. But I mean, I saw pretty much every inch of that island. I drove all over in my little red Fiat. Little red Fiat.
Oh my God! No.
So I was like all
little
over
red Corvette.
Well, thank you, Stu.
Referring to Prince.
I was, yes. It was a play on the little red Corvette. I turned it into little red Fiat.
Oh, okay. So let me ask you: are you confident now?
No, I'm not confident. Are you confident?
No. But they got to keep on going.
Yes, of course. I feel good. It's a good start. I feel good about it, but no. I mean, do I think they're going to go? Am I 100% confident they're going to win the next 2 games or the next 10? No.
No. The thing is, they have to stay consistent. They can't go into these slumps. Even mini slumps is not good. They have to stay consistent. They have to keep on hitting the ball. The pitching's got to stay consistent, meaning giving good innings. And where did Paul Blackburn come from? I mean, what was that?
He came from the Mets. Yeah, he pitched well last night.
I mean, well, what was that?
He went right through the middle of the order with 3 strikeouts in the 8th, and then finished it off in the 9th. Yeah, you look. That's. I mean, listen. That's
with the Mets. Where was he with the Mets? Somebody Matt.
Oh, come on, Stu. I love you. I love you, man. I appreciate the phone call as I always do. We're not taking bows on Paul Blackburn is now a Yankee, and why didn't it work with the Mets? Are we really? I mean, Paul Blackburn, the mop-up guy who pitched well last night, we're going to take bows? Come on. Let's not embarrass ourselves. We had a very good night. The Mets had a very good day. Mets had a good night. Paul Blackburn, I mean, listen, he wasn't good enough to pitch for the Mets. He's good enough to pitch for the Yankees. You could look at it that way, too, if you're a Met fan. It's Paul Blackburn. Let's not take any bows on that. He did pitch well in this game. He saved the bullpen, so you didn't have to bring in anybody of real value. And he pitched 2 good innings. Made a very nice play on a double play at the end of the game. Very nice. Thank you, Paul Blackburn. But I'm not ready to take bows on it didn't work with the Mets. But look, that's my point. My whole point is there's nothing that's going to make me feel like the Yankees are guaranteed to play well in the postseason. And there's no amount of losing to these teams that's going to make me feel like I can't beat them. That's just how I look at it. I look at this Astros team. If they lose the next 2 games, they can't beat this Astros team? Like, really, if they lose the next 2 games and they lose, 4 of 6 overall in the season, you just watch them play. Are they that dangerous that they can't beat them? Like, really? I'm not going to think that no matter what happens. Same thing with the Boston Red Sox. I watched the Boston Red Sox all year long. I've watched them all year long. Right now, they've won 10 out of 13. They have owned the New York Yankees. There's no doubt. I've watched a lot of Red Sox baseball. They're not very good. They kick the ball around more than the New York Yankees do. They kick the ball around more than the New York Yankees do. Their bullpen outside of Chapman, I don't trust. Their starting rotation outside of their ace, who did get hit a little bit today against Cleveland. Giolito's okay. Baello pitched well against the Yankees the other day, or last week, whenever it was, 2 weeks ago. But they don't scare me. Roman Anthony just left with an oblique, so it sounds like, I don't know how long an oblique injury lasts for Roman Anthony, but it sounds like he's going to be out for a while. I don't care what happens in the regular season. I don't. Come postseason time, the idea they can't beat the Red Sox, sorry. It doesn't matter what happens. I won't feel that way. The Toronto Blue Jays, same thing. Those frauds, I don't care what happens. Yankees see them in the postseason, I'm not going to be scared. Nor am I going to be overly confident. That's how it works. 888-808-1019. Quick break. McMonagle with you here on the Fan. 1 hour down. 2 more to go as we take you all the way to 5 o'clock in the warm-up show. We'll get to some football as well as Jackson Dart. Jackson Dart is the number 2 quarterback with the New York Giants. And I think it's a mistake. 888-808-1019. Quick break. Be right back.
Baseball or football, WFAN runs the city. Yankees bats, Mets heat, Giants defense, Jets dreams. It's all here every day. The Fan, 101.9 FM and always streaming on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
My dad is bringing home the best birthday cake ever!
It was my 5th birthday, and my dad was bringing home the cake.
Should have been here a half hour ago.
The cake never made it, and neither did my dad.
911, what's your emergency?
That was the day a drunk driver killed my dad.
Daddy?
Impaired drivers take lives. Think.
Sponsored by the New York State Governor's Traffic Safety Committee. Aired in cooperation with the New York State Broadcasters Association.
Town Fair Tire became New England's #1 discount tire dealer by giving you the absolute lowest prices guaranteed. And with over 100 stores from Connecticut to Maine, we'll beat anybody's price. Other dealers, we beat them. Warehouse clubs, we beat them. Online sites, we beat them all every day. So remember, for the absolute guaranteed lowest price on name brand tires, nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Discount prices, Town Fair Tire.
Go to WFAN.com/contest to enter for a chance to win tickets to see Breaking Benjamin and 3 Days Grace at Prudential Center on September 10th from our friends at Live Nation. To purchase tickets, visit livenation.com.
At City Harvest, we're on the road every day rescuing millions of pounds of nutritious food for New Yorkers in need, transforming surplus food into sustenance, sustainability, and smiles. That's how we feed good. Donate at cityharvest.org.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6812. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6812. That's 800-575-6812.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Your home equity could vanish almost overnight, stolen by scammers who forge a deed and transfer it out of your name. The FBI calls it house stealing, and the worst part is you may not know it until it's too late. Find out if you're already a victim now at HomeTitleLock.com. Use promo code RADIO for a 30-day free trial, a title scan, and access to a title specialist, a $250 value. Go to HomeTitleLock.com now. Promo code RADIO.
Millions are choosing NordVPN to stay safer online. Get NordVPN today with 77% off and up to 3 months extra. NordVPN will encrypt your online traffic and help you avoid phishing, scams, and malware. Get the special NordVPN deal today at NordVPN.com. This offer includes a 77% discount on a 2-year plan and up to 3 extra months. Savings and additional terms apply and can be found on NordVPN.com. The offer is valid until October 15th.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the relief hotline at 800-390-1164. 800-390-1164. 800-390-1164.
Wake up with Boomer and Geo. Mornings 6 to 10 on WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1, New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
WFAN Sports Flash.
Good morning at 3 o'clock. I'm Marco Belletti, and this report is brought to you by Roto-Rooter. Leave plumbing to the pros at Roto-Rooter. Max Fried continues to set the tone for the Yankee rotation. 7 innings, a 1-run ball, his 15th win as the Bombers rip the Astros 7-1.
I thought he mixed really well today. I thought his breaking ball was good. He had a presence with his changeup and sweeper, sinker, four-seam, cutter. You know, he was very unpredictable. Stuff was good, and just managed the game really well.
Trent Grisham continued his monster season, a grand slam, his 3rd of the year, his 29th homer overall. Jazz Chisholm went deep twice, gives him 28 as the Bombers remain tied with the Red Sox and 2.5 back of the Blue Jays. Mets rock the Tigers 12-5, offense exploding for 17 hits. Pete Alonso, a couple of homers. Juan Soto is 37th. Luis Torrens, a big 3-run shot. Jeff McNeil knocked in 3. This all in support of the rookie Nolan McLean, who fired 6 innings, a 2-run ball, 7 Ks, improved to 4-0 in as many starts with a 1.37 ERA. And Aaron Glenn not looking to talk about the past when asked about what he saw on film from Aaron Rodgers with the Jets last year as he prepares for Week 1.
That's been going. So I'm not going to answer questions about guys that's not here and what I saw. Right now I'm looking at what our guys can do. So scouting him now. just like I said, I'm not going to sit there and answer questions on what I saw back then that's not relevant to right now.
64 degrees, Cloudy Skies, Central Park. That's what's happening. I'm Marco Belletti.
Get connected with WFAN to talk about your favorite teams. The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn apps.
All right. 1 hour down, 2 more to go. McMonagle here with you until 5 o'clock in the warm-up show. 888-808-1019. We'll get back to the baseball in just a second. We'll talk about Valdez and whether or not he threw at his own catcher. But I did mention Jackson Dart. And obviously the football season is upon us. We'll do more of that tomorrow as we will get ready for Thursday night football, the start of the season, Eagles, Cowboys. And then obviously we'll do everything on Friday, Football Friday with all the trimmings, okay? But I did just want to talk as the news came out that Jackson Dart is now listed as the second quarterback, which I got to be honest, it doesn't make any sense to me. Me and Fleegs are talking about it. I feel the same way as he does. It's the first, he put it this way, and that's why I mentioned him, because it feels this way to me too. I feel like everything's gone perfect. And not that this is, we'll see, but like the offseason, I feel like everything they've done has been the smart move, has been exactly what I think they should have done. They had a good offseason. They had a good free agency process. They had a good draft. And now to make him the second starter and put him, or the second, make him the backup rather, the second string quarterback, and put him in a position where if anything happens to Russell Wilson at the beginning of the season, and again, there's a good chance they don't have Andrew Thomas. Right? So the offensive line could be a little bit of a process here to start the year. You are going to put him an injury away from having to come into the game at this point in the season? Why is Jameis Winston on this team right now? Why is he on the team? Like, it doesn't make any sense to me. It speaks to how they feel about him. It speaks to how well he's processing things. It speaks to what this coach thinks about him. I'm hoping it doesn't speak to the fact that he thinks he needs to get him in there sooner rather than later to keep his job, because I don't think that's the case, and I'd be disappointed if it were from owner John Mara, because I don't think it makes any sense. And there's a process that they're trying to go through here. And to make him the second quarterback and put him an injury away from having to go into the game this early in the season, it just doesn't make any sense to me. Make him the third string. And then if Russell Wilson goes down in that game, you go to Jameis Winston or whatever. For a week, you can go to Jameis Winston. And then if you feel that strongly about it, then you just decide to put him in from the third. But now you put pressure on him. Now everyone understands how the coaching staff feels about him. Now he's an injury away from having to go into mid-game this early in the year. It doesn't make any sense to me. Why would you go bring in Jameis Winston, have this quarterback room, and then not make him the second string quarterback? And now put all the pressure on this young kid. It expedites his process to being starter. And I guess, that's it. To me, the biggest thing is it's some sort of validation of what they think of him, and maybe they want him to feel that way, that they have confidence in him, that he can be ready to go at a moment's notice. Maybe they want him to feel that way, but I still just don't think it's the right move. I think it puts pressure on him. You could always go to him and then I guess go to Jameis Winston if he doesn't play well, but what is that going to do to his confidence? I don't want him in there until they feel he is completely ready. They went out and got Russell Wilson. I believe he can still play. I believe this coach can coach him up. I think as long as he's healthy at the start of the year, I think you're going to get the best play from him. But you've got another backup quarterback in Jameis Winston. Why are you putting the pressure on this kid that he's got to be ready to go the second something happens to Russell Wilson, who did get injured last year, who played through bumps and bruises? You've got an offensive line missing your best offensive lineman, your left tackle, your stud, the most important player in the franchise, arguably, might not be ready for the start of the year. I just don't understand the rush to get him in there. I don't understand why make this move, why make it a story. Why put the expectations on him? Why have everybody clamoring for him to play? Because that's the other thing. Now he's the quarterback number 2, indicating they believe he's ahead of Jameis Winston. They believe he's on the precipice of being the best quarterback in the room. And if they don't play well the first 2 weeks, suddenly there's going to be clamoring for him to start the home opener against Kansas City. Like, I just don't know why you would make this more of an issue than it is. And let's be honest, you could play him from the third string anyway. Who cares? Call him the third string quarterback and then decide to put him in anyway. Why add to it by making this a story today? I don't understand it. I don't understand it. I don't think it's smart. I don't want him in there week 1. If Russell Wilson goes down, they're going to go to him in week 1. I think that's ridiculous. Why not just start him? If you feel confident enough about him possibly playing off an injury, now I know if you may go, oh, they're both older quarterbacks, he could have to play if both guys get injured. Sure, I suppose that's possible. But, I mean, you're talking about making him the backup game 1? I don't even know if I wanted to dress him game 1. Like, I don't want to have that as a possibility. I don't want to be tempted to do that. I guess it makes me feel good about how Brian Daboll and this coaching staff think of him, and it certainly makes me think we're going to see him sooner rather than later. I mean, that's what it makes you feel like, you're going to see him sooner rather than later. And I don't know what's the rush. If they feel today that he's the best quarterback in the room, then start him. I wouldn't do it. But if they feel that way strongly enough to make this a story here, putting him as the second quarterback, then just put him out. I don't get it. I hate the move. I would have kept him as the third string. I'm not putting him in if Russell Wilson goes down in game 1. I'm going to thrust him into that situation week 1. Why would I do that? There's a process. There's a point. There's a reason they went out and paid 2 quarterbacks. I mean, you had a guy that you believed in on some level in DeVito. Why not just get Russell Wilson? I know they got him first. They got Jameis first before they got Russell. Maybe they didn't know they can get Russell. I don't know. But then trade him. Like, if you were going to do this, it doesn't make sense to have both these quarterbacks in the room. Not week 1. You want to make this designation week 5 or 6? I'm in. To start the year, he's the backup quarterback. If something goes bad in week 1 in Washington, you're going to thrust him into that spot? Why? I don't understand it. I think it's a mistake from Daboll and company. I really do. I think it's a mistake from the Giants. I would not have put this on him. I would have not had the fan base this eager to, because we all understood, as great as he played in the regular season, in the preseason, and as sharp as he looked, and as confident as he looked, and as quick as he was to process, and as much as he went up and down the field, and as happy as we were with his performance in the preseason, I feel like the Giant fans understood we weren't going to see him for a while. But now when you do this, now you're just giving more red meat to a fan base who's dying to see the first-round pick. And now if he doesn't play, if Russell Wilson doesn't play well week 1, there's going to be clamoring from the start week 2. Because you've just made it clear how you feel about him. And where he is in his process. I mean, we'll see. Hopefully Russell Wilson plays well and doesn't get hurt, and we still don't see Jackson Dart for a while. I want to give him a lot of time. We have seen quarterbacks fail. This is an opportunity. If they would have just not signed Russell Wilson and said we're drafting a quarterback somewhere in the first round, he's going to play, I would have been okay with that thought process. But they went out specifically, got 2 veteran quarterbacks to give him this process, to allow him to not be thrusted right into a game. Whether that's the wrong decision, right decision, it's their decision. Why make that a more difficult plan by putting pressure and hype on the idea that now he is ahead of Jameis Winston in the pecking order? It makes no sense to me. 888-808-1019. Let's go to Phil in Tom's River. What's up, Phil?
Chris, how you doing, my brother? How was your vacation?
It was great, man. Thank you for asking. Yeah, it was awesome. I'm glad to be back, but we had a great 10 days out in Sicily. It was amazing.
I'm glad to hear that, man. All right, now real quick, let me get to this Giants thing. How many quarterbacks have you brought up through the system and trained?
Me?
Yeah, I'm asking.
Personally, none.
How do you know he's not ready? Brian Dable, let me tell you
make him the
something.
starter.
Why they got? All right, listen to me right now. They're not going to do that week one. They're not going to do it.
They're putting him in a position to play him week one now.
But you're saying all this added pressure. He's a first-round pick, Chris. He's coming to a team that was quarterback starving. And they signed Winston, and they signed Winston and Wilson in March. They drafted in April. They didn't think they were going to get, but they got their guy, Chris. And that's it.
But you signed the two guys. You signed the two guys. You signed the two guys so you can have the leverage of them. Then keep. But what's the benefit of putting him second? Put him third, and then still make the decision to play him when you want to play him. Why make that? This is just a public stance. Why do you do it?
Well, listen. I read an article today. I forgot the post name. The guy who wrote it. He was in after the Jet game, and he walked over to Jackson Dart. Brian Dable didn't say anything. I love you. Jackson Dart's like, thank you. He's like, no, I love you. Mm-hmm. The guy said, when I saw him talk to that guy, when I saw Jackson Dart answer him back, and Dable looked at him, this is his guy, Chris. And I remember being on the phone with you. Of course it's his guy. I don't care what quarterback they get your guy.
Yes.
He got his guy, Chris.
Agreed.
How do you know he's not ready to play right now?
Well, then, because they're not calling him the starter.
Because, Chris, it's week one. They're going to
then what week are they going to play him, and why not designate him? Why have these two quarterbacks on the roster? Why not trade Jameis Winston? Why not do something else?
Because that's what's going to happen, Chris, because week 4, they play week 4. They got the Saints in week 5. Week 4,
you just hurt you just told Jameis, you just said Jameis Winston's not good enough to be my backup quarterback. You just hurt the value if you're going to trade him.
Jameis Winston knows what he's there for, but Jameis Winston knows he's there for his leadership. To talk this kid up.
Yeah, but you hurt his value to trade him by designating him behind a rookie quarterback.
You think you hurt a Jameis Winston value when a quarterback goes down and there's nobody out there, Chris? Look at they just signed Nathan.
I do. I think they just said he's not good enough to be our backup quarterback.
No. Chris. They just drafted a kid number 1 in the first round, traded up to get their guy.
Well, not number 1. He's the second pick. I get that. Then make him the starter. But if you're not going to play him, why would you put him in a position if Russell Wilson pulls a hamstring, he's coming into that game week 1? Why would you do that?
Why not?
Because then just start him if you're willing to play him week 1. Because this was going to be a process where he's not going to play for a few weeks.
I think they want him to get on the sideline, listen to the calls, see what's going on.
He could do that as the third-string quarterback.
Well, listen, that's what Dable. What did Dable do?
Yeah, I disagree with it. I disagree with what Dable just did.
Listen, okay, you can disagree, but look what he did in the preseason too. Hey, guys hurt, get in real quick. Listen, he's setting this kid up. Look at Josh Allen. I'm not saying that. Everyone said Josh Allen should never start. He's terrible, this and that. Yeah. Next year, he throws 37 touchdown passes, 7 interceptions. I mean,
I'm with you. I've been yeah, but Phil, I get it. I've been. Like, as Eddie and Rockland's going to come up, he'll tell you, I've been talking about how he helped develop Josh Allen. That's why I wanted to get him the quarterback. I wanted him to draft his guy. This is his guy. All of that. I'm on board with everything you said. Then just play him if you're going to play him. The whole point of bringing in Russell Wilson and paying him and then bringing in and also having Jameis Winston there is to make sure he doesn't have to play for a while. Let him get acclimated. Why put him in a position? Why have this quarterback room and make him number 2? I don't see the benefit of it. All it does is ratchet up the idea that he's going to play. That's all it does. All it does is create expectation that he's going to play right away. All it does is create the idea that he might get thrusted into a spot, which I don't understand. I just don't understand it. I know it's his guy, and I'm happy that he got his guy, and we know eventually we're going to see him, whether it's some point this year or next year. He's the future quarterback of the New York Giants. There is no doubt. I just don't understand why you would add. I don't see the benefit of it. Tell me what the benefit is. What's the benefit of making it public that he's the number 2 guy and possibly thrust him into a miserable spot week 1, week 2, as they're getting their ass kicked without Andrew Thomas and Russell Wilson goes down? And now I got to thrust him into that spot? The whole point of this is that you had the ability to put him in whenever you wanted to put him in. Eddie and Rockland, what's up, Eddie?
Hey, welcome home.
Thank you, buddy. What's going on?
Well, I hope you enjoyed your trip. Sound like you did.
I did.
What I didn't get is you talked about the scenery and everything like that, and all we got from you was a spleen sandwich.
That's it.
Now,
Then you got a beat shot. That's about it.
Oh, I didn't see the beat shot. And now, if you pulled out the Mike's mustard, that would have been funny.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I was trying to get to you before you left. You should have extended, see, Sicily is the best thing is the resorts that are right on the water.
Yeah.
And you should have treated you and the old lady to 2 nights there and had your in-laws watch the kids.
That would have been something. We did go to a hotel down by, I forget the name of the town now that we were in it, but we went to Mount Etna and we stayed in a hotel for a couple nights over there with the kids and everything. But we went to Taormina, which is where the Four Seasons, where they shot the second season of The White Lotus. We saw that hotel and the whole coast of Taormina. Beautiful. But we just went there for an evening.
What's with the brother-in-law not doing the 6 hours,
I know.
not knowing the 6 hours on the...
Yep.
What is he, Gagoots?
He thought the game started at 3 o'clock. It started at 9 o'clock. Yep.
Okay.
As we're driving there.
Let me throw this Jackson Dart point at you. What happens, Chris? Jackson Dart kind of like a cocky kid, right?
I guess.
Confidence is high.
Confidence, yeah.
What happens if you heard through the grapevine he demanded and wanted to be the second guy, and he obviously played good enough to be the second guy? The only thing that worries me is
you think he went into the office and said, "I'm your second string quarterback"?
I think he wants to be standing on the sideline next
he wants
to the coach.
play.
When you're third string, dude, you're benching it.
No, that's nonsense. That's ridiculous. Not when you're the young quarterback future
dude,
of the team.
He's gonna have the headsets on. He's gonna be right next to Dave.
You can do that as the third string quarterback. You can do that as not even on the 53-man roster.
No, he don't want to be labeled as third string, dude. He's a first overall first round pick. He wants to be labeled, right there. That's what it is. But why does that bother you?
Because it puts him in a position where he goes in if there's an injury week 1. I don't want to play him week 1 off an injury.
But you just said if he was third, you could still put him in. So if he's second and something major happens and your team gets
I didn't mean
killed,
if he's
then
third,
you could still reach for Jameis Winston at third.
But then why? Then that creates a controversy. I put him second and then I don't play him second. Why would I do that? Now those questions are crazy. Why would you call him the second string quarterback and then not go to him second?
Controversy if you went from third to second.
No, he would be in and everybody would be excited about it. But I meant you could put him in the next game. You could start the next game with him. I wouldn't put him in early on in the season off an injury and in the third or fourth quarter, third quarter to not start a game. I wouldn't do that at all. I wouldn't do that at all. Now I meant if you go to James Winston to finish a game. Probably not. No, I'm probably not going to go to a game this year. I don't know. Maybe. We'll see. Again, I like watching football games at home. All the games, football Sunday. I have to come in later that night. But maybe I'll take the kids to a game this year. We'll see. Eric and Ronkonkoma. What's up, Eric?
Hey, what's going on, C-Mac? I'm glad you had fun on your vacation.
Thank you.
Did I hear you right on Saturday? You said you were going 130 kilometers and people were flying past you?
Yeah. It was I'm going 130.
It's like 80 miles an hour. And they're flying past you?
Oh, of course, yeah.
Wow.
Well, I mean, that happens all the time. That happens on the throughway up by me.
Why not?
Doing 80
are these on regular roads?
I'm doing 75, 80, and a 65. People blow by you doing 100. It's crazy.
Yeah.
But in Italy, and that was the speed limit. The speed limit was 130. I just said it was funny. Oh. It's just funny to see. Yeah, that was the speed limit on some parts of the road. Not always, but there were some straightaways and parts of the highway that the speed limit was 130. It's just weird. It's weird to do 130. It's weird to be in the car and see the 130 pop up because, I understand. I understand it's not 130 miles, but it's just weird. Same thing with the gas. The gas, I pull up to the gas station, it says 171.
Yeah, liters, right?
Yeah, I'm 171. I'm wow, great. The gas is cheap here. Fill it up, please. Yeah, that'll be $87. I'm $87? And then I realized, it's 171 a liter, and there's 4 liters in a gallon. It's a $5 it's a $6 gallon gas tank, $6 a gallon there. So it's tough.
Yeah. Okay, just real quick, because I do want to talk about the Met game, but I mean, my understanding was that a lot of the Giant fans wanted the quarterback to learn so that they don't throw him right in there. But
that's what I thought.
That doesn't sound to be like the case.
Well, now look, I mean, he still can as long as Russell Wilson doesn't get hurt. I just don't understand. That's what scares me.
Greater likelihood now.
Of course. That's what I'm saying. There's a greater likelihood you're not going to get to control how his career starts. I don't want to do that. I don't want to see him get hurt. I don't want to see Russell Wilson go down week 1 and suddenly Jackson Dart gets thrown into that situation. I don't want that.
Right. Look, I mean, now you mentioned it before, and I agree with you a lot as far as the way yesterday's Met game went down. I mean, because he clearly had a game plan, McLean I'm talking about, of going in there throwing off-speed pitches, because they were even saying what their success rate is against breaking pitches and whatever, but unfortunately he had a difficult time getting them, where he wanted them, at least in the beginning. And he really hung in there. It showed me, I mean, I thought this kid looked like he had it, that he has, I don't know if moxie is a good enough word for it or whatever, but he certainly looks like he belongs here. No doubt. Yesterday was a great indication of that as well, because he really settled in, and I think he got 15 in a row to finish up his night. I mean, so that really
I think he finished for the last 14. Yeah, he finished the last 14.
Okay, yeah.
He's the first Met to win his first 4 starts. And yesterday was a real early on grind for him, and to find it like that. That is a veteran type
against a very good hitting team.
Against a very good hitting team, against a team that now their pitching doesn't scare me. It's Skubal, and then I don't know what else they got. But yeah, their offense has been good this year, and that's a good game. That's a really good start for McLean. There's no doubt. That is anti-rookie. Like, you would not expect that kind of determination and his ability to put his foot in the sand and figure out a way to stop his slide there and go and finish the game with 14 in a row. That is a veteran type performance. That makes me feel a hell of a lot better. In your 4th start in the major leagues, you're able to kind of have that about you. Have that kind of calm and sense about you to end. Now again, the run support helps. There's no doubt, but still, that's a really impressive performance, and it makes me feel better about going into a postseason series with him. Right now it feels like he's your game 1 starter. As crazy as that is. Steve in Rockland, what's up, Steve?
Oh, Chris, man, you know what? I'm wondering, did you see the Verducci article in SI about the Yankees?
I have not. It came out when? Just recently?
Okay. So it went up today.
Okay.
All right. And it really is for the analytics crowd. And I'll tell you, if you're into fundamental baseball and all that stuff, you're going to be heartbroken. How about this? In the games where the Yankees hit at least 2 home runs, what percentage of those games do they win?
It's like 80%.
70%, Chris, and the article is all about how they're teaching them to hit the bottom third of the ball, and they don't care if Volpe and Austin Wells hit 200 as long as they hit a ton of home runs.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's what it's all about, man. I'll tell you what, it's something that...
Well, I mean, I don't think that's overly new. I mean, I don't think they care that they don't want him to hit 200, but yeah, the idea of hit the ball hard in the air is not something that we would just find out from Tom Verducci. I mean, that's what they want to try to do.
And it says, for better or for worse, they're gonna do this,
mm-hmm.
and that's how they're gonna try to win. And this whole thing. Look, Jackson Dart's gonna play when Brian Daboll and the rest of them deem him ready to go. And that may not be this year even.
Well, they just put him in a position where if Russell Wilson gets hurt, he's going in. So, That's what I'm saying. He's the number 2 quarterback. If they went out of their way to, and thank you for the call, Steve, I got a break. If they went out of their way to make him the second string quarterback and then didn't play him as the second string quarterback, that's now a story. That is now a controversy. Why would you make him the second string quarterback if you had no intention of playing him if Russell Wilson got hurt? It doesn't make any sense. Naming him the second string quarterback, he is going in if something happens to Russell Wilson. Plain and simple. He's going in. I don't want that. I don't want that to be the start of his career. Now, look, he gets thrusted in and he's great. Then it is what it is. He probably should have started from the jump and we run with it. But it's not the plan. It's not what I thought the Giants wanted to do with him. And I like the idea of giving him some time. We have seen quarterbacks fail, especially in this market, especially with these two teams, especially with the Giants here. Like, I don't want to thrust it. They went out and signed Russell Wilson and Jameis Winston just for this, to make sure that he's ready when he's ready to go in. Now, if they deem him to be ready, then just start him, I guess. Like, that's my only thing. If you're going to name him second string quarterback, that indicates you're ready to play him today. That if something goes down, I'm good with him being in the game. Well, if you're good with him being in the game, why are we messing around with Russell Wilson? That's my only thing. If they honestly believe everything they've seen, the way he played in preseason, everything that's gone on, they believe him to be the better quarterback and that he's ready to go right now, then just start him. Then just start him. And I'm against that, but it makes just as much sense as naming him the second starter. Because now you're indicating I'm ready to put him in if I need to. That's what that indicates. I believe in him. He's ready to go. Something happens with Russ, he's in, and we're good with it. Well, then just start him. 888-808-1019. McMonagle here with you. Got you for another hour and a half as you take it to 5 o'clock in the warm show. Quick break. Come right back with your calls. Reese, we'll talk Yankees, Mets. We've opened it up to the Giants. A little bit of football as we get ready for the first football weekend of the season. 888-808-1019. McMonagle here with you on The Fan. Be right back.
There's a line drive right field. That ball is hammered.
The Yankees and Astros play ball. 8:10 tonight. Driven by Jeep.
That was an extraordinary play.
Susan Waldman and Dave Sims call all the play-by-play. The home of Yankees baseball is The Fan. 101.9 FM and always live on the free Odyssey app.
Injured? Don't be a whiner. Call me, attorney Mark Miner. I'm Mark Miner, and I have over 30 years of experience handling personal injury cases. If you or a loved one has been injured in an accident, don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE. You can trust that the personal injury law firm of Zalman, Schnurman, & Miner will treat you with respect and fight for your rights. Don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE for a free consultation. Our goal is to transform your pain into payment. If there is no recovery, there is no fee. We handle all type of accident cases and value the opportunity to help you. The sooner you call, the better. If you are injured, call 1-800-LAW-LINE so we can discuss how to transform your pain into payment. Don't be a whiner. Call Zalman, Schnurman, & Miner at 1-800-LAW-LINE.
Zalman, Schnurman, and Miner, personal injury attorneys.
Don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE. That's 1-800-LAW-LINE.
Luxury just got tripled with Mercedes-Benz of Edison, Mercedes-Benz of Union, and Ray Cattina of Freehold. 3 powerhouse locations in New Jersey. 1 legendary name, Ray Cattina. More inventory, featuring one of the East Coast's largest selections of new and pre-owned Mercedes-Benz vehicles. More convenience with 3 state-of-the-art service centers to keep your Mercedes-Benz running like new. And of course, legendary Ray Cattina customer service, where you always come first. Experience the power of 3 at benzfam.com.
Hey guys, if you're ready to pop the big question, discover why 5 generations have purchased their diamonds from H.L. Gross Jewelers of Garden City. Since 1910, the Gross family has been the place Long Island gets engaged, and where you'll find all the latest styles and rings and a huge selection of GIA certified diamonds. Save yourself all the hassle and come to H.L. Gross, where you'll get the guaranteed best price, as well as the best education and guidance in picking out the perfect ring. H.L. Gross Jewelers, Long Island's premier bridal ring store. store at 840 Franklin Avenue in Garden City or at hlgross.com.
Town Fair Tire is Connecticut's largest name brand discount tire dealer. We give you the guaranteed lowest prices on all name brand tires and honor all manufacturers' rebates. We even honor our competitors' rebates. With over 100 stores from Connecticut through New England and an inventory of over 600,000 tires, you'll always get the right tire at the guaranteed lowest price. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody!
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
What I know about courage, I learned from my adoptive mom. She said sometimes you just gotta hold on and know we'll get through this. Mom, we are so high up. Hold my hand.
No, you hold my hand.
Here we go.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org to find out more.
I learned patience from my adoptive dad. All he had to say was,
"Hey, you got this. Just breathe." Hey, we're pretty good.
Yeah.
Might have to start a band.
I got it.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org to find out more. This message is brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
With over 90 years of combined legal experience representing the law enforcement community, Decolator Cohen & DePrisco, LLP, continues to strive to educate police officers of their civil rights to sue in line-of-duty accident cases. The 2025 Police Officers' Right to Sue newsletter can be viewed on policeofficersrighttosue.com and provides successful results in varying line-of-duty accident cases. These results include damages recovered from RMP accidents involving the City of New York and civilian motorists, station house defects, ricochet injuries from the range, private premises slip and falls, sidewalk slip and falls, construction defects, snow and ice cases, and injuries emanating from defective RMPs. In any LOD accident, it is important for the officer to take photographs of any defects, injuries, or damage. It is also essential to draft the line-of-duty report and detail the cause of the accident in the paperwork. Remember, there's a 90-day time limitation to file a claim against a municipality. If any law enforcement member has a question regarding a potential lawsuit, contact Decolator Cohen & DePrisco, LLP at policeofficersrighttosue.com or call 1-800-901-1529.
Talk New York sports on WFAN, 888-808-1019. Powered by Paramount Plus. Count on Sundays all season long with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus.
I am for real. 3:37. Let's go. On this Wednesday morning, 888-808-1019. A little bit of football and Jackson Dart. And whenever we talk football here on The Fan, it's brought to you by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much these days, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL games live every Sunday on CBS and Paramount Plus all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. Obviously, the Jets as well will get ready to take on the Pittsburgh Steelers in week number 1. I'm fascinated by that game. I'm fascinated by the Steelers. I'm fascinated by, obviously, Aaron Rodgers. I am looking forward to it. And listen, you know, we'll see. It sounds like Justin Fields is ready to play the game. He's excited. I'm a little nervous about what this passing attack is going to look like. That's really my concern about the Jets right now. I just don't know what this passing game is going to look like. I think with, you know, the running back duo, I think they're going to be able to run the football. The offensive line should be one of the better units in the game, should be able to block it up. The defense, you know, I have some concerns with the defense, but the defense is talented. I think that the head coach is obviously a good defensive coach. They should be much better. They should be much more buttoned up. I expect all of that. I expect culture. I expect less penalties. I expect all of that, which should help this team. I think they're talented enough to beat and win at the line of scrimmage, but ultimately in this league, you have to throw the football. And we'll see what Justin Fields has in store. But that is my concern with the Jets, and we'll see. We'll see how it goes. It opens up week 1. Now, again, the coach I understand what he's trying to do. I understand the culture he's trying to bring. I don't understand some of the audio I'm hearing from him, and because I'm the coach. Like, I don't understand why, for someone who was hired, as part of the reason he was hired is that he understands the team, he understands the market, he knows what it's like to be a Jets fan, and yet he's so just unwilling to give any kind of answer, for the most part. I'm not saying he hasn't ever given an answer, but I mean, he's just so deciding to take on an adversarial role against the media. I don't understand it, but all of that doesn't matter if they play good, winning, buttoned-up football. So we'll see as they're trying to change the culture with the Jets. We'll get ready for that game. We'll get more into these two games as we get closer. Obviously, we'll do the football stuff on Friday as well. But right now, baseball still is very important off of these two games. Pennant race, and the Yankees take game one of the 12-game gauntlet that is somehow going to make us all feel better about their playoff prospects. 888-808-1019. Let's go to Reese in Manalapan. What's up, Reese?
Chris, how you been doing, buddy?
Good, buddy. How are you?
Doing good. I had a question. So over this next 12-game gauntlet stretch with the Yankees...
Well, 11 more now.
11 more after tonight. So is there a specific matchup that if the Yankees were to improve play against specifically, would it change your opinion or hopes at all going into the playoffs? And is there a specific matchup over these next few that would make you be like, I'd rather avoid them in a wild card scenario if we don't win the East? Because I'm aware the East is still in play. A lot of games left, of course. But let's say if we are in that wild card scenario, who's that one team that's not on your first?
Yeah, I mean, okay. Well, let me try and answer both questions if I can. One, no. The first question is no. There's nothing they can do, really, either winning or losing these games, that would make me feel overly confident or pessimistic about the team more than I would be normally, just about because the Yankees beat themselves. I think the Yankees are better than every team in the American League. I truly do. But they play, down, they do so many dumb things and bad things and have played such bad baseball at times this year that they're capable of losing to anyone because they beat themselves. So there's nothing that is going to change my overall fear of that happening in a postseason series. There just isn't. I'm going to be confident, though, because I like this team. I mean, I like this offense. I like the players on this team. I like Max Fried.
There's a lot of talent.
There's a lot of talent. I like the team. I think, obviously, hopefully Cam Schlittler can be someone who, if he's reliable as a starter and pumping 101 and having the movement he's had the last couple starts and pitching to an under 3 ERA, I feel good about the rotation. I feel good about the bullpen. I feel good about the lineup. So, I'm not saying they're going to beat anybody or they're going to the World Series or they're going to win the World Series, but whatever happens over these next 12 games, I'm going to be somewhat confident or at least optimistic heading into a postseason series. Now, is there one particular matchup I'd like to avoid? The one thing I'd like to avoid, which I think is fair because they haven't played well in Fenway, is to be in the wild card series where all 3 games are in Fenway. That's the one scenario I would like to avoid. Now, I know they've come in and played well in Yankee Stadium, too. I would feel confident playing the Red Sox at Yankee Stadium. I would. The one matchup is they're the second wild card, Boston is the first wild card, and those 3 games are played in Fenway. That matchup would make me less comfortable than any other matchup I can think.
They have a lot of bad losses in Fenway, and that's what I was shifting towards, too.
And I do believe the Red Sox are the team they play worst against, the team that scares me the most. So ultimately, that's the team that would make me, I guess, the most nervous, but particularly in Fenway. The wild card series in Fenway would make me very nervous. More nervous than any other series. Now, I'd be nervous no matter who they played. I was nervous during Fliegelman was laughing at me when I was nervous against the Kansas City Royals. He was like, what are you worried about? I'm like, I don't know. The Yankees lose the game. That's what I'm worried about. I'm worried they're going to lose the series to the Royals. He thought there was no chance. He ended up being right, but I was nervous as hell. I was nervous against Cleveland. I'm going to be nervous no matter who they play because the Yankees are capable of beating themselves. That's it. So I don't care who it is. I'm going to be nervous. But if you ask me the one matchup I suppose I'd sign up last for, the wild card game, the wild card series, all 3 games being played in Fenway. That would be my least favorite. I'd much rather go to Houston. Obviously, they've had success there. I'd much rather go to Seattle. I'd much rather go to Texas. I'd much rather go to either, Detroit if they fall into the third division standings. Like, I'll be comfortable playing a wild card series anywhere else, or at least I'd be more comfortable playing a wild card series anywhere else than Fenway. But other than that, no. Like, even if they get into a DS against Boston, I'll be nervous, but I'll be somewhat confident. That's the one thing I would be really. That's going to be a tough road to hoe, would be in Boston, because they haven't played well there, and the Red Sox have played very well against them. But it still wouldn't mean they couldn't win the game. Dave in Verona. What's up, Dave?
How you doing? I'd like to mention about the guy, Dante Miller for the Giants, the running back.
Okay.
And I heard that he ran a 4.2740. It was the fastest... the 6 or 7 fastest time in the combine history. He's got elite speed. And I'd like to see him as a fourth running back rather than carrying 4 tight ends. Because I think late in the game, when you have a guy, you put that guy in the third or fourth quarter, people got tired legs, he can break a run. You can see it on the preseason a little bit. When he's turning the corner, he's accelerating. He's the fastest guy on the team, put it that way.
Okay. I mean, I don't think he's on the roster right now, so they'd have to elevate him. You're right. He's not one of. But I kind of.
He's in the taxi squad.
Yeah, I mean, I do like Tracy and Scadaboo as a running back tandem. I think Tracy is going to have a really good year. I think Scadaboo is someone who's low to the ground. We saw him take over the bowl game on New Year's Day. I like that running back tandem. I mean. All right, Miller is fast. That's fine, but he's 26 years old. It's not someone that I think is overly, is going to impact this team. I like the running back tandem they have. Mike in Brooklyn, what's up, Mike?
Hey, welcome back, C-Mac.
Thank you, buddy. What's going on? It was great. Yeah, we had a great time. It's good to be home, but we were doing a lot. We saw a lot of ruins. We saw the mountain, the volcano. We went to beaches. We ate out. We did everything you could do. We went back to, obviously, my father-in-law's hometown, so the house he grew up in, all of that stuff, which was a lot of the trip. It was awesome. It was a great 10 days. It was really incredible. Ate a lot of fish.
And you thrust. Sorry. Yeah. Then you thrust right back into a hypothetical Eddie out of the gate.
Yep, hypothetical Eddie right back. I should have done this. I should have done that. I should have taken my wife to go do this. He's got a lot of things for me.
Then you're gonna get Brett asking what do you call it? Did they wear Giants jerseys on the trip you saw?
Yeah, no, yeah. I saw a lot of Yankee. I did see a lot of Yankee hats. I know Evan. Evan was just in Europe as well. I have to admit, I saw a ton of Yankee hats. Nothing else. I didn't see any other. Cool. I didn't really see any other sports. I think we saw one Met hat. But I'm trying to think. Outside of that, I didn't really see much sports stuff. All of it, anything we saw that was sports related, was New York Yankee. And I'm not trying to brag about that. It doesn't mean anything to me. I'm just saying that was the case. Other than that, we didn't really see much.
All right. So just 2 quick points. First, the whole thing with Dart, I agree with you. I'm like, listen, how many quarterbacks have been thrust into it the first year and have been successful? Last year you had Nix and what's his face, Daniels, right? But Nick did neither team had expectations, right? So Nick's team did something different where he gave him the whole playbook, and if he's successful, okay. And Daniels, they did limited, and then they added more and more. So I don't think that you can do something like that with New York. That's just me.
They could, but it's just they had a plan to not do that. Like if they would have just drafted Jackson Dart and said, we're starting him from day one, I would have been okay with it. I would have preferred this method, but I don't understand the elevation. Like I just don't see the I don't see the point.
Especially with Winston, No, I agree.
I just don't see the point.
And then my second point, just with the match, McLean. I totally agree with you, McLean. Like he really showed me tonight. Like I texted one of my buddies at the game, and I texted him. I said, like, this is really, you can see what this guy has. If this guy can get out of this, he doesn't have his best stuff. He can get out of this, and he looked fantastic. And on top of that, the only other thing, it's so funny because I was talking with Al the other day about this, that And I think you and I spoke at the beginning of the year. I think that there was going to be a lot of wild card teams out of like the Central and the West.
Mm-hmm.
I think you got to be careful. The Giants are 5 games back, same as Cincinnati, and they have like the 29th easiest schedule according to like Tankathon. And they've been like the last 10 games are like 8-2. They won again tonight.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Like I'm a little worried about that. Obviously, I know Fleegs thinks obviously like the Mets can only really beat themselves, but I think it's a little of that. And if these guys play that good, I think we could be literally on the cusp of just making it to the playoffs. But welcome back, C-Mac.
Oh, thank you, buddy. I wouldn't. I'm not so worried about the Mets making the playoffs. I'm not. I think they're gonna. I think they're gonna make the playoffs. I wouldn't worry about it at all. To be totally honest with you, I'm very comfortable. They're 5 games up on the Reds and the Giants. There's like 24 games to play. Yeah, the Giants are now 9-1 in their last 10, and they have come up and tied the Reds. They are 5 games back, but I'm not overly concerned. I think the Cubs, Padres, and Mets are locks. Now, I don't know if you saw, though, with the Giants, Freeland, I guess this is a topic of conversation. It came up, the Yankee broadcast talked about it a little bit. But I personally think pitchers are babies. That's what I think. Like, Freeland got mad if you didn't see the game, as he just mentioned, Mike just mentioned. The Giants beat the Colorado Rockies early on in the game. Rafael Devers hits a bomb of a home run and admires it and stands there and doesn't run. And we saw it a little bit with Jazz. Jazz's second home run, he had the bat flip. He kind of even gave a peek into the Astros dugout. And even David Cohen said, like, if I was in that Astros dugout, not sure how I'd feel about that. I think this is all like this is now an era of let the kids play. We've been talking about this. Everyone, like, you want to show emotion. You don't want to see someone pimp the home run. Don't give up the home run. The idea that Freeland, who in the post game then said, I've been playing for a long time. I know he has too, but like, who cares about how long you've been playing? You're playing for the Colorado Rockies. You gave up a mammoth home run. He stood there and watched it for a while. Turn the other way and walk away. Like, what are we, like, honestly, he's not trying to show you up. He's admiring the home run. Like, I know we all want it to be the 1960s and we want everyone to run hard to first base. We want, everyone to run after the home run. Like, that's just a part of baseball. And to complain and get it to where, punches are thrown and dugouts are cleared because someone admired a home run in 2025 is just patently ridiculous. When you strike him out, throw your hands up and go nuts. That's it. That's what you do. That's how you retaliate. All right, you want to watch the home run? The next time I get you, I am going to, give you the job of Chamberlain, or I'm going to give you the, who knows? I'll give you the Stuckey. I'll give you the DX. Who was the Boston Red Sox pitcher who did that to Oakland when they won that division series? Was it Derek Lowe? I think it was Derek Lowe who did that after they beat the in 2003 or 4 when they beat the Oakland A's. Like, whatever. Do whatever you want to do to celebrate when you strike someone out. That's it. The idea that it comes to blows over how fast you run out of the box on a home run, it's so dumb. And we understand, like, that's part of what we're trying to incorporate that into baseball a little bit. We're trying to have a little bit of enthusiasm. You're trying to have a little bit of fun. We all understand what's going on here. And to act like a big baby because someone didn't run fast enough, get over yourself. Rub up the ball and just wait. And then if you want to plunk them. You want to take, like, that's where, like, if you want to, I guess, like, if you want to throw up, I think it's stupid. But to get into a fist fight over it, it's just so dumb. And what a baby. I thought it was disrespectful. Just cry babies. We see it all the time now. Everybody admires home runs. It is what it is. It's not the 1950s. It's not the 1960s. You're not Bob Gibson. Shut up. But that was a big brawl out in, I think it was in San Francisco or was it in Colorado?
It was in Colorado.
Big crybabies, man. 888-808-1019. McMonagle here with you on the Fan. All right, 2 hours down, one more to go on this Wednesday morning. A little bit of football, obviously a lot of baseball as the Yankees started the gauntlet. Won the first game off the nemesis Houston Astros. They've now won 8 straight in that building, whatever Minute Maid or whatever the stupid name is now of the building. They've changed it like 3 times in the last 3 years. It's so dumb. But that building has been kind in the regular season to the New York Yankees. They've won 8 in a row, and they dominated last night for the game 1 of this 12-game gauntlet that apparently is going to decide who the Yankees are and whether or not we can actually root for them in the postseason. Which is just, I mean, I don't know how many times to say it. Me and Fleas were talking about it in the back. Like, do you know which team had the most regular season wins in the history of baseball? The 2001 Seattle Mariners. What happened? What happened? I don't understand. And let me tell you something right now. The Milwaukee Brewers ain't winning nothing. I like them. I like the way they play. Their manager even holds people accountable. It's a beautiful thing to watch. They ain't winning nothing. This doesn't mean anything. It's 162, win the most games. That's it. Last night was a good start because the Yankees need to win more games. 888-808-1019. Quick break, update, come back, take you for the final hour as we take it to 5 o'clock in the warm-up show right here on The Fan.
It's Keith McPherson at night on The Fan, 101.9 FM.
As a manager, getting to know his potential closer, I'm pretty sure this guy's going to get the first crack at it. He let this guy go out and finish the job, and I'm telling you, that type of stuff the team can build off of.
Listen to Keith McPherson on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy. In 2011, I founded Wesley Financial Group with one goal in mind, to help honest folks out of their timeshares permanently. Today, I run Wesley with my 2 sons, a real family business, treating every client and every employee like we'd want our own family treated. That philosophy has helped us grow into the largest, most trusted timeshare cancellation company in the United States. Fortune magazine even recognized us as one of the best places to work. Why? Because we genuinely care. In fact, some of our former clients were so moved by their experience working with us, they joined our team so they could help others to timeshare freedom. If you're stuck in a timeshare, give us a call. Let our family help your family.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit kit. 800-949-1441. That's 800-949-1441. 800-949-1441.
Right now, police are stepping up patrols to make sure drivers and pedestrians obey our crosswalk laws. Why? Because every year in New York, people are injured or killed just crossing the street. So remember, pedestrians, obey traffic signals and use crosswalks. And drivers, yield to pedestrians in crosswalks. If you don't, we will educate you on the law, and you may get a ticket, because tickets get attention, and that saves lives. A message from the Governor's Traffic Safety Committee.
Are you searching for a warm and welcoming community for mom or dad? River Spring Living just may be the right option. Set on a 32-acre campus right there along the beautiful Hudson River, there are plenty of chances to engage in activities, wellness programs, and so much more. From independent living to assisted living and memory care, specialized teams are dedicated to making everyone feel right at home. I've seen firsthand what makes life at River Spring Living so special. Visit riverspringliving.org today.
Imagine a gentleman's club with over 200 gorgeous exotic dancers every week.
Hey, big boy.
From the people who make fantasies come true, Gallagher's 2000 in Long Island City is the place to be. Gallagher's 2000, a gentleman's club for today, gentlemen. Gallagher's 2000 features 2 floors, 3 stages, discounted drinks, VIP, champagne rooms, and dinner specials every night. Gallagher's 2000 offers complimentary lunch Thursdays and Fridays with any drink purchase.
Come on down, big boy.
Gallagher's 2000 is New York's largest upscale gentleman's club, and Gallagher's 2000's bachelor parties will blow you away. For their bachelor party specials, call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is located at 4319 37th Street in Long Island City, Queens, just a half a block north of Queens Boulevard. Call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is unlike any club in New York. Come tonight for the time of your life. Gallagher's 2000.
Let your imagination run wild.
This is J.J. Hill of Shulman & Hill, New York's premier injury law firm. We'll always fight for you if you're injured at a construction site. If you've ever wished you had a lawyer in the family, now you will. At Shulman & Hill, it's never one and done. Once you're a client, you're always part of our family. Shulman & Hill. We're not just New York's law firm, we're your law firm. Get your free consultation at hurtny.com. That's hurtny.com.
Town Fair Tire, Connecticut's largest discount tire dealer. Because we give you the guaranteed lowest price and we honor every manufacturer's rebate. We even honor all our competitors' rebates. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire.
Your home equity could vanish almost overnight, stolen by scammers who forge a deed and transfer it out of your name. The FBI calls it house stealing, and the worst part is you may not know it until it's too late. Find out if you're already a victim now at HomeTitleLock.com. Use promo code RADIO for a 30-day free trial, a title scan, and access to a title specialist, a $250 value. Go to HomeTitleLock.com now. Promo code RADIO.
Millions are choosing NordVPN to stay safer online. Get NordVPN today with 77% off and up to 3 months extra. NordVPN will encrypt your online traffic and help you avoid phishing, scams, and malware. Get the special NordVPN deal today at NordVPN.com. This offer includes a 77% discount on a 2-year plan and up to 3 extra months. Savings and additional terms apply and can be found on NordVPN.com. The offer is valid until October 15th.
Talk sports with Evan and Tiki. Afternoons from 2 to 7. WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1, New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
WFAN Sports Flash.
Good morning at 4 o'clock. I'm Marco Belletti, and this report is brought to you by Dr. Jay Shaw at Samuel Institute for Pain Management. Visit SamuelPain.com. Yankees getting this 12-game stretch against the best in the American League off to the right foot, erasing the Astros 7-1. Jazz Chisholm went deep twice. Trent Grisham a grand slam, while Max Fried dominated with 7 innings, a 1-run ball for his 15th win, despite not feeling all that great.
Just a little nauseous, but, it's just more, it happens. You don't always feel great, but just being able to, go out there and try to, like I said, just eat up as many innings as I can.
Meanwhile, the Mets ripped the Tigers 12-5. They pounded out 17 hits. Pete Alonso went deep twice. Juan Soto was 37th, while Nolan McLean gave up 2 runs in the first, but the rookie settled in nicely. 6 innings, 2 runs, 7 Ks, making it 4 wins in his first 4 starts.
Another impressive outing from him. We also how the first inning, especially the sweeper and the curveball. The way he's able to spin it, he didn't have command of those pitches. A couple of walks, then they got him with a couple of singles there, and then that's what you call pitching and understanding that you have to make adjustment and find a way to get through 5-6 innings, and he was able to do that.
And just days away from the Jets getting their season underway against the Steelers in the beginning of the Aaron Glenn era.
I want to be a team to where the fans will look up and say, we're proud of that team. And if they say that, I'll be happy. I'll be happy because within that, I know that wins will come.
64 degrees, cloudy skies, Central Park. That's what's happening. I'm Marco Belletti.
Get the scuttlebutt on your favorite team, the Fan, on the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn apps.
Oh, good morning! It's my first good morning back. How we doing? Say, but what a day. How's your boy been? I haven't heard it in a while. I missed you, John. 888-808-1019. McMonagle here with you. I got you for another hour as we take you to the warm-up show at 5. Taking your calls the rest of the way. Obviously, a big baseball night. We got to the football as well. Jackson Dart, the future quarterback of the New York Giants. That future may be closer than we have thought previously, as he's been named the second-string quarterback behind Russell Wilson, ahead of Jameis Winston. Talked about how I didn't like that. We can get to that as well. But the baseball teams yesterday, and specifically we started with the Yankees because the gauntlet The gauntlet of these 12 games that for some reason the fan base and everybody else seems to put this immense amount of importance on. It's important because they're playing the games today. It's important because I want to win the division. The New York Yankees need to win the division. They're 3 games back when you include the tiebreaker that the Toronto Blue Jays hold over them. These are important games because you can't lose any more games if you want to win the division. It's not because of some record they have against bad teams, but ultimately, these are 12 important games that you want to play well. And last night, coming off Aaron Boone at the North Carolina game and the unprepared nature of how unserious this organization is going into a building that, oddly enough, they've played well in. It's 8 in a row in the regular season out in Houston, but a team that has been their nemesis forever. And you're worried about what we saw against the Boston Red Sox the last time they played a good team, as they've been kicking the crap out of the St. Louis Cardinals and the Minnesota Twins and the Tampa Bay Rays and the Washington Nationals and the Chicago White Sox, and all those games don't mean anything. The last time we saw them play a good baseball team, and I put good in quotations when I talk about the Boston Red Sox, good enough, better than the lousy teams they've been beating. They not only did they lose, they crapped all over themselves. They kicked the ball around. They couldn't pitch. They made mistake after mistake. It was an ugly 4-game set that they were lucky to get one win out of on a Sunday Night Baseball. So you're looking for some sort of semblance that they can play good teams. And last night, or that they can at least play well and be themselves, because we know, and I would think even the most hate-filled Yankee fan who can't stand the manager, hates the team, hates Brian Cashman, hates the analytics, hates everything about them. And I know there's many of you out there. Even you would have to say, talent-wise, this team is pretty much as good as anyone in the American League, but they can't stop beating themselves. So you're looking for a clean, crisp game. And last night, to start this 12-game gauntlet, immediately you're nervous. Because Max Fried, who has been better and was great last night, starts the game with a 4-pitch walk to Pena, and then Correa hits a tailor-made double play, and Volpe boots it and is able to get the 1 out at second base, and you think, here we go. Max Fried's wild. Anthony Volpe is going to kick the ball around defensively here. When one thing happens, it spirals out of control, and from that moment on, the Yankees dominated the baseball game. Max Fried was able to get out of that inning. He had Altuve out on a curveball, and he settled in and dominated and threw 5 no-hit innings or 4 no-hit innings. Was able to locate, was able to get big outs. Jazz gives you the 2-run home run. You get the grand slam from Trent Grisham, and these two guys, how important they've been. And what a surprise we haven't spent enough time this morning on how great Trent Grisham has been this entire season, and what a boost and what a surprise he has been. A center fielder who's hit leadoff, 28 home runs, has been as clutch as you could possibly be, 830 OPS, has had 3 grand slams, breaks the game open here in the beginning of the gauntlet. Just everything about Trent Grisham has been incredible for this team. And Jazz as well, who missed a month and he's on pace for a 30-30. He's got 28 home runs and 26 stolen bases and 847 OPS. Both of these guys have been huge for the New York Yankees. They come through with the home runs. And not only that, it wasn't even that the Yankees played their game. The Astros were the team that made the key mistakes. The Astros were the team doing stupid things like bunting in the 3rd inning with the leadoff hitter. I could not believe they bunted and gave an out to Max Fried in the 3rd inning after he was wild throwing balls to the backstop and then hits the 9-hitter right in the back on the first pitch. And then Pena, who's got a 900 OPS, hitting 300, one of the better leadoff hitters in the sport this year, gives him an out with a bunt. And they're able to get out of it. And the same in the 7th inning as Max Fried's on fumes, it feels like. And you got Devin Williams in the bullpen ready to come in with a 5-run lead and runners on. And they bunt a pop-up and let them get out of the inning with a double play. Like, they're the ones making the mistakes. They're the ones playing tight. They're the ones not coming through. And the Yankees, outside of that Volpe bobble, make pretty much every play defensively. Ryan McMahon's diving all over the place. Goldschmidt making good plays at first base, coming through with clutch hits, and a nice, clean, crisp victory for the New York Yankees, who were the better team on the field, were the better team in the big game. They were able to get to their ace, Framber Valdez. There's all kinds of controversy about him getting pissed off as his catcher. We went through that a little bit. Where on the pitch, on the grand slam, it looked like the catcher wanted him to back off and, reestablish what pitch they were going to throw. Instead, he goes ahead, gives up the grand slam, and then the next at bat, there's a cross-up where the catcher takes a fastball right off the chest. There's all thoughts that it was done on purpose. So they're the ones that come out of this game arguing with each other. They're the ones who come out of this game making dumb, boneheaded plays to help the Yankees out, and the Yankees are the ones hitting home runs, having a great 7-inning, 1-run performance from their ace, being able to go Blackburn for 2 innings and save the bullpen for the rest of the series. And it's just a good start to an important stretch for the New York Yankees. And then you get to the Mets, who pound the Detroit Tigers yet again. This offense, Juan Soto, 2 home runs from Pete Alonso. Jeff McNeil continues to hit. I mean, this offense that was so dormant in so many ways, and particularly with runners in scoring position for 4 months of the year, has just exploded. And that's not even the story of the game, because young Nolan McLean, who is now the first Met pitcher in history to win the first 4 starts of his career, gave you what you could argue, not his most dominant, but his best start of his career. Because early on in this game, he's wild. He gets a bad break on a bad call. He gives up a base hit. He gives up, 2 runs. They're losing the game against the Tigers team that's had the best record in the American League pretty much all year, coming off a loss to the Mets yesterday, looking to exact some revenge. He doesn't know where the hell it's going, and then suddenly he settles in and retires the last 14 batters as the Mets continue to pound the baseball. That is the kind of performance, if you're going to rely on these young starters, the way it seems like the Mets are going to have to rely on McLean, how they're going to have to rely on Tong as the rest of this rotation struggles. As Kodai Senga, they're talking about possibly sending him to the minors or piggybacking him or figuring something out with him. Manai has been terrible since coming back from the injury. Peterson is pitching to a damn near 7 ERA over his last 6 starts in August. Like, this rotation kind of seems, in a real tough go of it, and you're going to rely on these young kids. That's the kind of start where a young kid has the presence of mind, the ability to settle in, recognize his secondary stuff it didn't come out of the bullpen, rely on his fastball, get through, get a little bit of help with the runs insurance, sure, but able to find himself, get through it, end up finding those secondary pitches, and end up getting the last 14 batters he faces. That's an impressive performance. That is a performance beyond his years. That's the kind of performance you feel good about a young kid making a big-time postseason start, because that's where we're headed. The Mets are 5 games up in the wild card. The division's unlikely. You're looking at a 3-game series in a month for your life. And right now, with the state of the rotation, you're going to be relying on young kids, and that's the kind of performance that makes me feel a hell of a lot better about McLean making a postseason start, because you know what? So far in his early career, he's had his great stuff with him. And if you have the kind of stuff McLean has, and you haven't been seen by Major League Baseball that much, and you go out there and you have your top stuff, not that it's easy to dominate the level he's dominated, but you can go out there and find it. You can go out there and get outs, especially with the run support he's had and his good stuff, that's fine. But to go out there and not have it, to come out of that bullpen not knowing where it's going, and then settle in to the point of 14 in a row, that's the kind of performance you look for a young kid, especially if you're going to rely on him the way the Mets are probably going to need to rely on him. So a good night for our baseball teams. I said Jackson Dart is the second-string quarterback, and I don't understand it at all. All of that is on the table as we get ready for the weekend and the first football games of the year. Tomorrow night, the Cowboys and the Eagles will kick it off. I had a fantasy draft last night. I'll have another one tonight. As we get our football season underway and pennant race baseball underway, and the Yankees are 1-0 in this 12-game gauntlet. 888-808-1019. Let's get to the calls. Patrick in Jersey City. What's up, Pat?
Chris, what up, man? Thanks for
What's
talking
going
to me.
on, buddy? How are you?
Good. I don't know if I'm the first, but I definitely wanted to give credit to Aaron Boone for managing circles around Joe Espada last night.
He managed circles around him. There is no doubt about it, that Aaron Boone, he managed circles around him.
those two pitching decisions in the 7th and
Mm-hmm.
sending Blackburn back out for the 9th, had they gone the other way, coupled with the football game on his day off, everybody would have been lined up to kill him tonight.
Listen, that's the one thing about the football game. Because the fans are nuts. It's so stupid. It's so patently ridiculous.
The nerve of you going to a football game on your day off.
I know. Can you imagine people actually felt that way? I mean, Clint Frazier, I like...
What a clown. What an absolute clown
I can't believe Clint Frazier would put that out there. I really cannot believe...
I can't believe it's not butter. I can absolutely believe it.
I mean, I just can't believe he would put that... After defending Boone a lot over the last couple of weeks, I mean, but... The idea that any Yankee fan would be annoyed, and I had a couple because it happened. I was on the air yesterday or Monday as it happened, and you saw him walk onto the field or whatever, and immediately I got a bunch of the Yankees aren't serious. Why Boone's in the Yankees are in Texas, Boone's in North Carolina. I'm just like, you guys are crazy. Then we found out his son is on the staff. Anyone who would have a problem with he's supposed to be in his hotel room like Glenn Close. Turning on and off the light.
Film. He should be watching film.
He should be watching film, figuring out, it's so ridiculous. But the one thing would have been, because you're 100% right, if they would have come out and that initial 4-pitch walk and that booted double play from Volpe spun out of control and it was 4-0 in the first inning, that would have actually become a story. And it would have pissed me off to no end. So the idea that they were able to overcome the manager not being there on their day off and play as crisp as they did after that moment was refreshing. And, yeah, look, I agree with you. To stick with Max Fried, especially in that moment. Now, if you go to a right-handed pitcher, Yordan Alvarez is coming out to pinch hit, so you don't want to avoid that. So it's an easy decision to leave Max Fried back out there. Max Fried even said in the postgame that they talked about going through Salazar there, that he was going to get Salazar no matter what. But that was a good decision. It ends up being the bunt, which is, that's the other thing. It's not even so much what Boone did. What the hell is Espada doing? I don't know if he called any of those bunts or.
That was an odd choice.
Odd choice. Those two bunts are hideous. Hideous. Oh my God.
I don't know. Maybe the players made the decision themselves.
I would think Pena, certainly. I don't know how you call for that bunt in the third inning. With the top of the lineup, Pena having the year he's having, you're going to give Max Fried an out there after throwing the ball to the backstop and hitting the 9 batter in the back? That made so little sense. I couldn't even understand. It was the ultimate thank you. I'll take that out. It was so dumb. So dumb.
Yeah, sure. Keep it coming.
So, yeah, not only that, Boone had a good night. Boone had a good night. I don't think he did anything too outrageous. He trusted his ace to get through 7. He wasn't going to bring in another pitcher to have Yordan Alvarez pinch hit. So it would have been interesting to see what happens. Now, a play that gets ignored in that spot is the base hit that Dubon has. It's a great stop from McMahon down the line. And it's an infield single, but it keeps it first and second. Because if that ball gets down the line, it's at least second and third. It could be a double with a run scored, but it's at least second and third. And now there is no bunt from Salazar. Now he's swinging away. I don't know what happens. Not that they necessarily lose the game, but that's a big play. And McMahon, after Caballero got thrown out for no reason, we didn't really even get into that. It's just pathetic. There's nothing worse. I understand missing calls. I understand he's a human. People make mistakes. I thought he had a terrible night behind the plate, but that happens. But the idea that as Caballero is calmly speaking to him, and we don't know exactly what was said, but I don't care what it is. And they're talking on the broadcast about magic words. I don't care what it is. If he is calmly, without being demonstrative and without getting in your face, if he says, you know what, that was just a terrible call. You've been bad all night. Walk away. That's okay. Walk away. Why are we throwing batters out in the 4th inning when they are calmly speaking to you? It's outrageous that these umpires are so quick to throw people out. But never mind the fact Boone makes the right decision there. Instead of going to Rosario and playing him at third and trying to keep a right-handed bat in the order, you're up a couple runs. I think at that point it was only 2. You're up 2 runs. Put your best defense out there, especially with Max Fried, who got so many ground balls to the left side. And he made a bunch of nice plays, McMahon. And let's be fair, outside of the bobble double play, Anthony Volpe made a bunch of nice plays. So they played well defensively behind him. Even Stanton out in left field, and there was a lot of talk about Stanton playing left for the first time since, 2022, whatever it was, early 2023. He even plays the ball off the wall fairly well and holds Correa to a single. Like, the Yankees just played good, clean, crisp baseball last night. There's no ways around it. And it was nerve-wracking for a second. The 4-pitch walk and then the booted double play scared me. I was like, here we go. And from that moment on, they dominated the baseball game. And if they can do it at least one more time here and take a series from Houston, you feel better heading into this Toronto series that is ultimately, to me, the big series is Toronto and Boston. Those are the big series. I'm not even that concerned about Detroit. Not concerned about the next 2 days as much. The big series is Toronto and Boston. But this was a good start. Let's go to Melody in South Central Indiana. Oh, Melody, how are you?
Hi.
Hi.
Do I have a problem with my sound?
You do not have a problem with your sound. You sound wonderful.
Excellent. Great. Now listen, Chris.
Okay.
I am an old woman, and I am an ex-New Yorker.
Okay.
Lived in downtown New York for many decades. And because I'm disabled, I listen to the station all the time, like for hours at a time, and I never want to miss you because you are my absolute favorite.
Oh, that is very kind. And thank you for staying up with me at 4:20 in the morning.
Oh, every night. And I mean, I'll even go with the guys who are in for you.
Yeah, but they're not me.
I know.
What are you going to do?
They're not you.
Not me.
You're the thing. And when I was still working in Lower Manhattan, I was an actress and a singer. Yeah, for many years.
Oh, that's interesting. Good for you.
And I split my days and nights between working at the health department and doing my art. And while I was working at the health department, which actually includes the medical examiner's office.
Okay.
I was right downtown going to work because my office is only a few blocks away from the World Trade Center. So, I saw all that happen.
Wow.
I was right there, and I kind of had to move along.
No, that must have been a traumatic experience.
It was terrible, but I had to go to work. It was either I run away or I go do my job, which was on the mortality team. And so I did that for many, many months, and it did traumatize me because I had no time for my own life.
Sure.
And, and I had to get out for a little while because I had PTSD. And so I moved to the mountains in northeast Pennsylvania, and that wound up giving me an 8-hour day commute at the minimum.
An 8-hour day? You commuted from the mountains in Pennsylvania?
Yeah, from the mountains to Lower Manhattan.
Wow.
It was brutal.
Yeah.
But I did it for years and years, and I mean that's how much the nature healed me
that's
in
good.
the country. And the thing that I want to say to you, I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart for your discussions on Sicily and the time you had and the sights that you saw and the food that you ate and this very explicit description of all of these experiences. Just it warmed my heart so much, and because I'm old and I'm sick, I'm not going to ever be able to go there. And you gave me a first person experience of that, which I treasure the most.
Well, that's very kind, Melody. And I appreciate that. Thank you for calling in. I hope one day you do get to go, Melody. I hope one day you do get to go to Sicily. It was quite the experience. And yeah, I mean, listen, I don't know if I described it all that well, but it is a interesting place with a different. It just feels like you're in 6 different places all at once. It was really an incredible experience. The boys loved it. They were great on the plane too. I was just telling Eddie, I was just shocked how good they were on the plane. They had their moments while they were in Sicily. They were done walking around. They were done seeing the sights. They just wanted to go in the pool or the beach. But like 10-hour flights, pretty much. And they were great on the flights. And they had a great time. So it was a lot of driving across the entire island. It was really a lot of fun. It was quite the adventure that the McMonagle clan went on. So it was a lot of fun. And I appreciate that you took something from the stories. I have more. I want to introduce them slowly. We have a couple of funny things that happened. And I talked about the differences. The toilet seats. You got to
save a lot of stuff for February and March.
Yeah. I'll bring up the Italy trip in February and March. But I talked about the public bathrooms. One, they charge you. I was we went to Mount Etna, and I was looking for a bathroom for the little guy who, he's never had to go to the bathroom without having to go to the bathroom right now, Daddy. Like, and he's like, you don't understand? No, I'm like, I do understand. I have all the same stuff you do. Plumbing is the same. I know exactly what it feels like, and when I know I start to have to kind of go, I don't have to all of a sudden go or I'll pee my pants. But that's the little guy. So I'm running for a bathroom, and I found one. I go running into it. All of a sudden, there's a guy who comes out of nowhere. He's like, no. I'm like, what? And he points to a bowl, and it says 80 cents or whatever. I had to pay 80 cents to use the bathroom. So they charge for the bathroom, and then you get in there, and there's no toilet seat. They don't have toilet seats in the public bathrooms. I don't know if they're trying to dissuade you from using the bathrooms. They charge you money, and there's no toilet seat. Like, screw this. I'll find a bush somewhere. I don't know. I would never do that, but never. But that's a little bit different. Also, the one thing I'll say, too, about the experience of eating at restaurants, there's no tipping there, which I find very difficult to not tip, but there's no tipping. There is a part of every check comes with a service charge or whatever. It's not nearly the 18% that you would get charged here for a large party and a service charge, but there's no tipping. And so let me just put it this way. The waiters and waitresses aren't relying on your pleasure with the experience. So there's a lot of looking around waiting for the waitress. It's like you go to a restaurant here, it's like they practically bombard you with everything good? You okay? Everything good? Can I get you anything? Blah, blah, blah. You go to Italy, it's like they put down the drinks and then you'll see them in a half hour. But it also gives you time to sit there and enjoy the company of your children and, can I play Baseball 9 on your phone? Yeah, I guess you could. Yeah. 888-808-1019. Quick break. Back with more calls right after this on The Fan.
No matter the season, New York sports never stop. Yankees, Mets, Giants, Jets. If it's happening, we're talking about it. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
Injured? Don't be a whiner. Call me, Attorney Mark Miner. I'm Mark Miner, and I have over 30 years of experience handling personal injury cases. If you or a loved one has been injured in an accident, don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE. You can trust that the personal injury law firm of Zalman, Schnurman & Miner will treat you with respect and fight for your rights. Don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE for a free consultation. Our goal is to transform your pain into payment. If there is no recovery, there is no fee. We handle all type of accident cases and value the opportunity to help you. The sooner you call, the better. If you are injured, call 1-800-LAW-LINE so we can discuss how to transform your pain into payment. Don't be a whiner. Call Zalman, Schnurman & Miner at 1-800-LAW-LINE.
Zalman, Schnurman & Miner, personal injury attorneys.
Don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE. That's 1-800-LAW-LINE.
Town Fair Tire became New England's #1 discount tire dealer by giving you the absolute lowest prices guaranteed. And with over 100 stores from Connecticut to Maine, we'll beat anybody's price. Other dealers, we beat them. Warehouse clubs, we beat them. Online sites, we beat them all every day. So remember, for the absolute guaranteed lowest price on name brand tires, nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Oh, what are you doing? Don't do New York City dirty.
New York City's my heart, my soul. I would never do this place dirty because everything I want is in this city.
Why would you want to dirty somewhere that you live?
This is your home. You don't throw papers out the window, flick cigarette butts.
It's disrespectful. Dispose of it the correct way.
I would never put trash on the ground. That's why we got trash cans. Don't do New York City dirty. Trash your trash.
A message from the Sanitation Foundation.
One by one, we keep the city clean, man. Let's get it.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the relief hotline at 800-707-6152. 800-707-6152. 800-707-6152.
This is Alex Shulman of Shulman & Hill, New York's premier injury law firm. We'll always go the extra mile when you're hurt in a car accident. If you've ever wished you've had a lawyer in the family, now you will. At Shulman & Hill, it's never one and done. Once you're a client, you're always part of our family. New Yorkers in every borough and on every block know us by name. Shulman & Hill. Get your free consultation at hurtny.com. That's hurtny.com.
Sal Licata here, and wow, are we thrilled with the incredible job CertaPro Painters did on our house. So clean, so efficient, they actually listened to us and even satisfied my wife, which, as you know, isn't easy. If you've been putting off painting because of the economy or tariff worries, don't. Painting your house is the easiest and most efficient way to protect and raise your home's value. Do what we did. Call CertaPro Painters today.
Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated.
Have something to say? Dial us 888-808-1019. Powered by Paramount Plus. Count on Sundays all season long with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus.
All right. Time to tell you about the city's biggest indoor pickleball event coming back October 10th and 11th, and it will sell out. Sign up for the fun or for the cash prizes. Go to 1010wins.com/pickleball for all the info. The pickleball tournament is presented by Nissan. At Nissan, we make cars that thrill. Experience the thrill for yourself today. Shop NissanUSA.com. I like to pick up pickleball. They pickleballed the court in my neighborhood. I don't know if anybody wants to play with me at the hours I can play, but I would like to pick up some pickleball.
I would imagine there are some people that play pretty early, so you could go get in a match or two before you got to take the kids to school and all that.
Yeah. I would think so. There's got to be somewhere.
No excuses. If you want to get out there, get out there.
That's it. Now, I'm not making any excuses. I could go play pickleball if I want. 888-808-1019. Let's get back to the calls here as we take you for another half hour until the warm-up show at 5. Paul in Buffalo. What's up, Paul?
Chris, all the calls I've made to Sail Before You and to you for years complaining about starting pitchers, I get to say it. In the words of the great 21st century poet Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson, finally, an ace has come back to New York City. finally, I watched a starting pitcher go 7 innings and dust up Astros. I watched a starting pitcher see Jose Altuve with runners on base early in the game and serve him up a curveball that he popped up. And let me say this. We have a second baseman who is going to be a perennial all-star. I love me some Jazz Chisholm. In a night where the two best hitters on the team had 0 RBI, 0 RBI from Stanton, 0 from Judge. The best offense in baseball. Let me say that again. The best offense in baseball dropped 7 runs on Houston. And get ready, Blue Jays. We're going to rip that division from you on CC Sabathia Day. Make no mistake, Paul. It's a great day to be a Yankee fan, baby. Have a good
look
one,
at you.
Chris.
I love it. Look, you're not wrong. And the offense has been kind of doing it without Judge. And Jazz has had an incredible year. And I remember taking calls. Jazz isn't a winning player. Jazz is this, Jazz is that. I know he had that stupid play on the pop-up, and he struggled for a little bit. But the dude has missed a month on 2 different IL stints, and he's going to have 30 home runs and 30 stolen bases. He's got an 850 OPS. Jazz is having an incredible season. Jazz was a great trade. Jazz is having a very good Yankee career, and hopefully it's for a while. Same thing with, we'll see about Grisham. I don't know. He's earning himself some money. I can't believe the Yankees are actually going to be able to offer Grisham the qualifying offer. That's crazy. That alone is crazy. That he's going to probably turn down a qualifying offer of $20 million. He's making less than $6 million now. He took a pay cut off of his $6 million last year. And they're going to offer him a qualifying offer of about 23, I think it's like $22, $23 million for next year. And he's going to turn it down. That's the kind of year Trent Grisham's going to have. Or that's the kind of offseason Trent Grisham's going to have. Then you've got Bellinger they need to probably re-sign. If you look at the team, here's the thing. Like, you're right. The offense is good. Now, they're going to have to hit in the postseason like always, and they haven't, and hopefully this team will. But this is why I don't understand why Yankee fans, like, outside of the debacle that has been a lot of the season with Devin Williams, and obviously the issue that has become the starting shortstop in Anthony Volpe. Like, outside of that, I don't know why there's so much animosity for the team. I know they haven't won enough games. I know they went through their typical June swoon. I know they played bad against, the Red Sox and the Blue Jays. But like, look at you don't like watching Jazz play baseball. You don't like Bellinger watching Bellinger play baseball. You don't think Ben Rice has had this incredible year. The surprise that has been Trent Grisham with his, clutch home runs all over the place. He's going to hit 30. Jazz is going to hit 30. That's why I like this team. That's what's been so frustrating about it. And that's why I have finally started to get on Boone, because I think they're dramatically underachieving because I like the team. I think it's a good team. I think they are far better than what they've been. They should be well in front in this division. And now they have another 23 games to go out there and take it. And if they do, I'm going to feel pretty damn confident about this team. I am. Paul was very confident, but I'm going to be pretty damn confident about it. Not that they can't lose to anyone. They could lose to anyone because they beat themselves. But they're good enough to go out there and beat anyone too. I really like this team. Now, they lost Cole, but a huge part of this is going to be if Max Fried's going to be the pitcher he was for the last 3 starts and will continue to be the pitcher he's been for the last 3 starts. They're going to need Cam Schlittler to continue to pitch like this. And they're going to need, Carlos Rodon not to blow up in big games. Those are a lot of things that need to happen. Same thing with any other team. Have you watched the Detroit Tigers? Who are they throwing in games 2 and 3 of a postseason series? What are they going to need? What are the Boston Red Sox going to need? What are the Toronto Blue Jays going to need? They're going to need things too. They're going to need things to happen too. And if not more things than the New York Yankees will need. But it's one game and they're going to have to go do it. But that's why I don't put the pressure on these 12 games as much as other people do. Like, when will I won't take the Yankees serious. Then you're foolish. You should take the Yankees seriously. When the Yankees start the playoff series, wherever it is, whatever round it is, if it's a wild card series, if it's the DS, if they're at home, if they're on the road, game 1, you should take them serious because they're a seriously talented team. And as long as they don't beat themselves, they can beat anybody. Brett in Long Island. What's up, Brett?
Good morning, Chris. Welcome
Good
back.
morning.
I'm glad
Thank
you had a
you.
wonderful trip.
Thank you. That was very kind of you. Thank you.
We all know how you love your Italian heritage and how important it is to you.
Correct.
So while you were away, I learned how to speak a little Italian. Pensi c'è Daniel Jones vincere un Super Bowl quest'anno.
Yeah, okay. Good luck with that.
Well, do you think Daniel Jones will win a Super Bowl this year?
Yes. I don't think there's any doubt. I think him and the Colts are destined for a championship. There's no doubt.
Because while you were away, I think it was while you were away, they officially named him as starter.
They certainly did.
And Chris, one more thing before I hang up, and it is great to have you back. Oh my God,
thank
it
you.
is. I have to admit it. Yeah. I know you're gonna say I'm crazy, but there's something going on with the Giants. I feel like Russell Wilson is going to be out soon, and I think Jackson Dart's the real deal. I think they're going to make the playoffs this year. It just has that feeling.
Yeah,
it's always when no one expects them to be good, Chris.
Yeah.
Look at their history. Always when everybody doubts them.
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of with you. I don't know if you've been listening to me a little bit. I'm gung-ho on them. I predicted on Saturday.
I didn't today.
I predicted on Saturday. I think they're going to win the first two games. I think they're going to beat Washington and Dallas. I like the Giants this year. I don't know about playoffs because the schedule is tough, but I think they're going to be in the mix for a playoff spot. I like the Giants. I'm pounding the over at 5.5, pounding it. I think.
I was going to say, call me crazy. 5.5 is disrespectful.
I don't know about disrespectful.
There's something wrong there.
I don't know about disrespect. Yeah, it's a low number for me. I think it's the schedule. It's what they've been the last handful of years. It's the idea of you don't know when you're going to go to the young quarterback. There are things playing into that 5.5 number, Brett. But I agree with you. I think they're going to be over on the 5.5. I do. I think they're going to win I think they're going to be almost halfway there after the first two games. I don't know why. I just have a feeling. I think the Commanders are the oldest team in football. I think they're due for a step back. I like Kingsbury as an offensive coordinator. I don't love Dan Quinn as a head coach. He did a great job last year. The whole thing did a great job. A full year of tape on Jaden Daniels. I'm just not ready to thrust the Washington Commanders into another level that the Giants can't go play. They had the Terry McLaurin thing. He hasn't played much. I know that they played all of last year, and he's a great player. I'm not saying it's suddenly going to be that they're not going to be on the same page, but there's just something about that Commanders team. The Giants always play well against them. I think Russell Wilson's going to play his best couple of games while he's healthy at the start of the year. I think Dable's going to coach an offense that has weapons now and hopefully competent quarterback play. I just have a feeling they're going to win that game, and I think Dallas is a mess. And I don't think the roster's that good. And I think a force that just has absolutely dominated the Giants and Micah Parsons is no longer there. And, yeah, they should have a good passing attack, but I don't really love their run game. I don't love their defense. I think the Giants are going to go beat the Cowboys. I don't know. I just think that the Giants are going to get 2-0 start. And then, obviously, come home for Kansas City, and it's going to be tough, and we'll see what the rest of the schedule is. And that, Denver Eagles is an impossible stretch. So I don't know, but I think 5.5 is a little bit low. Now, as far as what's going on with the quarterback position, I don't know what to make of him being the second-string quarterback. You might be right. I mean, there's a chance that we're going to see this kid well before I thought we were going to see him. And I don't know how I feel about it. I don't love it. I don't love him being the second-string quarterback and possibly going to play. Now, you got to remember, we don't know yet about – the only thing that really makes me hesitant about picking them to win the first two games is we're not sure about Andrew Thomas yet. If Andrew Thomas plays, I'll feel a hell of a lot better. If he doesn't play, I'm going to feel a hell of a lot worse. But I think he's as important a player as the Giants have. I still think the offensive line can be good enough, but that's going to be a big telling point on how good I think the Giants can be in the first 2 weeks if they don't have Andrew Thomas or not. But having said that, I just without him, is it possible? Russell Wilson did get banged up last year. He does stay in the pocket a little bit, tries to get the ball down the field. That's his game. If he gets hurt, you're telling me you're going to thrust Jackson Dart into a situation? I hate that. I hate the idea of Russell Wilson going down and having to bring in Jackson Dart in the first two games of the year on the road against a divisional opponent. The whole point of this was to give this kid room to grow. I know he's impressed. I know he played extremely well in the preseason, and I'm sure Brian Dable's a hell of a lot higher on him than he even thought he would be. That's great. But it doesn't make any, I don't know the benefit of it. What's the benefit of it? If Russell Wilson goes down, I'd rather have Jameis Winston. That's why he's here. And then after that, if Russell Wilson's down for a long period and you want to go to him, then make him the second quarterback and call him the starter for the next week. I don't like the idea of the first time we see Jackson Dart is thrust into a middle of a game because of injury. And that's what scares me the most. And plus, now you've put added pressure on him. You've indicated that you feel he's ready to play right now, which begs the question, why not just play him right now? There was no need to make this designation. I don't understand it. But yeah, I kind of agree with you, Brett. I get the sense is that he's going to play a hell of a lot quicker than we thought. And I get, if they really feel he's the best quarterback in the room and they just want to give him maybe the first 2 weeks or something, I don't know. I'm a little concerned about how they handled this quarterback situation. I'm a little concerned because I wanted to give him time. They brought in the two quarterbacks specifically to give him time. Give him the time. Let him get his feet wet. Because if you really think he's ready, then play him now. Why even bother with this? 888-808-1019. Quick break. We'll come back rapid fire style as we take you to 5 o'clock in the warm-up show right here on The Fan.
The Giants kick off the 2025 season in D.C. against the Commanders this Sunday at 1 o'clock.
He's in for the touchdown!
The road ahead is the toughest schedule in the NFL, but with a new quarterback under center and a reinforced defensive line, Big Blue is ready to show they're built for the fight.
Sack back at the 24-yard line! Kayvon Thibodeau closes it out, baby!
The home of New York Giants football is The Fan, 101.9 FM and always live on the free Odyssey app.
Imagine a gentleman's club with over 200 gorgeous exotic dancers every week.
Hey, big boy.
From the people who make fantasies come true, Gallagher's 2000 in Long Island City is the place to be. Gallagher's 2000, a gentleman's club for today, gentlemen. Gallagher's 2000 features 2 floors, 3 stages, discounted drinks, VIP, champagne rooms, and dinner specials every night. Gallagher's 2000 offers complimentary lunch Thursdays and Fridays with any drink purchase.
Come on down, big boy.
Gallagher's 2000 is New York's largest upscale gentleman's club, and Gallagher's 2000's bachelor parties will blow you away. For their bachelor party specials, call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is located at 4319 37th Street in Long Island City, Queens, just a half a block north of Queens Boulevard. Call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is unlike any club in New York. Come tonight for the time of your life. Gallagher's 2000.
Let your imagination run wild.
You make sure his toys don't have any sharp edges. You taught her what to do when the smoke alarm goes off and to wear a helmet when she rides her bicycle. You do so much to keep your child safe. But are you using the right car seat for your child? Car crashes are a leading killer of children ages 1 to 13. Protect your child's future at every stage of life. For information on the right seat for your child, visit safercar.gov/the-right-seat.
Sponsored by the New York State Governor's Traffic Safety Committee.
This summer, beat the heat and hydrate like the pros with home water delivery at Water.com from Primo Brands. Water.com features your favorite Primo products from Poland Spring to Pure Life to Saratoga, all delivered right to your door. Get a few cases for the big game or 5-gallon bottles for the whole household. Get what you need when you need with no heavy lifting or last-minute store runs. At Water.com, signing up is easy. Select your water, choose your frequency, enjoy your delivery. Use code BASEBALL to get 50% off your first order, plus free delivery. Step up to the plate and stay refreshed all season long. Order now at Water.com. With over 90 years of combined legal experience representing the law enforcement community, Decolator Cohen & DePrisco, LLP, continues to strive to educate police officers of their civil rights to sue in line-of-duty accident cases. The 2025 Police Officers' Right to Sue newsletter can be viewed on policeofficersrighttosue.com and provides successful results in varying line-of-duty accident cases. These results include damages recovered from RMP accidents involving the City of New York and civilian motorists, station house defects, ricochet injuries from the range, private premises slip and falls, sidewalk slip and falls, construction defects, snow and ice cases, and injuries emanating from defective RMPs. In any LOD accident, it is important for the officer to take photographs of any defects, injuries, or damage. It is also essential to draft the line-of-duty report and detail detail the cause of the accident in the paperwork. Remember, there's a 90-day time limitation to file a claim against a municipality. If any law enforcement member has a question regarding a potential lawsuit, contact Decolator Cohen and DePrisco LLP at policeofficersrighttosue.com or call 1-800-901-1529.
Connecticut's best values at Town Fair Tire. They honor all manufacturer and valid competitor rebates, offer the most free services for life, plus give you the guaranteed lowest price. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody!
Town Fair Tire.
Millions are choosing NordVPN to stay safer online. Get NordVPN today with 77% off and up to 3 months extra. NordVPN will encrypt your online traffic and help you avoid phishing, scams, and malware. Get the special NordVPN deal today at nordvpn.com. This offer includes a 77% discount on a 2-year plan and up to 3 extra months. Savings and additional terms apply and can be found on nordvpn.com. The offer is valid until October 15th.
Your home equity could vanish almost overnight, stolen by scammers who forge a deed and transfer it out of your name. The FBI calls it house stealing, and the worst part is you may not know it until it's too late. Find out if you're already a victim now at HomeTitleLock.com. Use promo code RADIO for a 30-day free trial, a title scan, and access to a title specialist, a $250 value. Go to HomeTitleLock.com now. Promo code RADIO.
Your friends pretend they know sports. WFAN actually does. Get smarter, louder, and way more annoying at watch parties. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
It's 4:49. McMonagle here with you for another few minutes on this Wednesday, the last day without football. Or at least the last day without professional football, as we had college last week. We talked a little bit about Arch Manning, too. Remember how many calls, Fleeks, we got about, don't draft any quarterback. Wait for Arch Manning next year. Tank again and go pick up Arch Manning. Well, I don't want to make too much because I think it's been overblown, but Arch Manning didn't look that good in his first game for Texas. I mean, just the mechanic, it wasn't even just, missing, it wasn't even just not playing well. His mechanics looked off. He was obviously throwing sidearm a lot. It just did not look like a Heisman favorite. Now, that's one game, but at the same time, it's just, right now, Jackson Dart's the toast of the town, and everyone is mocking Manning. So when you need a quarterback, you have to draft. You can't wait. Plus, I don't even know if he's going to come out. Right? Right? Didn't Archie Manning come out and say he's probably not going to come out? And then he kind of said, well, we'll see. But he might not even come out. And he looked awful in week 1. And he's going to stay in Texas and make $5 million and be the king of that area, assuming he plays well. And now Jackson Dart's already the number 2 quarterback for the New York Giants. And look fantastic in preseason, so you just never know. But this is the last night. We won't have football. Thursday starts the year. Dallas and Philadelphia. I think it's a 7. Is it still 7.5? I think it moved a point off of the Micah Parsons move. I'm assuming it's still, Philly minus 7.5 with an over of 47.5. But we'll get into football season, obviously, starting. And then I don't know about tonight is one of those nights, man, because I'm in so many stupid freaking fantasy leagues. I can't tell anybody no. I don't know why I don't tell people no and why I don't leave these things. The neighbors want to, I move into the neighborhood. They want a fantasy league. Okay, yeah, sure. My buddies want to start one. Okay, sure. And the next thing I know, I'm in 5 or 6. Now I got to draft one with my son, too, now. He won the fantasy draft last year, so now we're doing, for no money, of course, just me and the kids and my brother-in-law and everything, like the 6 of us. So I got to do that one. I have 4 fantasy drafts tonight. 4 tonight. One in person at 7 p.m., then I got 2 other legitimate ones, and then I got the kid one, which will probably be done before 7, I would think. I don't know if we've set a time for it, but hopefully before 7 when the kids go to bed. And then, of course, I got the Astros game. You got the Mets. I got a lot going on. Oh, we'll all do it Wednesday. And then I don't care, and I just say yes to everybody. People text, like, in the group chat with your family, like, can you do Wednesday at 9? I'm like, yeah, sure, whatever. Not even recognizing, oh, yeah, Wednesday at 9. I have one Wednesday at 8, one at Wednesday at 8:30, and now I have one Wednesday at 9.
Ours at 10 goes really quick, though.
That is true.
Like, that'll be done by 11.
That'll be done by 11. 4-team keeper. That'll be done. I had the ridiculous keeper league that Monzo started all those years ago. He doesn't even run it anymore. But it's a 5-player keeper league. The benches, the roster is ridiculously long. You're picking guys you have no idea at the end. It's the worst draft. It's a fun league in some ways, and I was successful with it last year. If you get a good team and a young team, you can be good for 3 or 4 years. But if you don't, it's hard to get out of that hole. And it's 5 keepers, man. You keep the same team oh, my God. Too many fantasy leagues. Too many. 2 baseball fantasy teams. Too much. Too much. But it's that time of year. Looking forward to it. We will get more into the football, obviously, as we get closer to Friday. For a Football Friday, the picks are back. The Taking a Chance is coming back. I can't wait to see. Nothing makes you think of football more than ABBA these days. So I'm looking forward to that. 888-808-1019. We haven't talked too much about the Jets just yet. Talked more about the coach and just this offense and the quarterback that scares me. I have optimism around the Jets. I have to admit. And I know, that we could always do this. Who's going to have the better season, Jets or Giants? I mean, the Giants' schedule is tougher, but the Jets don't play in an easy division necessarily, as Buffalo is obviously going to be a very good team again this year. And they don't have an easy schedule. But I have to admit, I just I'm more optimistic about the Giants this year. Oh, and the other thing I saw BT tweeted out some, ticket website is predicting that 48% of the building is going to be Pittsburgh Steelers fans. Opening day, brand new regime, Aaron Glenn, new head coach, new quarterback, optimism around this whole thing. They're going to button up this regime. They're going to get rid of the penalties. The roster's good enough to win at the line of scrimmage. You have one of the better offensive lines in the sport. You're playing the nemesis, sort of nemesis, Aaron Rodgers and the Pittsburgh Steelers, and the Jet fans are going to allow. I know Evan's part of this problem. He sold his tickets. 48% it's going to be a 50-50 Jet fan Pittsburgh Steeler. Now, I know that Pittsburgh Steeler fans travel very well. I get it. Right? I understand that. It's a very popular fan base. They travel well. It's not that far. They just brought in Aaron Rodgers and made moves to be as all in as I can ever remember the Pittsburgh Steelers. They have just decided this is going to be the year they go for it. And they've gotten away from some of the typical stuff that they rely on, trading for wide receivers, bringing in Aaron Rodgers, trading for aging cornerbacks. They've handled this offseason very differently. And back a couple weeks ago, whenever it was, when I was working the mornings, filling in and working with Willie Colon, and he talked about how Aaron Rodgers looked fantastic at camp. I think the Pittsburgh Steelers is going to be one of the more fascinating teams in the league. And I think it's a tough matchup for the first week of the New York Jets. And especially if the building is going to be half Steelers fans. Now, I don't know how they predict that. I guess just by who's selling the tickets and where the tickets are being bought from and all that stuff. I suppose that's how they come up with the algorithm that gives them their prediction on how many fans are going to be in the building. But a 50-50 coin flip for opening day, I have to admit, Jet fans, that's embarrassing. That's embarrassing. You can't let that happen. I know it's not. I know the Cowboys travel well, the Pittsburgh Steelers travel well. I get it. And if you have season tickets, you have an opportunity to make a hell of a lot of money. Plus, you like to watch the games on Sunday. You got the Giants and the Jets at the same time. But man, oh man, how can you start a year with a new head coach and a new regime and trying to build a new culture, and the first game he's going to coach in this new culture is going to feel like a road game? As Aaron Rodgers comes back to MetLife with half the building cheering for him? And you guys are throwing out Justin Fields? I don't know. I'm going to have a tough time getting over the quarterback situation until I see it play out. I don't have any faith in Justin Fields at all. I don't know how they're going to get, I think the offensive line can be really good. I think the running backs are dynamic. I think the defensive unit is good enough, especially with Glenn coaching them up. I believe you're going to hopefully, although we saw turnovers in the preseason, I expect the turnovers to be limited. I expect the team to look better. I expect the team to function better. I expect all of the stuff that we expect. But I just don't know. Wilson's going to be double teamed. Where are you throwing the ball? I have a real tough time with this passing offense. And it's 2025. You can tell me all you want, culture, run the football, beat the man in front of you. You have a kind of lunch pail team and all the coach speak that we get over and over again. You got to be dynamic in the passing game. You want to win. You're gonna welcome in Aaron Rodgers into this building against the Pittsburgh Steelers team with one of the best defensive players in Watt in the NFL. You're going to let them load the box and try and run it down the throat of the Pittsburgh Steelers? I mean, it's not impossible. But I have to admit, I think I'm more optimistic about the Giants this year than I am and that hasn't been me. And if you think, of course you're a Giant fan. Not been me. I've hated the Giants. And I've been pro-Jets, pro-Aaron Rodgers. I had them going to the AFC Championship game 2 years running. I don't know about this year, though. Not with half the building being Pittsburgh Steelers. Thank you guys for calling. Thank you for listening. Fleegs, good to be back. Back in the swing of things. We'll catch you tomorrow at 2 a.m. Right back at it. We'll preview the game tomorrow night. We'll get more into a little bit about around the NFL and get ready for our week 1 in the league that they play for pay. And, of course, we'll have a reaction to more of the Gauntlet. I'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Sports Radio 101.9 FM. WFAN, New York.
Get the latest on the Giants and Jets on WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1, New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
WFAN Sports Flash.
Good morning at 5 o'clock. I'm Marco Belletti. Well, Max Fried set the tone. 7 innings, a 1-run ball, his 15th win. Trent Grisham continues to come up clutch. A huge grand slam in the 5th. That broke things open in the Yankees' 7-1 win over the Astros. Jazz Chisholm continues his march on a 30-30 season, blasting 2 more homers, giving him 28 on the year to go along with his 26 stolen bases as the Bombers rip Framber Valdez for 6 runs in 5 innings.
For 2 of our lefties to ride him out of the ballpark, really good at bats by those guys. But Grish, it was a phenomenal AB and another good night for him.
Yankees remaining tied with the Red Sox, 2.5 back of the Blue Jays. Mets dominate the Tigers 12-5. They pounded out 17 hits. Pete Alonso homered twice. Juan Soto is 37th. Luis Torrens with a big 3-run shot, while Jeff McNeil knocked in 3. This all in support of the rookie Nolan McClain as he shined again. 6 innings, a 2-run ball, 7 Ks. Gave up 2 runs in the first and delivered 5 scoreless from there. His 4th straight win to begin his career.
After the first inning, I noticed I wasn't throwing many off-speed pitches for strikes, especially bigger spin like sweepers and curveballs. So we started to attack with some harder velo pitches, 4 seams, 2 seams, even the changeup started to find its place there.
And the Jets preparing for the Steelers Sunday, each quarterback facing their former club, but Justin Fields not letting that faze him.
Cool, calm, collected. It's another game, to be honest with you. We're out here just trying to get better each and every day and prepare for this upcoming Sunday.
64 degrees, cloudy skies, Central Park. That's what's happening. I'm Marco Belletti.
Good morning, campers.
Alan Jerry. Don't worry, it's only an hour long, and most days it doesn't suck.
But it is the eve of the NFL season. What's up? It's Wednesday, the Eddies, because I'm always confused with these Mondays, even though I was here. It feels like Tuesday, it's Wednesday, whatever. We got football tomorrow. Al and I are in jackets, which tells you it's kind of chilly. What's up, Al?
Oh, good morning, Jerry. Well, because here's what I understand. You know, companies don't want to waste money, right?
Correct.
But this company, for whatever reason, they let us control the air conditioning in
this studio,
studios. Yeah. And whoever's here last at night puts it down to like 65 degrees. So
well, that's Boomer puts it down.
Yeah, but when I come in to do the podcast, I put it back up. So someone at night.
We got a sweater here.
Maybe Keith McPherson likes it cold. I don't know.
I don't think McPherson's in the studio, though.
So who uses
I
this
don't know.
place?
That's a great question. I don't know. I was more referencing the fact that it was 59 degrees when I got my car this morning.
Yeah, it's chilly outside. I know. I feel like
it's a good feel.
Like I'm going to be having to wear my winter hat soon.
Yes, unless you move to Arizona.
That stinks.
I hear you.
Jerry, I was very confused by something in the Yankee game last night.
We're not doing the standings again?
No, that was confusing enough yesterday, the wild card standings. So, Yankees beat the Astros.
Good win, yeah.
Good win. They beat Framber Valdez. Good pitcher.
Yeah.
All I heard is the guy gave up one home run to a lefty, and then meanwhile yesterday gave up 2 home runs to lefties.
Trent Grisham and Jazz Chisholm Jr.
Chisholm scores. Anyway, Trent Grisham hit the grand slam.
Yeah.
And John Boy Media, among others, tweeted, there's speculation that Astros pitcher Framber Valdez purposely crossed up his catcher, Cesar Salazar, and hit him with this pitch after Salazar told him to step off before allowing a grand slam.
Yeah.
I'm confused by that.
Why? So if you watch...
Crossed him up how? What does that mean?
Very simply. So as he's about to get into his windup with the bases loaded to Grisham, Salazar gives him the old back up, back off the mound and maybe reset. He blows right through it, throws the pitch. Grisham hits the home run. Volpe comes up. My guess is he calls for a curveball.